The galaxy, vast and endless, teems with stories, stories of greatness, darkness, loss, and redemption. Through every corner of this galaxy, heroes rise, and villains are born, each carving their own path through the stars. But there is one story, one saga, that echoes across time and space. A story that is both ancient and eternal. It is a story of the force, the mysterious power that binds the galaxy together, and the endless struggle between light and dark, good and evil, order and chaos. It was in the shadows of the galaxy that the seeds of this conflict were sown. Long before the Empire's rule, long before the rise of the rebellion, the galaxy was a place of peace and unity. The Galactic Republic, a beacon of civilization, stretched across countless star systems, its foundation built on the principles of democracy and cooperation. But beneath the surface, hidden from the eyes of many, the seeds of corruption took root. The Republic, once a shining example of unity, became a battlefield for ambition, greed, and power. The Senate, once revered as a symbol of justice, became a puppet to the interests of the few. And in the midst of this, the Jedi Order, once the stalwart protectors of peace, became entangled in the very politics they had once sought to avoid. It was during this time that the galaxy found itself on the brink of a cataclysm. The dark side of the Force, long hidden, began to stir. A new power was rising, one that would bring about the end of the Republic and change the course of history forever. The Sith, once believed to be extinct, emerged from the shadows, intent on reshaping the galaxy in their image. Their leader, Darth Sidious, known only to a few, was a master of deception, manipulation, and the dark side of the Force. His rise to power would not just reshape the galaxy, it would destroy everything the Republic had once stood for. In the heart of this conflict stood the Jedi warriors who had devoted their lives to preserving peace and justice. But even the Jedi, with all their wisdom and power, were not prepared for the storm that was about to engulf them. The Clone Wars, an all-consuming conflict that would pit the Republic against the Separatists, would forever change the landscape of the galaxy. At the heart of the war was Anakin Skywalker, a Jedi Knight whose potential seemed limitless. But Anakin, torn between his loyalty to the Jedi and his own personal struggles, would fall prey to the temptation of the dark side. In his fall, he would become the infamous Darth Vader, the enforcer of the Sith and the Empire's greatest weapon, the fall of Anakin. Skywalker was not just the loss of a man, it was the loss of hope. The Republic, which had stood for so long as a beacon of freedom and democracy, was no more. In its place stood the Galactic Empire, a regime of oppression, fear, and control. The Jedi, once revered as guardians of peace, were hunted down and destroyed. And in the ashes of the Republic, the rebellion rose, an unlikely alliance of those determined to fight back, to restore freedom to the galaxy. But the road ahead would not be easy. Empire was powerful, and its grip on the galaxy seemed unbreakable. In this time of darkness, a new hope was born. The rebellion's leaders, guided by the wisdom of old allies and the fire of new heroes, began to fight back. Among them was Luke Skywalker, a young farm boy from the desert planet of Tatooine. He was unaware of his true heritage of the bloodline that ran through his veins, or of the destiny that awaited him. His journey would take him across the stars, through battles and betrayals, into the heart of the Empire itself. Along the way, he would meet those who would become his closest friends: Han Solo, a smuggler turned hero; Princess Leia, the courageous leader of the rebellion; and Chewbacca, the loyal Wookiee warrior. Together, they would fight against the Empire, this battle drawing them closer to the heart of the storm that threatened to consume them all. But the conflict between the Empire and the rebellion was not just about armies, planets, or technologies. It was a fight for the very soul of the galaxy, a struggle for the ideals of freedom, justice, and equality. The Sith, with their insidious use of the dark side of the Force, sought to control and dominate. The Jedi, with their commitment to balance and peace, stood as a symbol of resistance. But the battle was not one of simple good versus evil. It was a battle of philosophies, of ideologies, and of personal choices. Luke Skywalker, as the last hope of the Jedi, would have to face the darkness within himself, just as his father had done before him. He would have to confront the man who had once been Anakin Skywalker, now Darth Vader, and in doing so, find the strength to redeem not only himself, but his father as well. The stakes could not have been higher for the galaxies. Fate rested on Luke's shoulders. But even as he prepared for the final confrontation, the dark side loomed. Tempting him with its promises of power and control, the galaxy, torn between the forces of good and evil, stood at a crossroads. The rebellion, led by its ragtag group of heroes, had begun to strike back. But the Empire was not without its strengths. The Emperor, the mastermind behind the Empire's rise, was a puppet master of the highest order, pulling the strings from behind the scenes. His influence was vast, and his reach extended far beyond the stars. He had already brought about the downfall of the Jedi, and now he sought to crush the rebellion once and for all. But even in the face of such overwhelming power, there was hope. The Rebel Alliance, though small and outgunned, was determined to fight for a better future. It was not just the military power or the vast resources that would win this fight, it was the courage, the determination, and the unwavering belief in the ideals of freedom and justice that would carry them through. In the face of darkness, the light of the rebellion would shine brighter than ever before. And so the stage was set. The galaxy was on the brink of change, its future uncertain, its destiny unwritten. The clash of these two forces, the Empire and the Rebellion, would determine the future of all who lived in the galaxy. The fate of billions of beings rested on the shoulders of a few brave souls, each one with their own struggles, fears, and hopes. But through their actions, they would change the course of history. They would define the galaxy for generations to come. This is where our story begins, a story of heroes, villains, battles, and destinies. A story of light, of dark, of hope, and despair. It is a story that transcends time, a tale that will continue to be told as long as the stars shine in the sky. The Force will continue to guide those who walk its path. The galaxy will continue to change, always in the balance. It's always on the edge of a new hope or a new darkness. This is just the beginning. The galaxy is on the cusp of war, and the forces of good and evil are about to collide in a way that will shape the future of the entire universe. The story of the rebellion, of the Jedi, and of the Sith is just beginning to unfold. The characters we meet along the way will face challenges beyond their wildest imaginations, but through their struggles, they will define the fate of the galaxy. As we look back at the history that brought us here, we begin to understand the stakes. The galaxy is about to change, and the questions of right and wrong, light and dark, will be tested as never before. The ultimate question remains, who will rise to the occasion and who will fall to the darkness? Before the Empire rose to power, the galaxy was governed by the Galactic Republic. The Republic had once been a symbol of unity and peace, spreading across countless star systems. For thousands of years, it maintained a fragile stability. It's built on the idea that systems, planets, and people could come together for the common good. However, beneath this surface of order, corruption had quietly begun to take root. Over time, the Senate, which was meant to represent the will of the people, became an institution that served the interests of a few powerful elites. The Republic's leaders, more concerned with their own power, lost sight of the principles that once made the Republic great. This corruption was not just political, it also seeped into the very fabric of the Republic's security and military forces. The Jedi Order, whose duty was to protect the galaxy and ensure peace, was also caught up in the growing political instability. Although they maintained their role as peacekeepers, the Jedi became more entangled in the politics of the Republic, their influence and decisions often being shaped by the Senate's will. While the Jedi remained committed to justice, their neutrality in the face of growing political unrest began to falter, and their once noble image started to lose its luster in the eyes of the galaxy's citizens. The galaxy's greatest threat, however, came not from within, but from external forces. The Separatists, a collection of systems that felt oppressed by the central authority of the Republic, began to rise up against the Senate's rule. They believed that the Republic was too corrupt to maintain control over the galaxy and sought to break away and form their own coalition. Led by Count Dooku, a former Jedi turned Sith Lord, the Separatists created a formidable military force made up of battle droids, which they used to challenge the Republic's hold over key systems. The Separatists gained significant ground, and soon the galaxy was plunged into war, known as the Clone Wars. The Republic, struggling to defend itself, created the Grand Army of the Republic. To fight the Separatists, the Republic relied on clone soldiers, created by a mysterious order of Jedi and bounty hunters who were genetically engineered to be soldiers. This army was led by Jedi generals who were tasked with commanding these clones in battle. The Clone Wars raged on for years, causing devastation across countless planets. Millions of lives were lost, and the galactic economy and social order were pushed to the breaking point. Now, the war seemed endless, and both sides grew desperate for victory. Despite the horrors of the war, there was one force that remained steadfast in its commitment to peace: the Jedi. But even they could not avoid the corruption and manipulation that had infiltrated the Republic. As the war dragged on, more Jedi began to question their role, the ethics of their involvement, and the Republic's direction. And all the while, behind the scenes, a dark figure moved to ensure the fall of the Republic and the rise of a new order: the Sith. The Sith, ancient enemies of the Jedi, had long been thought extinct. For centuries, they had lived in the shadows, their teachings forbidden by the Jedi. But Darth Sidious, the Sith Lord known only to a few, had been quietly orchestrating the downfall of the Republic from within. Sidious manipulated the political system, using the war to his advantage, and worked from the shadows to turn the tide in his favor. He was a master of deception, and his ultimate goal was to create an empire ruled by the Sith, a galaxy where only those with power like him could control the destiny of others. Sidious's rise to power was aided by his ability to exploit the fear and chaos that the Clone Wars had created. He positioned himself as a leader who could bring an end to the war, offering promises of peace and stability, even as he furthered his own dark ambitions. The Senate, weary of the conflict, granted him emergency powers, allowing him to rule with unchecked authority. With the Republic's leaders now under his control, Sidious was poised to make his move. He would take over the galaxy, destroy the Jedi, establish a new regime, the Galactic Empire. At the same time, the Jedi, despite their increasing doubts about the Republic's direction, were still dedicated to their mission of protecting the galaxy. The Clone Wars had pushed them to their limits, forcing them to make difficult decisions and sacrifices. Some Jedi, like Obi-Wan Kenobi, believed in the cause of the Republic and the necessity of the war. Others, like Anakin Skywalker, who was among the most powerful and promising of the Jedi, struggled with personal conflicts. Anakin's loyalty to the Jedi was tested by his love for Padma Amidala, a woman who was forbidden to him by the Jedi Code. But Anakin's greatest struggle was with his fear of losing those he loved. His fear of loss made him vulnerable to manipulation, and Sidious recognized this weakness. As Sidious's influence grew, Anakin found himself torn between his duty as a Jedi and his desire for power. Sidious promised him the power to save the people he loved, offering him the ability to change the course of fate itself. Anakin's fear of loss made him a prime target for the Sith, and slowly, over time, he began to fall under their sway. The rise of the Sith was not just a personal story. It was a cosmic struggle between two opposing philosophies. The Jedi represented the light side of the Force, believing in selflessness, peace, and the protection of all life. The Sith, on the other hand, believed in the dark side of the Force, which emphasized power, control, and the destruction of those who would stand in their way. The Jedi and the Sith had clashed before, but now, as the Clone Wars neared their final stages, the battle between them would reach its ultimate conclusion. The galaxy was on the brink of a new era, one in which the Republic would cease to exist, replaced by an empire ruled by the Sith. The Jedi Order, nearly destroyed, would be hunted down, its members wiped out or forced into hiding. The Clone Wars, which had brought so much death and destruction, would be the catalyst for the creation of this new order. And in the midst of this conflict, the fate of the galaxy would rest on the shoulders of those few who could still resist the power of the Sith. But even as the dark side of the Force threatened to consume everything, there was hope. The rebellion, though scattered and outnumbered, was beginning to form. This resistance movement would ultimately challenge the Empire and become the symbol of hope for a galaxy that had lost its way. But the path to victory would not be easy. The Empire was powerful, and its hold on the galaxy seemed unbreakable. The rebellion would need new heroes. Those who were willing to stand up against the overwhelming power of the Sith, no matter the cost. The rise of the Empire was inevitable, but the story of how the galaxy would ultimately be freed had yet to be written. It was a story that would span generations, a tale of redemption, sacrifice, and the eternal struggle between light and dark. And as the galaxy's fate hung in the balance, the actions of a few brave souls would determine whether hope or darkness would rule the stars. In the galaxy, where wars rage and heroes rise, there are a few individuals whose actions and decisions will shape the fate of billions. These characters, driven by their own motivations, have come to play key roles in the ongoing battle between good and evil. Though their paths are different, their choices will intertwine as the galaxy faces its most challenging moments. Let's take a closer look at some of the core characters whose personal stakes and motivations drive the conflict at the heart of this story. First, there is Luke Skywalker, a young man who starts as a simple farm boy on the desert planet of Tatooine. Initially, Luke dreams of adventure beyond the harsh desert sands of his home. But he has no idea that he is destined for something far greater. His life takes a drastic turn when he learns about the Jedi and the Force. Luke is driven by a desire to make a difference, to fight against the overwhelming power of the Empire that oppresses his people. As he learns more about his past, including the secret identity of his father, Anakin Skywalker, Luke is pushed to embrace his destiny. His journey is one of self-discovery and growing responsibility. But it's also filled with challenges, as he must confront the darkness within himself and decide if he can live up to the legacy of his father. Princess Leia Organa, leader of the Rebel Alliance, is another central character whose motivations are deeply personal. Born into the royal family of Alderaan, Leia is a strong-willed and courageous woman who refuses to stand by while the Empire spreads its tyranny. After witnessing the destruction of her home planet Alderaan, Leia is more determined than ever to fight back. Her motivation stems from a deep sense of justice and a desire to free the galaxy from the Empire's rule. However, her personal stakes run even deeper. She is also the twin sister of Luke Skywalker, but she remains unaware of this for much of her journey. For Leia, the fight is not just political. It's a battle to reclaim her future and her identity, and to prevent the galaxy from falling under the control of an oppressive regime. Han Solo, the charming smuggler-turned-hero, is another key figure in this battle. Han starts off as a self-interested, cynical character who cares more about making money than fighting in a war. His ship, the Millennium Falcon, and his companion Chewbacca are his most important possessions. But as Han becomes more involved with the rebellion, especially after meeting Luke and Leia, he begins to realize that he is capable of more than just self-serving actions. Han's motivation evolves from seeking personal gain to defending the freedom of those who have been oppressed. He's not always the hero everyone expects him to be, but his courage grows, and he learns the true value of fighting for something greater than himself. Obi-Wan Kenobi, once a wise and powerful Jedi Master, is another essential character whose motivations are shaped by his tragic past. Obi-Wan was one of the last remaining Jedi after the Sith purged most of their order. His life has been one of sacrifice and duty, and he bears the heavy burden of knowing that his former student, Anakin Skywalker, has turned to the dark side and become Darth Vader. Obi-Wan is driven by the belief that there is still hope for redemption, particularly for Anakin, who was once the Jedi's most promising apprentice. His mission to guide Luke Skywalker is not just about training the young man to be a Jedi. It is about ensuring that the light side of the Force will continue to live on. Obi-Wan knows that the galaxy's fate rests on the next generation of heroes, and he is determined to ensure that they have the tools they need to defeat the Empire. Then, there's Darth Vader, whose personal journey and motivations are some of the most complex in the galaxy. Once known as Anakin Skywalker, Darth Vader was a Jedi Knight with incredible potential. His early life was marked by a fear of losing those he loved, particularly his wife Padme Amidala. This fear, combined with his desire for power, led him down a dark path to the Sith. As Darth Vader, he serves as the enforcer of the Emperor, ruthlessly hunting down the Jedi and ensuring that the Empire's will is carried out. Despite his loyalty to the Emperor, there remains a flicker of Anakin's humanity inside him. This internal conflict is what makes him a tragic figure in the story. His struggle between the dark side of the Force and the love he once had for his family drives much of the narrative and influences key events in the saga. Finally, there is Yoda. It's a wise and ancient Jedi Master who plays a key role in guiding the next generation of Jedi. Yoda's motivations are rooted in his deep understanding of the Force. His wisdom, gained over centuries, has shaped the Jedi Order, and he is determined to ensure that the next generation of Jedi knows how to balance the light and dark sides of the Force. Yoda is driven by the belief that the Force itself must be protected, and that its balance is essential for peace. In the galaxy, he is also deeply aware of the risks involved, knowing that training someone like Luke to become a Jedi comes with enormous challenges. Yoda's role is one of mentorship, and he guides others not just with knowledge but with the kind of wisdom that only time can give. Each of these characters is driven by deeply personal motivations. Whether it's Luke's quest to honor his father's legacy, Leia's determination to restore peace to the galaxy, Han's evolving sense of duty, Obi-Wan's desire to protect and redeem, Vader's internal conflict between light and dark, or Yoda's guidance to preserve balance. Their individual stories are intricately tied to the larger narrative of the galaxy's struggle. The choices they make, the sacrifices they endure, and the relationships they form all contribute to the ongoing fight between the forces of good and evil. These characters' personal stakes in the conflict not only shape their own destinies, but also play a crucial role in determining the fate of the galaxy. In the end, it is these personal motivations and struggles that make their journeys so relatable and their sacrifices so impactful. Each one of them, in their own way, contributes to the larger battle that will define the future of the galaxy. Their actions show us that no matter how small or large our role in a conflict might seem, our choices can change the course of history. The galaxy, vast and filled with countless stars and planets, had long known peace. Though the Republic was far from perfect, it offered a sense of order. Many systems lived in relative tranquility, their people going about their daily lives without the constant threat of war looming over them. Life was simple in many places, with families tending to their lands, traders moving between systems, and cities thriving under the protection of the Republic. For those far from the front lines, life felt stable, even if they were unaware of the tensions simmering beneath the surface. On the bustling world of Coruscant, the heart of the Galactic Republic, life seemed to hum with an endless energy. Towering skyscrapers and grand temples were a testament to the height of civilization. The Jedi, once seen as the guardians of peace, walked the halls of the Jedi Temple with calm purpose. For them, there was no immediate threat, no grand sense of urgency, only the constant study and meditation required to maintain balance in the Force. The Jedi Council, composed of the wisest and most powerful Jedi, met regularly discussing issues that affected the Republic, as well as the balance of the Force itself. There was a sense of routine in these chambers. To the Jedi, the galaxy had found its rhythm. But even in this calm, there were whispers. Some felt uneasy about the growing division within the Republic. The Separatists, who opposed the centralized government of the Republic, were becoming louder and more organized. For most of the galaxy, these whispers were not enough to disrupt their daily lives. Life on Coruscant and many of the peaceful systems continued as it always had. Families raised their children, students studied, and workers built the future. There was peace, or at least the illusion of it. In the heart of this relative stability, Anakin Skywalker, the Jedi Knight who had become a hero of the Clone Wars, found himself in a place of uncertainty. Though the war was consuming much of the galaxy, Anakin was, for a time, able to enjoy moments of peace with his loved ones. His wife, Padme Amidala, had just come from a lengthy political campaign. And justice, even in the darkest of times. Together, they shared a quiet life away from the chaos. Yet Anakin's inner struggle, though hidden beneath a calm exterior, was slowly growing. The darkness of his thoughts and his fear of losing those he loved loomed over him like a shadow. He could sense that something was coming, something that would disrupt the fragile peace that had settled in the galaxy. But like many, he could not yet see what would break the calm. The Rebel Alliance. Still in its early stages and scattered across various systems, also experienced a few peaceful moments. Its members, though deeply dedicated to fighting the empires, Rule found time to connect with each other and share ideas. These rebels, fighting for freedom and justice, felt a sense of optimism in their quiet moments. For some, the storm of war had not yet reached them, and the idea of overthrowing the mighty empire seemed a distant, unreachable goal. They spoke of hope, but still, there was a deep awareness that their fight would come at great cost. Yet, even in these moments of peace, there was a sense of impending danger. Across the galaxy, something was stirring, something many could not fully understand. The Senate, once a symbol of unity and strength, had become a battleground for power-hungry politicians. Though the Jedi kept a watchful eye, the corruption in the Senate was growing stronger by the day. The calm of everyday life masked the instability brewing beneath the surface. The Republic's seemingly perfect balance was beginning to tilt. While the people enjoyed their quiet moments, they remained unaware of the forces working against them. In the shadows, Darth Sidious, the Sith Lord pulling the strings behind the scenes, knew that the time for peace was running out. His plan, years in the making, was nearing its final stages. The Republic, once the symbol of democracy and unity, would soon crumble under the weight of his manipulation. He had already begun to turn the tide in his favor, controlling both the Senate and the military through deceit. His empire, founded on fear and power, was ready to rise. The calm moments the galaxy was experiencing were fleeting. For Sidious knew that his war was about to begin in full force. The galaxy, for all its peace and stability, was living on borrowed time. What felt like a peaceful pause was merely the calm before a storm that would shake everything to its core. The Jedi, the Republic, and even the Rebellion would soon be tested in ways they could not yet imagine. The power of the Sith was growing stronger, and the consequences of that power would soon be felt everywhere. The quiet, peaceful moments were about to shatter, and when they did, the galaxy would never be the same again. The stakes had been set. The players were in motion, and the storm that had been building would soon break over everyone. The calm before the storm was ending, and a new chapter in the galaxy's history was about to begin. For a long time, the galaxy had been held together by a fragile peace. But slowly, the first signs of change began to appear. At first, these changes were small, almost imperceptible to the average person. Life seemed to carry on as usual for most people across the galaxy, with systems and planets continuing their regular routines. However, behind the scenes, there were subtle changes that, when pieced together, formed a clear picture of a galaxy on the brink of conflict. The Republic, once a beacon of unity, was showing cracks. The Senate, which was meant to represent the will of the people, had become more divided and dysfunctional over time. Some senators were beginning to question whether the Republic could continue to function as it had. The growing number of systems that felt ignored or oppressed by the central government was increasing. Count Dooku, a former Jedi turned Sith Lord, had become the leader of a new movement, the Separatists, who argued that the Republic was no longer able to serve the galaxy as it once did. They called for independence from the central government, sparking the first major signs of division. The Separatists were not just a political movement. They had a strong military force, made up of battle droids, ready to fight for their cause. This growing military power was one of the earliest signs of change, as it signaled that the peaceful status quo was in jeopardy. The Separatists, with the help of powerful allies, began to threaten the stability of the Republic. Their call for independence and their aggressive stance towards the Republic began to create tension between the different star systems. What seemed like a distant political disagreement soon escalated into something much larger. At the same time, there were other subtle signs of change within the Jedi Order. For centuries, the Jedi had served as guardians of peace and defenders of the Republic, but in recent years they had become increasingly involved in the politics of the Senate. Jedi like Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker found themselves at the front lines of the conflict, leading the Republic's forces in the growing war. Their role in the war, though driven by a desire to protect the galaxy, raised concerns among some Jedi. Some believed that their involvement in such a large-scale conflict was against the Jedi Code, which emphasized peace and neutrality. The conflict between the Republic and the Separatists, which began as a political dispute, was now being fueled by the actions of the Sith. While the Republic's leaders struggled to maintain control, Sidious and his apprentice, Darth Maul, worked in secret to manipulate both sides. They created fear and distrust, fueling the flames of war. The Republic, unable to solve its internal problems, found itself dragged into a conflict that seemed impossible to stop. Despite the growing signs of danger, most people still didn't realize how close the galaxy was to full-scale war. The Republic was slow to react, and the Separatists were gaining strength with each passing day. Even the Jedi, for all their wisdom, couldn't see the full extent of the threat they were facing. They were still focused on protecting the galaxy from external threats, and were unaware that the real danger came from within. But the first real shift came when the Senate granted Chancellor Palpatine emergency powers to deal with the Separatist threat. This decision marked the beginning of the Republic's transformation into something darker. Palpatine, who had long been a master of manipulation, used his new powers to increase his control over the galaxy. He began to slowly remove the checks and balances that had kept the Republic from becoming a dictatorship. Palpatine's rise to power was one of the first clear signs that the galaxy was heading in a dangerous direction. The Clone Wars officially began as a result of the Republic's need to defend itself against the Separatists. The Jedi, once peacekeepers, were now generals in a full-scale war. The war, which had begun with small conflicts and disagreements, now engulfed the galaxy in violence. The battles were large and destructive, and as the war continued, more and more systems became involved. The galaxy was no longer the peaceful place it had once been. The signs of change were now undeniable. What had once been a time of relative peace was quickly turning into a battle for survival. However, even as the Republic and Separatists fought against each other, the true source of the galaxy's problems lay with the Sith. While everyone focused on the growing conflict between the Republic and Separatists, Sidious's plan continued to unfold in the background. The Sith, long thought to be defeated, had returned stronger than ever. They were manipulating the galaxy's events from the shadows, and their ultimate goal was the destruction of the Jedi Order and the rise of the Sith as rulers of the galaxy. The early warning signs were there. Growing divisions within the Republic, the rise of the Separatists, the increasing involvement of the Jedi in the war, and the hidden influence of the Sith, but they were all dismissed as part of a larger struggle. The true scope of the coming conflict was not fully understood. What began as a small political rift had now grown into a galaxy-wide war, and the consequences of this conflict would change everything. As the tension between the Republic and the Separatists escalated, the galaxy was already on the edge of a major transformation. The calm before the storm was coming to an end. What started as small disputes and political disagreements was now turning into the largest conflict the galaxy had ever seen. And soon, the full extent of the Sith's plan would be revealed, and the galaxy would be changed forever. As the galaxy continued to drift toward chaos, new leaders and factions began to rise, challenging the established order of the Republic and the long-standing power structures that had once held the galaxy together. These new leaders were not content with the status quo. They were driven by their own visions of power and control. and they represented a growing movement of rebellion against the old ways. Their rise was not just a sign of the galaxy's changing political landscape, it was a direct response to the corruption and failure of the Republic's leadership. One of the most significant and dangerous movements to emerge was the Separatist Alliance. This group of systems, led by Count Dooku, a former Jedi Knight who had turned against the Republic, began to question the Republic's ability to govern. Dooku, who had become a Sith Lord, believed that the galaxy needed a new system of government, one that was free from the corruption he saw in the Senate. He argued that the Republic's centralized power had grown too weak and too corrupt to protect the galaxy's people. In response to the growing dissatisfaction, Dooku rallied the Separatists, forming a faction of systems that wanted to break away from the Republic. The Separatists were not just a political faction, they also represented a new kind of leadership. In the galaxy, Dooku's charisma and vision attracted a wide range of followers, including wealthy trade organizations and systems that felt neglected or mistreated by the central government. His promise of a new, more independent system appealed to those who were tired of the Republic's bureaucracy and corruption. However, behind Dooku's seemingly noble cause lay his true motives. He was secretly working for the Sith under the influence of Darth Sidious, the Sith Lord who sought to bring about the downfall of the Republic and the rise of the Empire. Dooku's rise as a leader was not just a challenge to the Republic, it was a reflection of the growing disillusionment that many systems felt toward the Republic's ability to govern. His movement represented the desire for change, but also the growing unrest and frustration that were simmering beneath the surface of the galaxy's political landscape. Dooku's faction, with its new ideals and promises of freedom, attracted many who were desperate for a better future, but they were unaware of the darker forces driving their leader at the same time. A new and dangerous force was rising within the Republic itself. Chancellor Palpatine, who had long served as the head of the Senate, was quietly consolidating power. Palpatine, like Dooku, had grown disillusioned with the state of the Republic. However, his motivations were very different. Where Dooku sought to destroy the Republic in the name of freedom, Palpatine sought to take control of it for himself. Through manipulation and deceit, Palpatine used the crisis created by the Separatists to gain emergency powers, allowing him to rule without the checks and balances that had previously kept his authority in check. Palpatine's rise to power was slow and subtle, but it was no less significant. He positioned himself as the only leader capable of ending the conflict, promising peace and stability to a war-torn galaxy. He played on the fears of the people, convincing them that the Republic needed strong leadership to defeat the Separatists. With the Senate's approval, Palpatine became the Supreme Chancellor, gaining almost unlimited authority. Over time, he used this power to eliminate his political rivals and create a dictatorship under his control. His ultimate goal was not to save the galaxy, but to rule it. Palpatine's rise to power created a deep tension within the Republic. While the Jedi, who were still loyal to the Republic, supported Palpatine's leadership in the fight against the Separatists, there were growing concerns about his increasing authority. Some Jedi, like Mace Windu and Yoda, began to question whether Palpatine could be trusted with such power. They sensed that something was not right, but they were unsure of the full extent of Palpatine's plans. The Jedi Order was torn between their duty to the Republic and their growing suspicion that Palpatine was not what he appeared to be. This tension between the Jedi and Palpatine would later become a crucial factor in the downfall of the Republic. Meanwhile, another important figure emerged in the galaxy: Anakin Skywalker. A powerful Jedi Knight, Anakin had long been seen as the hero of the Clone Wars. He was a symbol of hope and strength, and many believed that he was the chosen one who would bring balance to the Force. However, Anakin's rise as a leader also brought significant challenges. Despite his skill and bravery, Anakin was driven by personal struggles. He feared the loss of his loved ones, particularly his wife, Padme Amidala, and this fear made him vulnerable to manipulation. Anakin's internal conflict, his desire for power, and his fear of loss would ultimately play a critical role in his fall to the dark side. Anakin's relationship with Palpatine, who would become his mentor, also created tensions within the Jedi Order. While the Jedi saw Palpatine as a leader who was slowly growing too powerful, Anakin saw him as a friend who could offer the power to save those he loved. Palpatine's influence over Anakin grew. The conflict between loyalty to the Jedi and his personal desires began to tear Anakin apart. He was caught between the two factions, the Jedi and the Sith, offering him something different, but both pushing him in different directions. Anakin's rise as a leader was marked by personal turmoil, and it would soon become clear that his choices would have devastating consequences for both the galaxy and himself. The rise of these new leaders and factions created a galaxy full of uncertainty and division. On one hand, there were the Separatists, fighting for independence and the promise of a new order. On the other hand, there was Palpatine, consolidating his power within the Republic and manipulating events to suit his desires. And at the center of it all stood Anakin, torn between the Jedi and the Sith, struggling with his inner demons and the weight of his destiny. Each of these new leaders, Dooku, Palpatine, and Anakin, challenged the established order. The galaxy was forced to choose sides. As these leaders clashed, they created a tension that would only escalate. The choices they made, their ambitions, and their motivations would shape the future of the galaxy. The rise of these new factions and leaders marked the beginning of a new era, one that would be defined by power struggles, betrayal, and the ultimate fall of the Republic. The galaxy was no longer a place of peace and stability, it was a battleground for control, with the fate of millions hanging in the balance. The rise of these leaders was just the beginning of a conflict that would change the galaxy forever. The galaxy, once a place of relative peace, was beginning to fracture under the weight of its internal divisions. As political tensions grew between the Republic and the Separatists, the first real conflicts began to arise. These early disputes were not just simple skirmishes between opposing forces, they were signals of a much larger storm on the horizon, one that would engulf the galaxy in a war that would change everything. The Clone Wars officially began with the first major conflict between the Grand Army of the Republic and the Separatist Alliance. It started when the planet Geonosis, a critical world in the Separatist movement, became the site of a major battle. The Separatists had begun to build a droid army, prepared to challenge the Republic's influence across the galaxy. As tensions between the two factions escalated, the Republic found itself forced to defend its territories, leading to a series of confrontations that would set the stage for the larger war. On Geonosis, the Republic, under the leadership of Jedi, generals engaged in a battle against the Separatists and their droid army. This was not just a battle of soldiers, it was the beginning of a galaxy-wide conflict. The Republic's decision to create a clone army, soldiers genetically engineered for war, was a response to the growing threat posed by the Separatists. The Jedi, once guardians of peace, now found themselves leading armies, commanding thousands of clones into battle. This shift in their role from peacekeepers to warriors created internal conflict within the Jedi Order. Many of them questioned whether their involvement in such a war was truly the right path, especially when the very core of their beliefs remaining neutral was being challenged. But as the battle on Geonosis raged on, the Jedi had no choice but to fight. The clones, who had been bred for war, fought alongside them, marking the beginning of a new chapter for the galaxy. The Republic's involvement in the war seemed inevitable now, as the conflict had become too large to ignore. While the Republic and Separatists clashed in the first major battle of the war, the seeds of greater unrest were being sown throughout the galaxy. Many systems that were once loyal to the Republic began to question whether it could still offer protection or maintain order. The Separatists, led by Count Dooku, presented themselves as a new force for change, promising freedom and independence from the corrupt Republic. For many, this message resonated. Republic, once a symbol of hope and unity, had become entangled in corruption, unable to respond quickly to the needs of the people. Systems that had been ignored by the Senate for years began to rally behind the Separatists, joining their cause and creating a fractured galaxy. The early conflicts weren't only on the battlefield. The growing divide between the Republic and the Separatists sparked debates in the Senate. Some senators began to openly criticize the Republic's leadership, questioning the handling of the war and the increasing power of Chancellor Palpatine. Palpatine, who had gained emergency powers to fight the Separatists, was seen by some as a necessary leader in a time of crisis. But to others, he seemed to be taking advantage of the war to seize more power for himself. The Senate, once a place of democratic discussion, had become increasingly divided, with political factions rising to challenge the authority of the chancellor. Some senators feared that Palpatine's growing control was pushing the Republic toward dictatorship. This political tension only fueled the growing unrest across the galaxy, setting the stage for more serious conflicts to come. Amid this turmoil, the Jedi continued to struggle with their new role as military leaders. The war had placed them in a difficult position where their duty to the Republic and their role as protectors of peace often clashed. Jedi like Anakin Skywalker, once a promising student of the Force, were torn between their loyalty to the Jedi Code and their increasing involvement in the war. Anakin, in particular, struggled with the weight of his responsibilities. As the war intensified, he found himself increasingly distanced from the teachings of the Jedi, and his emotions, especially fear and anger, began to cloud his judgment. The tension within Anakin, as well as his growing frustration with the Jedi Council, highlighted the internal conflict that the Jedi Order was facing. The war was not just a battle against the Separatists. It was a personal battle for many of the Jedi. On the other side of the conflict, the Separatists were not without their own challenges. Although their droid army was powerful, they lacked the leadership and cohesion that the Republic's forces had. Count Dooku, a former Jedi turned Sith, led the Separatists with a mix of political maneuvering and military might. Dooku's primary goal was to destroy the Republic, but his actions were also influenced by his loyalty to the Sith. Behind the scenes, Darth Sidious, the Sith Lord, was manipulating events to ensure that the war would serve his ultimate goal: the destruction of the Jedi and the rise of the Sith. While Dooku believed he was leading the galaxy to a new order, he was in reality being used as a pawn in Sidious's larger plan. As the Republic and Separatists continued their fight, their growing conflict had an impact on the people of the galaxy. Civilian populations across many systems were caught in the crossfire. Trade routes were disrupted, planets were bombed, and entire cities were destroyed. The galaxy's economy, once thriving under the Republic's leadership, was now in decline. Many systems were forced to choose sides, not just based on political beliefs, but out of necessity. Some systems, like Naboo, remained neutral, hoping to avoid the devastation of war. But neutrality was becoming increasingly difficult as the war spread across the galaxy and more systems were drawn into the conflict. In the midst of this chaos, a new set of leaders began to emerge, and they were quickly becoming symbols of hope for the galaxy's people. Amidala, the former queen of Naboo and now a senator, was one such leader. Padme had always been a fierce advocate for peace and diplomacy. She had seen firsthand the cost of war and worked tirelessly to bring the Senate together to end the conflict. But her efforts were often met with resistance. As the Republic's military grew stronger, the Senate grew more divided, and Padme's calls for peace seemed to fall on deaf ears. Still, she remained committed to her cause. Knowing that the galaxy's future depended on finding a way to end the war, despite her efforts, Padme was beginning to realize that the war was not going to end through peaceful means alone. The early conflicts had shown that the galaxy was on the brink of something far greater than just a political dispute. The Republic and Separatists were locked in a cycle of violence that seemed impossible to break. As the war continued, the question remained: would there be anyone left to restore the peace once it was all over? In the early stages of the Clone Wars, the galaxy's fate seemed uncertain. The first encounters between the Republic and the Separatists had set the stage for the larger conflict, but the tensions had only just begun. The political and military struggles between the two sides were only the beginning of a much larger, more dangerous conflict. The unresolved issues of the war, both on the battlefield and within the Senate, would eventually lead to even greater battles that would change the galaxy forever. The early conflicts were just a glimpse of the darkness to come, a darkness that would soon engulf the galaxy in its entirety as the galaxy moves closer to war. The internal struggles of its key characters become more pronounced. These individuals, who once stood as symbols of hope or power, now face emotional and psychological battles that will shape their fates. Their personal journeys are marked by conflict, fear, and doubt, each one grappling with their own sense of purpose and the consequences of their choices. These inner conflicts will not only determine their future, but also play a significant role in the galaxy's ultimate fate. Anakin Skywalker, perhaps the most complicated and tragic figure, is a character whose inner turmoil drives much of the story. At his core, Anakin is a man torn between his loyalty to the Jedi and his fear of loss. He was raised as a slave, and his early life was filled with hardship and pain. This background gave him a deep sense of attachment to the people he loved. His connection to Padme Amidala, the woman he loves, becomes his greatest vulnerability. Anakin's fear of losing her, especially after experiencing the death of his mother, leads him down a dangerous path. His desire for power, his need to protect those he loves, and his fear of death all create a perfect storm of emotional conflict. Anakin's relationship with the Jedi Order becomes strained over time, begins to feel disconnected from the Jedi's teachings, especially their strict rules about attachment and emotion. His love for Padme, which is forbidden by the Jedi Code, only deepens his frustration. Anakin feels isolated, unable to share his true feelings with anyone, and this sense of isolation eats away at him. He starts to question whether the Jedi are truly protecting the galaxy, or if they are just another form of control. This doubt makes him more vulnerable to the influence of Palpatine, who presents himself as a mentor and someone who understands Anakin's fears. The conflict within Anakin grows as he begins to feel torn between his duties as a Jedi and his personal desires. His inner struggle, fueled by fear and anger, will eventually lead him down the path of the dark side. Padme Amidala, on the other hand, faces a different kind of inner conflict. As a senator and former queen, Padme has always been a strong, idealistic leader, committed to peace and justice. She believes in diplomacy and strives to prevent the galaxy from falling into war. However, as the Clone Wars escalate, she finds herself caught in the middle of a growing political divide. Her ideals of peace and diplomacy are constantly tested. As the Republic drifts closer to authoritarian rule under Chancellor Palpatine, Padme is deeply concerned about the direction the Republic is heading, but she feels powerless to stop it. She begins to fear that her efforts to negotiate peace are in vain, especially as the Senate grows more divided and the war escalates. This creates a feeling of helplessness within Padme, who has always been a beacon of hope for the galaxy. Padme's internal struggle also stems from her relationship with Anakin. She is aware of his growing frustration with the Jedi and his emotional struggles, but she doesn't fully understand how deep those struggles go. She tries to help him, offering love and support, but her efforts seem increasingly futile. Padme's fear of losing Anakin to the war and possibly to the dark side becomes a source of constant anxiety. She is caught between her duties as a leader and her desire to protect her loved ones. This inner conflict, coupled with the growing instability in the galaxy, weighs heavily on her, pushing her to question her role in the larger struggle. Padme's journey is marked by her deep sense of duty, but also her growing fear of the future and her inability to protect the things she holds dear. Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Jedi Master who has always been a calm and steady presence, faces his own internal conflict as the war progresses. Obi-Wan is loyal to the Jedi Order, but he is increasingly troubled by the path that the Republic is taking. The Clone Wars have forced the Jedi into a military role, which is something they had always tried to avoid. The Jedi, who once focused solely on protecting peace, are now soldiers in a war that seems endless. Obi-Wan, in particular, feels the weight of his responsibilities. He has always been a teacher, and he has watched Anakin Skywalker grow from a promising young Jedi into a complex, conflicted man. Obi-Wan's emotional connection to Anakin is deep. He sees Anakin as a brother, someone he has trained and cared for. But as Anakin begins to show signs of anger and frustration, Obi-Wan becomes increasingly worried. His failure to fully understand Anakin's emotional struggles weighs heavily on him. Obi-Wan's greatest internal struggle is his realization that he may not be able to save Anakin from the path he is heading down. This fear of failure, of not being able to protect his friend and his student, is a painful reality for Obi-Wan. His internal conflict is one of duty versus personal attachment. He knows the Jedi Code requires him to remain detached, yet his love for Anakin makes this difficult. Yoda, the wise and ancient Jedi Master, also faces his own inner battle as the war continues. Despite his wisdom and deep connection to the Force, Yoda cannot shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong. The Jedi have long held the belief that they are the guardians of peace, yet the war they find themselves in contradicts this role. Yoda feels the growing darkness in the galaxy, and it disturbs him deeply. He senses that the Jedi have become too involved in the conflict, and this has shifted their purpose. Yoda struggles with the question of whether the Jedi should have intervened in the Clone Wars, or if their involvement was inevitable. He begins to doubt the Jedi's role in the galaxy's future, and this doubt grows as the war drags on. Yoda's conflict is centered around the balance between light and dark, between peace and war. He understands the importance of maintaining balance in the Force, but the galaxy's descent into chaos threatens that balance. Yoda is forced to confront his own feelings of helplessness, knowing that the Jedi's actions may have led them to this point. The wisdom that once guided the Jedi Order now feels insufficient in the face of the growing conflict. As the Clone Wars escalate, these characters, Anakin, Padmé, Obi-Wan, and Yoda, each faced with deep internal struggles. Their emotional and psychological evolution reflects the larger conflict they are caught in. The war not only challenges their physical strength, but also their beliefs, values, and sense of purpose. Their struggles are not just with external enemies. They are also battling within themselves. For each of them, the stakes are not just the fate of the galaxy, but also their own souls. The choices they make in the coming battles will not just determine their futures, but will also shape the galaxy's destiny. The tension between duty, love, fear, and hope defines their character arcs as they prepare for the escalating conflict. That will change everything. The galaxy was no longer a place of peace. The tension between the Republic and the Separatists had been growing for some time, but now that tension had reached a boiling point. After years of small clashes and political disagreements, the first major battle of the Clone Wars had arrived. This battle was not just a turning point for the military forces involved, but also a moment that would have significant personal stakes for the characters, as well as far-reaching consequences for the galaxy itself. It was a moment that would shape the future of the galaxy and test the loyalty, courage, and resolve of those involved. The battle began on Geonosis, a harsh desert planet that had become a central location for the Separatists. The Republic, under the command of the Jedi, had sent a team of Jedi to investigate reports of Separatist activity. When the Jedi arrived, they discovered that the Separatists had built a massive army of battle droids, preparing to launch a full-scale war against the Republic. The Separatists' leader, Count Dooku, had clearly been planning for this moment, and now the time had come for him to strike. The Republic responded by sending its newly formed clone army into battle. The clones, who had been created and bred for combat, were led by the Jedi, who had been thrust into the role of generals. This was the first real test for the clones, as they faced off against the droid armies of the Separatists. For the Jedi, this battle was not just a military engagement, it was a moral struggle. The Jedi were supposed to be guardians of peace, not soldiers in a war. Yet here they were, leading armies into battle, and many of them questioned whether they were losing their way. The personal stakes for the Jedi were high. Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had spent years training Anakin Skywalker, found himself in charge of a large portion of the clone army. His bond with Anakin was deep, and he worried about his young apprentices' growing frustration with the Jedi Council and their role in the war. Anakin, on the other hand, was determined to prove himself on the battlefield. He wanted to be more than just a Jedi Knight, he wanted to be a hero. He was eager to prove his worth, but his emotions, especially his fear of losing those he loved, began to cloud his judgment. As the battle on Geonosis raged on, Anakin found himself in situations where his instincts to act quickly and aggressively conflicted with the Jedi and teachings of patience and caution. This conflict within Anakin would continue to grow, and the choices he made on this battlefield would have lasting consequences for both him and the galaxy. For Padme Amidala, the stakes were deeply personal as well. As a senator, she had been working hard to prevent the galaxy from falling into war. She had always believed that diplomacy could solve the galaxy's problems. But now, with the battle on Geonosis and the rise of the Separatists, Padme found herself at the center of the conflict she had desperately tried to avoid. Her loyalty to the Republic was unwavering, but the war was forcing her to confront uncomfortable truths. The Senate's inability to prevent the war, the rise of Palpatine's power, and the growing influence of the Separatists left her feeling helpless. She was torn between her duty to her people and her fear that the galaxy was slipping beyond her control. For the galaxy at large, the stakes of the battle on Geonosis were enormous. This was the first major military engagement of the Clone Wars. Its outcome would determine the future of the Republic and the Separatists. If the Republic lost, the Separatists would gain momentum, and the war would spread to more systems, destabilizing the entire galaxy. The Separatists, with their battle droid army, represented a growing force of rebellion against the Republic's authority. If they succeeded in this early battle, they could convince more systems to join their cause and challenge the Republic's dominance. On the other hand, if the Republic could hold its ground, it might be able to push back the Separatist threat and send a message to the galaxy that the Republic would not be so easily defeated. As the battle unfolded, the clones fought with a sense of determination, but they were also uncertain about their place in this larger conflict. They had been bred for war, but this was the first time they had faced such a large-scale battle. The clones, though genetically identical, began to develop their own personalities and individual experiences. Rex, a clone captain, showed leadership and loyalty, while others like Fives questioned their purpose in the war. The battle on Geonosis was the first real test for these clones, and many of them would be changed by it. On the Separatist side, the droid army had its own set of challenges. While the droids were efficient and easy to replace, they lacked the human element that made the Republic soldiers, the clones, so dangerous. The Separatists also had their own leaders with their personal stakes. Count Dooku, who had long been a Jedi before turning to the Sith, was driven by his desire to overthrow the Republic and bring about a new order. But he was also working under the orders of his master, Darth Sidious, whose true intentions were hidden even from Dooku. Sidious's ultimate goal was not just to bring down the Republic, but to destroy the Jedi and ensure the Sith's dominance. In the galaxy, this complex web of personal ambition and loyalty added another layer of tension to the battle. As the battle on Geonosis escalated, it became clear that the galaxy was no longer a place of peace. The Republic's struggle to maintain order, the Separatists' drive for independence, and the Jedi's moral conflict about their role in the war were all coming to a head. The outcome of the battle would have lasting consequences, not just for the characters involved, but for the entire galaxy. The first major battle of the Clone Wars had set the stage for a much larger conflict, one that would soon engulf the entire galaxy. By the end of the battle, despite the heavy losses, the Republic emerged victorious, but at a great cost. The Jedi, once protectors of peace, had now become generals in a galactic war. Anakin, Obi-Wan, Padme, and the other key characters each left the battlefield with their own sense of personal and moral conflict. The galaxy may have won this battle, but the true cost of the war, both for the people and for the individuals involved, was just beginning to unfold. This early turning point would soon give way to more significant battles, deeper conflicts, and greater sacrifices that would shape the galaxy's future. As the Clone Wars escalated, the key characters in the galaxy found themselves grappling with new challenges. The initial battles were just the beginning of a larger conflict that would force these characters to reevaluate their beliefs, relationships, and strategies. Each character's response to the war revealed their internal struggles, as well as how they would evolve in the face of mounting pressure. The emotional and psychological toll of the war shaped their actions and decisions, often leading to significant shifts in their approach to the ongoing conflict. Anakin Skywalker, once a promising Jedi Knight, was deeply affected by the war. His sense of duty to the Republic was strong, but as the war dragged on, his emotions began to cloud his judgment. Anakin had always been passionate and quick to act, but the war brought out the darker sides of his personality. His fear of loss, particularly the fear of losing Padme Amidala, who he loved deeply, grew stronger as the battles became more intense. Anakin's relationship with Padme became more strained as she saw his frustration with the Jedi Order and their role in the war. She feared for his safety and felt helpless, knowing that his internal struggles were pushing him further away from her. Anakin's frustration with the Jedi grew over time, especially when the Council made decisions he didn't agree with. He believed that the Jedi, who had once been peacekeepers, had become too involved in the military aspects of the war. This shift in their role made Anakin feel disconnected from the Jedi Code, especially as he saw them more as generals in a war than guardians of peace. His increasing dissatisfaction with the Jedi Order, coupled with his growing attachment to Padme, made Anakin question everything he had been taught. He began to feel that the Jedi were not equipped to handle the kind of situation the galaxy was in. His belief that the war could only be won through aggressive action, rather than diplomatic solutions, began to shape his strategy on the battlefield as Anakin's relationship with the Jedi Order became more strained. Obi-Wan Kenobi found himself caught between his loyalty to Anakin and his duty to the Jedi Council. Obi-Wan had always been a calm and wise Jedi, but the war tested his ability to maintain his balance. He saw the potential in Anakin, but was increasingly concerned by his emotional outbursts and impulsiveness. Obi-Wan tried to guide Anakin, hoping to keep him on the path of a true Jedi. However, Obi-Wan's concern grew as he realized that Anakin's growing attachment to Padme, his desire for power, and his impatience were pushing him toward a dangerous path. Despite his best efforts, Obi-Wan struggled to reach Anakin and keep him grounded in the Jedi Code. The escalating conflict also affected Padme Amidala, who had always been a staunch advocate for peace and diplomacy. As the war progressed, Padme became increasingly disillusioned with the Republic's leadership and the growing influence of Chancellor Palpatine. She had long been a voice for peace in the Senate, but her efforts to prevent the war were now overshadowed by the increasing military involvement. Padme was not blind to the dangers of the war, and she feared that the Republic was heading down a dangerous path. She saw Palpatine's growing power as a threat to the ideals of the Republic, but she also felt powerless to stop it. Her relationship with Anakin grew more complicated as she tried to support him, while also grappling with her own doubts about the future of the galaxy. Padme became a key figure in the Senate, but her influence was increasingly undermined by the growing power of Palpatine and the war effort. As the war dragged on, Yoda, the wise Jedi Master, began to realize the true extent of the Republic's troubles. Yoda had always believed in the importance of maintaining peace and balance in the galaxy, but he soon saw that the Republic's involvement in the war was disrupting that balance. He became increasingly concerned about the Jedi's role in the conflict. Though the Jedi had been forced to fight, Yoda worried that they were losing sight of their true purpose. The Jedi were supposed to serve the galaxy and protect the innocent, but in the midst of the war, they had become soldiers. Yoda saw the growing darkness in the galaxy and understood that the Jedi's involvement in the war was only feeding that darkness. His belief in the Force, however, led him to hope that there was still a chance for the Jedi to restore balance. Even as he grew more disillusioned with their actions, Yoda's strategy shifted from direct involvement in the war to a focus on preserving the Jedi's teachings and ensuring that the Order did not lose its way. Chancellor Palpatine, who had gained emergency powers to deal with the separatist threat, used the war to further consolidate his control over the galaxy. As the war progressed, Palpatine's true motivations began to emerge. He was not simply trying to protect the Republic, he was using the war as a means to create the foundation for a new order, one that would give him ultimate power. Palpatine's strategy shifted as he manipulated events to create a crisis that only he could resolve. He painted himself as the hero of the galaxy, the one leader who could bring an end to the war and restore order. His growing influence over the Senate and the military allowed him to enact policies that gave him greater authority, making him the de facto ruler of the galaxy. By the time the Jedi began to suspect Palpatine's true intentions, it was too late. He had already secured his position of power and the Republic had been transformed into the Galactic Empire. The strategic shifts in the galaxy were not just about military decisions. They were deeply tied to the evolving relationships between the characters. As the war continued, alliances were tested and loyalties shifted. Anakin's growing attachment to Palpatine, combined with his dissatisfaction with the Jedi, created a divide between him and Obi-Wan, who still tried to guide him. Padme's efforts to maintain peace and her growing concern about Palpatine's rise to power put her at odds. With the Republic's leadership, Yoda's growing doubts about the Jedi's role in the war led him to seek a more cautious path. While Palpatine's manipulations ensured that he was the one who held the galaxy's reins, these shifts in strategy and relationships set the stage for even greater conflict. The characters were no longer simply reacting to the war, they were being shaped by it. Their decisions and actions were increasingly influenced by their personal struggles, as well as the changing political landscape of the galaxy. The tension between them grew as they were pulled in different directions, each trying to balance their own beliefs with the demands of the galaxy's escalating conflict. The war was no longer just a political dispute. It had become a battle for the very soul of the galaxy. As the Clone Wars continued to escalate, the tensions between the Republic and the Separatists began to affect not just the military forces involved, but also the everyday lives of people across the galaxy. What began as a political struggle between two factions quickly spread, creating unrest in nearly every corner of the galaxy. The effects of the war were felt far and wide, as societies that had once been stable found themselves caught in the middle of a conflict that they never asked for. The war had deep and lasting consequences for everyone, not just the soldiers fighting on the front lines, but also for the civilians trying to survive the chaos. For the Republic, the war was starting to show cracks in its foundation. The Senate, which was supposed to represent the voice of the people, had become more divided and inefficient. The Senate was filled with politicians who were increasingly focused on power, rather than the well-being of the galaxy's citizens. Many senators found themselves divided over how to deal with the growing threat of the Separatists. And as the war dragged on, corruption began to seep further into the Republic's leadership. The more Palpatine's emergency powers grew, the more it seemed that the Republic was becoming something else entirely. Chancellor Palpatine had promised peace, but his methods were becoming more authoritarian. He used the war to expand his own power, manipulating the fear and chaos the galaxy faced to position himself as the only leader capable of restoring order. The public began to question whether the Republic they once knew would ever return to its original ideals. Some people believed Palpatine's strong leadership was necessary to protect them from the Separatists, while others began to fear that his power was growing unchecked. With Palpatine gaining more control over the military and the Senate, many began to see that the Republic was shifting away from democracy and toward a form of dictatorship. The very idea of the Republic was being tested as citizens wondered if their voices would matter once the war was over. On the other side, the Separatists, though fighting for what they saw as the right to freedom and independence, were also facing their own set of challenges. Count Dooku, the leader of the Separatist movement, had promised a new order for the galaxy, one where systems would have the right to govern themselves without the interference of the corrupt Republic. Yet as the war continued, the Separatists found themselves struggling with internal divisions. Some of the systems in the Separatist alliance were more interested in self-preservation than in bringing about real change. The droid army, while effective in battle, lacked the humanity and emotional connection to their cause, making them less capable of building the kind of united front that the Separatists needed. The Separatists also faced an ethical dilemma while they were fighting against the Republic's corruption. They were becoming increasingly similar to the very force they opposed. The Separatists' use of battle droids, for example, raised moral questions. Droids were seen as expendable machines, not sentient beings, and the Separatists used them in battle without any regard for their well-being. This lack of empathy for the lives lost in the war made the Separatists' cause harder to defend for some of their own members, even within their ranks. The question of how far they were willing to go to win the war was a constant source of conflict. For common citizens, the war brought a wave of uncertainty and fear. On the planets that were involved in the fighting, families were torn apart as sons and daughters joined the military, sent to fight for causes they didn't fully understand. Trade routes were disrupted, planets were occupied, and entire industries shifted to support the war effort. Many civilians found themselves forced to choose sides, even if they didn't want to be involved in the conflict. Some were forced to support the Republic simply because their planet was under its control, while others found themselves sympathetic to the separatists who promised independence and freedom. These civilians, caught between the two sides, faced great hardships. Their lives were upended as their homes became battlegrounds, and they had little say in the outcome of the war. The ethical dilemmas faced by the average citizen were profound. Many struggled with the idea of war itself. They didn't want to choose between the Republic and the separatists. They wanted peace, but the war left them with no choice. The constant pressure to support one side or the other put many civilians in a difficult position who were forced to question their loyalty, their morals, and their values. Some, like Padma Madala, worked hard to maintain their commitment to diplomacy and peace. But even they were caught in the larger struggle between military power and the need for a peaceful resolution. For the people of the galaxy, the war was more than just a political struggle. It was a fight for the soul of their homes, their futures, and their children. At the same time, the Jedi, who had once been protectors of peace, were now thrust into the role of generals leading armies into battle. This shift in their role came with its own set of ethical challenges. The Jedi had always followed the teachings of the Force, believing in peace, wisdom, and selflessness. However, the war forced them to make decisions that went against their very nature. They were now responsible for directing armies, making strategic decisions, and sacrificing lives. Jedi like Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker struggled with their growing involvement in the war. The more they fought, the more they had to question whether they were doing the right thing. Were they still the guardians of peace, or had they become instruments of war? This was a moral and ethical question that haunted many in the Jedi Order, especially as the war began to take its toll on their own beliefs. As the war spread, the economy of the galaxy was also deeply affected. Trade routes that once brought goods and services to different systems were disrupted. Whole industries shifted to focus on supporting the war effort, leaving civilians without jobs or resources. Farmers, merchants, and workers found themselves unable to make a living as the economy slowed. On some planets, the people turned to rebellion, protesting the war and the sacrifices being asked of them. Others, feeling hopeless, turned to criminal activity as a way to survive. The social fabric of many planets began to unravel as people struggled to adapt to the changing times. In this environment, Palpatine's growing power seemed like the only solution for many. He promised stability and order in the face of growing chaos, and for some, his authoritarian leadership appeared to be the answer to the galaxy's problems. However, this came at the cost of freedom. The Republic's transformation into a militarized state, led by a single figure with near-absolute control, raised questions about whether the price of peace was too high. For some, the moral cost of supporting Palpatine's rule was clear, but for others, his leadership seemed like the only way to restore order. The social unrest and political turmoil created a deep divide in the galaxy. The war had sparked a debate over the very nature of government, freedom, and personal responsibility. As the conflict deepened, both sides faced moral and ethical dilemmas that would determine not only the future of the galaxy, but the principles by which they lived. Would the galaxy continue to fight for freedom, or would it fall under the control of a single authoritarian ruler? These questions were left unanswered for many, and the consequences of the decisions made during this time would be felt for generations. As the war continued, tension between the need for survival and the desire for peace became more apparent. The choices made by the people, the Jedi, and the leaders of both sides would decide not just the outcome of the war, but the fate of the galaxy itself. The growing unrest reflected not just the political and military battles taking place, but the deep moral and ethical challenges faced by everyone involved. The stakes were higher than ever, and as the conflict unfolded, became clear that the galaxy's future would be shaped by the choices of those who dared to lead, fight, and sacrifice. As the Clone Wars continued to escalate, the galaxy's political and military landscape was constantly changing. The initial division between the Republic and the Separatists grew more complicated as the war dragged on. What started as a clear-cut battle between two major factions began to fracture as new alliances were formed, and old ones fell apart. The heat of the conflict forced many characters to make difficult decisions, and these decisions often led to betrayals and shifting loyalties. This period of war revealed just how fragile alliances can be, especially when survival, power, personal interests are at stake. The Republic had always prided itself on being a symbol of unity and justice. But as the war deepened, cracks began to appear in this image. The Jedi Order, once united in their role as peacekeepers, found themselves increasingly divided. Anakin Skywalker, once the Republic's greatest hope, started to question the Jedi's methods and their involvement in the war. He began to see them not as guardians of peace, but as generals leading armies into battle. His loyalty to the Jedi wavered, and this internal conflict pushed him closer to Palpatine, who had already begun to manipulate Anakin by offering him power and promises of protection for his loved ones. The deeper Anakin's relationship with Palpatine grew, the more his alignment shifted. Palpatine, who had long been pulling strings behind the scenes, used Anakin's frustration with the Jedi to further deepen his hold on him. This new alliance between Anakin and Palpatine represented a significant betrayal of the Jedi Order. Once a member of the Jedi Council, Anakin began to embrace the darker aspects of his personality, falling deeper into the temptation of power. His shift in loyalty signaled a turning point for the Republic, as it lost one of its most powerful and respected warriors to the enemy. This betrayal would have devastating consequences for the galaxy, as Anakin's descent into darkness was a major blow to the Republic's chances of victory. Meanwhile, out on the Separatist side, Count Dooku, the leader of the Separatists, found himself in a precarious position as well. Dooku, a former Jedi, had aligned himself with the Sith and had been working under the guidance of Darth Sidious. However, the nature of the Sith's influence meant that Dooku was never truly in control of the Separatist movement. Sidious, hidden behind the scenes, had long been manipulating Dooku to further his own goals. Dooku believed he was leading the galaxy toward a new order, but in reality he was merely a pawn in Sidious's game. The Sith, always seeking ultimate power, saw alliances as tools to be used and discarded when they were no longer necessary. Dooku's relationship with Sidious, while seemingly one of mutual trust, was fragile and ultimately doomed. Dooku had his own ambitions, and as the war continued, he began to sense that Sidious was manipulating him. He saw the growing power of the Sith and became increasingly concerned about his own role in the grand scheme of things. This growing distrust was reflected in Dooku's interactions with other Separatist leaders, such as General Grievous, who was beginning to take more control of the Separatist forces. As the war dragged on, Dooku's alliances began to shift, and he was increasingly isolated from those he had once worked with. The Separatist movement, though powerful, was showing signs of internal division, and Dooku's weakening position was a sign of the fragile nature of alliances in times of war. At the same time, the Rebel Alliance, though not yet fully formed, began to take shape. Many systems, tired of the war and the Republic's failings, began to question whether they could trust the Republic or the Separatists. Some planets that had once been part of the Republic began to drift away, seeking to form their own alliances. These smaller factions and groups began to unite under the banner of rebellion, though their goals were not always clear. Some were motivated by a desire for independence, while others were driven by the hope of peace in a galaxy torn apart by conflict. Padma Amidala, a key figure in the Senate, was among those who began to question the Republic's direction. As the war wore on and Chancellor Palpatine consolidated more power, Padme began to fear for the future of the Republic. She saw that Palpatine was using the war to expand his own influence and was afraid that the Republic was becoming a dictatorship. This created a deep divide between her and the rest of the Senate. Some senators, who were loyal to the Republic, supported Palpatine's actions, believing he was the only one capable of ending the war. Others, like Palmy, saw Palpatine's increasing power as a threat to democracy itself. This political divide within the Republic mirrored the shifting alliances within the galaxy at large. As Pod became more vocal in her opposition to Palpatine, she found herself in conflict with other key leaders who were aligned with him, signaling the beginning of a larger ideological split. The Jedi, too, faced shifting alliances as the war continued. Initially, the Jedi were united in their support of the Republic and their role as peacekeepers. But as the war dragged on, the Jedi found themselves divided over how to approach the conflict. Some Jedi, like Mace Windu, remained loyal to the Republic, believing that they were fighting for the greater good. Others, like Yoda, began to question whether the Jedi should have been involved in the war at all. The Jedi's role as military leaders led them to make difficult decisions that they would later regret. The growing tension within the Jedi Order reflected the broader instability in the galaxy, where alliances were becoming increasingly fragile and unstable. The shifting alliances were not limited to the political and military leaders. Even the common people of the galaxy found themselves caught between competing factions. On some planets, citizens began to rally behind the Separatists, believing that the Republic's corruption and inefficiency had gone on long enough. Others remained loyal to the Republic, despite their growing concerns about its leadership. For many, the choice was not easy. The war had divided families, friends, and entire communities. As the conflict spread, people were forced to pick sides, and with each decision, it made new alliances while severing old ones. In this context, loyalties were no longer clear-cut. The lines between friend and enemy began to blur as political and personal motivations complicated the choices of those involved. The moral and ethical dilemmas faced by both the Republic and the Separatists were reflected in the shifting alliances. Each side, though, claiming to fight for noble causes, was forced to make compromises that tested their values. The once clear boundaries between right and wrong were now subject to interpretation, and the shifting loyalties of both leaders and citizens revealed just how fragile alliances can be in the heat of war. In the end, the shifting alliances in the galaxy were not just a reflection of the changing tides of war, they were a sign of the deeper fractures within the galaxy itself. As the conflict continued to escalate, alliances were tested, and the personal and political choices made by key characters would have lasting consequences. What began as a struggle between two factions soon became a battle for the soul of the galaxy, with shifting loyalties and broken alliances shaping the outcome. The consequences of these decisions would be felt for generations, as the galaxy was forever changed by the betrayal and alliances forged in the fires of war. As the Clone Wars progressed, the conflict between the Republic and the Separatists grew more intense, spreading across the galaxy. What had started as a series of skirmishes and battles soon turned into an all-out war that engulfed entire star systems. The scale of the conflict increased with every passing day, and the consequences were felt by all soldiers, civilians, and leaders alike. The once clear divisions between the two sides blurred as more planets and people became involved, and the impact of the war reached beyond the battlefield, affecting the very structure of the galaxy itself. The Republic, struggling to maintain control, saw its military forces grow stronger, but so did the Separatists. Both sides began to prepare for larger battles, each trying to outmatch the other with bigger and more advanced weapons. The Clone Army, once just a tool created by the Republic for battle, now found itself in a war of attrition. The clones, though skilled and efficient, were still facing enormous numbers of droids and overwhelming forces. As more planets joined the fight, the war became not just a struggle for territory, but a fight for survival for both sides. For the Jedi, the growing intensity of the conflict was a bitter pill to swallow. They had once been peacekeepers, mediating disputes and keeping order in the galaxy. But now, they were generals, leading massive armies into battle. The Jedi's deep commitment to peace was constantly at odds with their role in the war. With each new battle, the Jedi found themselves farther away from their original mission. Obi-Wan Kenobi, for example, had always been a calm and wise Jedi. But as the war continued, he was forced to make difficult decisions that went against his natural inclination for peace. He was responsible for the lives of thousands of clones and soldiers, and the weight of those decisions began to take its toll. Obi-Wan, like many others, struggled with the idea that the Jedi had become soldiers, involved in a war they never wanted to fight. The conflict's impact was especially pronounced for Anakin Skywalker, whose internal struggle became more complex as the war escalated. Anakin, once a promising Jedi, found himself torn between his loyalty to the Jedi Order and his growing desire for power. His emotional attachments to Padma Amidala and his fear of losing her weighed heavily on his decisions. More Anakin fought, the more he began to question the Jedi's role in the war and their teachings. He had become a hero of the Republic, leading troops into battle. But his desire for recognition and his fear of losing those he loved began to overshadow his Jedi training. His relationships with others, especially with Obi-Wan, were starting to strain, and Anakin began to feel isolated. As the war progressed, Anakin's internal conflict grew more pronounced, setting him on a path toward the dark side. Padma Amidala, the former queen and now a senator, was deeply affected by the escalating war. She had always believed in diplomacy, in peace, and her hope for a peaceful resolution to the galaxy's problems had kept her fighting within the Senate. But as the war spread and the Republic became more authoritarian, Padma began to lose hope. She saw Chancellor Palpatine's growing power and began to fear that the Republic she had worked so hard to protect was being corrupted. She had always fought for democracy, but now she saw it slipping away. Padma's frustration grew as the Senate became more divided and her political efforts to end the war seemed useless. She also struggled with her relationship with Anakin, who had become more distant as the war took a toll on him. Padma's personal and political worlds were collapsing. She found herself questioning her ability to make a difference. For Chancellor Palpatine, the rising conflict was a moment of triumph. Its emergency powers, granted to him by the Senate, allowed him to expand his control over the galaxy. The war, which had begun as a battle for survival, was now serving Palpatine's ultimate goal, to transform the Republic into a galactic empire with him as its sole ruler. He used the growing fear and chaos caused by the war to manipulate the Senate and the people of the galaxy. His ability to control both sides of the conflict gave him unprecedented power, and with each passing victory, his hold over the galaxy tightened. Palpatine's plans were well underway. The growing conflict was only helping him achieve his goal of absolute power. The Separatists, led by Count Dooku, were also feeling the weight of the escalating war. Dooku, once a Jedi, had aligned himself with the Sith and was working to bring down the Republic. But as the war intensified, Dooku began to see the flaws in his own strategy. His leadership of the Separatists was complicated by his growing uncertainty about the true intentions of his Sith masters. Dooku had hoped to bring a new order to the galaxy, but he was now realizing that he was being used by Darth Sidious, who had his own plans for the galaxy. The Separatist forces were growing, but so was the internal tension. Dooku's leadership was constantly challenged, not just by his enemies, but also by his own doubts. As the war escalated, Dooku found himself in a difficult position. He had become a pawn in a larger game that he did not fully control. The war's rising intensity also took a toll on the clones. Originally bred for battle, the clones had grown to form bonds with their fellow soldiers and Jedi generals. Captain Rex and other clones began to question the purpose of the war. They were fighting for a cause that they did not fully understand. And as the casualties mounted, many clones began to feel the weight of the war's moral toll. Some of the clones, like Fives, began to question their orders and the true nature of the Republic's fight. They were not just soldiers, they were individuals with thoughts and feelings. And they struggled with the realization that they had been bred for war and could never escape it. The rising conflict pushed the clones to their limits, and their internal struggles added to the larger emotional and psychological impact of the war. The galaxy as a whole was being reshaped by the growing conflict. What had once been a thriving, interconnected galaxy was now divided and broken. As the war escalated, more planets and systems were drawn into the conflict. Many civilians found themselves forced to choose sides, even if they didn't want to. The war affected the economy, the social order, and the very structure of the galaxy. Planets that had once been neutral were now occupied or forced to pledge allegiance to one side or the other. The once peaceful citizens of these planets found themselves living in fear as their homes became battlegrounds. The emotional toll of the war was felt by everyone's soldiers, civilians, and leaders alike. The conflict had also begun to bring out the worst in people. Betrayals became more common as leaders and factions tried to shift the balance of power in their favor. Political leaders in the Senate were increasingly torn between supporting the war and questioning the growing power of Palpatine. Some even began to plot against him, fearing that he was becoming too powerful. The growing divide between the ideals of the Republic and the reality of war created an atmosphere of suspicion and fear. In the heat of the conflict, alliances were tested and loyalties were broken. The war had become more than just a military struggle. It had become a battle for the very soul of the galaxy. As the war escalated, the personal and political stakes for everyone involved grew higher. The choices made in the heat of battle, the shifting alliances, and the growing uncertainty about the future of the galaxy made this a turning point in the conflict. The rising tension not only threatened the stability of the Republic and the Separatists, but also the lives of everyone caught in the middle. The galaxy was changing, and the consequences of the war would be felt for generations. As the Clone Wars raged on, both the Republic and the Separatists faced a series of pivotal confrontations that would shape the outcome of the war. These battles were not just military engagements, they were turning points that affected the course of the conflict. Each side had its strengths and weaknesses, and the way they used their forces, along with the leadership guiding them, played a critical role in determining the outcomes. The war had escalated to a point where the consequences of each confrontation rippled across the galaxy, affecting not just the soldiers on the front lines, but also the political and personal stakes for the leaders involved. The first major battle of the war on Geonosis had been a turning point, but as the war continued, larger and more strategic confrontations began to take place. One of the most important battles took place on the planet Kamino, the homeworld of the clones. Kamino was vital to the Republic because it was the birthplace of the clone army, and the Separatists knew that if they could destroy it, the Republic's military strength would be severely weakened. Count Dooku, the leader of the Separatists, sent his forces to Kamino in an attempt to cripple the Republic's war effort. The Republic, however, was prepared for this assault. The Jedi led by Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and Yoda played a crucial role in defending Kamino. The Jedi understood the importance of this battle, as it was not just a fight for the planet, but for the future of the Republic itself. The Separatists launched an attack with their battle droids, hoping to overwhelm the Republic's forces. However, the Republic's leadership and strategic maneuvers turned the tide of the battle. The clones, led by experienced commanders like Captain Rex, fought fiercely to protect their home, showing the bond they had developed with their Jedi generals. In the end, the Republic emerged victorious, but the battle was a stark reminder of how vulnerable they were. The Separatists were still a significant threat, and this battle was a sign that the war would continue for a long time. The Battle of Umbara was another key confrontation that tested the Republic's forces. This battle was fought on a dark and treacherous planet where the Separatists had set up a stronghold. The Republic needed to capture the planet to continue their fight against the Separatists. However, this battle became a major test of leadership and tactics. General Anakin Skywalker was unavailable, and Obi-Wan Kenobi was sent to lead the Republic forces in his place. The planet's terrain was difficult, with dense jungles, fog, and harsh conditions. The Separatists used the environment to their advantage, making the battle even more difficult for the Republic. The true challenge for the Republic came from within their own ranks. Jedi General Pong Krell, who was in charge of the Republic's forces during the Battle of Umbara, became one of the most controversial figures in the Clone Wars. Krell's leadership style was harsh and often reckless, and he made decisions that cost the lives of many clones. He ordered the clones to carry out dangerous missions without considering the cost to their lives. And his lack of empathy for the soldiers under his command led to discontent among the clones. The battle became a test of not only military strategy, but also the moral and ethical leadership required to win a war. As the clones began to question Krell's leadership, Captain Rex and Fives, two of the most trusted clone soldiers, took matters into their own hands. They realized that Krell was betraying the Republic and in the end turned against him. Their decision to confront Krell and stop his reckless orders was a pivotal moment in the war. The clones, once seen as simple soldiers bred for battle, were now making decisions based on their own judgment, showing how far they had come since their creation. This battle marked a shift in how the clones viewed their role in the war and their loyalty to the Jedi leadership. It also raised difficult questions about the ethics of using clones in warfare and how they should be treated, not just as soldiers, but as individuals. The Battle of Coruscant, one of the largest and most important confrontations of the war, was a defining moment for both the Republic and the Separatists. The Separatists, led by General Grievous, launched a bold attack on the Republic's capital, hoping to cripple the heart of the Republic's power. The battle was a massive all-out assault, with Republic forces fighting desperately to protect the planet. The Separatists used their fleets of ships, droid armies, and battle strategies to try and break the Republic's defenses, and for a time, it seemed like they might succeed. The battle was not just about military strategy, it was also a test of leadership. Chancellor Palpatine, now in full control of the Republic, relied on the Jedi to protect the capital and maintain order. However, his increasing control over the military meant that the war was beginning to shift in his favor. Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi played key roles in defending Coruscant. But the true test came when General Grievous personally captured Palpatine. Anakin and Obi-Wan set out to rescue him, leading to a dramatic and intense confrontation with Grievous aboard his flagship. This battle was crucial for multiple reasons. If Grievous had succeeded in capturing Palpatine, it would have dealt a devastating blow to the Republic, potentially ending the war in the Separatists' favor. However, Anakin's quick thinking and leadership saved Palpatine, leading to the capture of Grievous. The Republic's victory in this battle was a huge morale booster, but it also further solidified Palpatine's power. He emerged as an even stronger leader, using the victory as a way to tighten his grip on the galaxy. The consequences of this battle were far-reaching as it marked the peak of the Republic's military power. Even as it sowed the seeds of its eventual downfall, General Grievous, who had once been a feared leader of the Separatists, also suffered a personal blow with the loss of Coruscant. His failure to defeat the Republic's forces in such a critical battle exposed his weaknesses and began to unravel the Separatist war effort. The loss of Grievous, combined with the heavy losses suffered by the Separatists, made it clear that their ability to continue the war was faltering. However, even in the wake of their defeat, the Separatists were not ready to surrender. The war would continue, and both sides would regroup and plan for the next confrontation. As the war progressed, each major battle had a deeper impact on the characters involved. The leadership displayed in these confrontations would change the course of the war and set the stage for the rise of the Empire. Anakin's increasing power and influence were evident in the way he led his troops, and his loyalty to Palpatine grew stronger after each victory. Obi-Wan, ever the diplomat and warrior, was pushed to his limits, questioning his role as a Jedi and his place in the war. For the clones, battles were not just about military success, they were about finding their own purpose and identity. And the growing emotional toll of the war made them question the loyalty they had been programmed to have. In the end, the major battles of the Clone Wars were not just about tactical maneuvers and military strategy. They were about the leadership, relationships, and decisions that shaped the future of the galaxy. Each conflict, whether won or lost, had lasting consequences that went far beyond the battlefield. They marked the beginning of a new era, one where the fate of the galaxy would rest on the choices made by a few powerful individuals and the shifting alliances that would define the war's ultimate outcome. As the Clone Wars continued, the war took a heavy toll on everyone involved, from the soldiers on the front lines to the leaders of the galaxy. The constant battles, the weight of responsibility, and the emotional strain began to break down even the strongest of characters. These personal struggles, seen through the eyes of key characters, not only shaped their futures, but also mirrored the larger conflict consuming the galaxy. The choices they made, the relationships they formed, and the losses they suffered all contributed to their development. Showing how the war affected them both personally and ideologically, Anakin Skywalker was one of the characters most affected by the war. When the conflict began, Anakin was a young, idealistic Jedi, eager to fight for the Republic and to prove himself as a hero. His passion and skill on the battlefield made him a beloved leader among the clones and a respected member of the Jedi Order. However, as the war wore on, the weight of leadership began to take its toll on Anakin. He became increasingly disillusioned with the Jedi, feeling that their involvement in the war was corrupting their true purpose. He also began to feel that the Jedi Council didn't fully trust him, especially when they denied his request to become a member of the Council. This sense of isolation and frustration began to grow within Anakin. The war also brought out his deepest fears, most notably his fear of losing the people he loved. Anakin's attachment to Padma Amidala became his greatest source of conflict. He feared losing her, just as he had lost his mother, and this fear made him more vulnerable to manipulation. Chancellor Palpatine, who had already developed a close relationship with Anakin, played on these fears, promising him the power to save Padme from death. Anakin's emotional struggle became even more pronounced as he began to feel torn between his loyalty to the Jedi and his growing desire for the power that Palpatine offered. The weight of his personal struggles, combined with the demands of war, made Anakin increasingly volatile. His inner conflict mirrored the larger conflict of the Galaxian epic struggle between light and dark, order and chaos. As the war continued, Anakin's descent into darkness grew inevitable. The pressure of the war, coupled with his personal fears and frustrations, led him to a point where he would eventually betray everything he once believed in, Padma Amidala. On the other hand, struggled with a different set of issues. As a senator and former Queen Pab, had always been a strong advocate for peace and diplomacy. She had spent her life fighting for justice, but the war forced her to confront a harsh reality that diplomacy alone could not stop the violence. The war was changing the galaxy. Padme's frustration grew as she saw how easily the Republic was slipping into a more authoritarian rule under Palpatine. Though she still believed in the ideals of the Republic, Padme struggled to see how those ideals could survive under the growing power of Palpatine and the influence of war. She felt increasingly isolated within the Senate, where many of her fellow leaders had become more willing to support Palpatine's emergency powers. Padme's personal struggles were also intertwined with her relationship with Anakin. She could see the emotional toll the war was taking on him, and she feared for his safety and his future. The more she tried to reach out to him, the more he seemed to pull away. Anakin's increasing detachment, coupled with his growing frustration, with the Jedi, left Padme feeling helpless. She knew that the war was pushing Anakin toward a dangerous path, but she didn't know how to stop it. Padme's internal conflict was shaped by her deep love for Anakin and her commitment to the galaxy's ideals. She had to reconcile her role as a politician with her personal feelings. But the war made it harder and harder to keep both worlds intact. Obi-Wan Kenobi, always the calm and composed Jedi, found himself struggling with his own sense of purpose. As the war went on, initially Obi-Wan had believed that the Jedi's role in the war was necessary to protect the Republic. He was a general, leading troops into battle, and he trusted that the Jedi's involvement was for the greater good. However, as the war continued, Obi-Wan began to question whether the Jedi had become too involved in the military side of the conflict. The Jedi had always been peacekeepers, but now they were soldiers, making life-and-death decisions every day. Obi-Wan, in particular, felt the strain of this change. As a mentor to Anakin, he also had to deal with the growing tension between himself and his former apprentice. Obi-Wan loved Anakin like a brother, and it pained him to see Anakin's growing frustration with the Jedi. Obi-Wan's inner struggle was one of duty versus personal connection. He believed in the Jedi Code, but he also wanted to protect Anakin from the darkness he sensed within him. Obi-Wan tried to remain a calm, wise figure, offering guidance to his younger apprentice. But as Anakin became more disillusioned with the Jedi, Obi-Wan's influence began to fade. This personal failure weighed heavily on Obi-Wan's heart. His role in the war, as both a Jedi general and a mentor to Anakin, left him feeling conflicted. The war forced him to make difficult decisions, and as the war escalated, he had to choose between his loyalty to the Republic and his duty to his former apprentice Yoda, the wise and ancient Jedi Master, also faced his own personal struggles as the war continued. Unlike Obi-Wan, who was still actively involved in the war, Yoda had a broader view of the situation. He understood the importance of maintaining balance in the Force, and he could see the growing darkness that was taking root. The war had affected the Jedi Order deeply, and Yoda felt the weight of the Jedi's involvement in the conflict. Though Yoda remained one of the most powerful Jedi in the galaxy, he was also deeply troubled by the direction the war was taking. He began to question whether the Jedi had made a mistake by becoming so involved in the war. Yoda's internal conflict was not only about the war, but also about the future of the Jedi Order. He believed that the Jedi were meant to serve as protectors of peace, but they had become generals, leading armies into battle. This shift in their role caused Yoda to reflect on the nature of the Jedi's purpose. The Jedi had always sought peace, but now they were engaged in a galactic conflict that seemed endless. Yoda's struggle was about finding balance in a galaxy that seemed to be spiraling toward chaos. He understood that the Jedi could not remain neutral forever, but he was also concerned about how the war was changing the very nature of the Order. Yoda's personal evolution was marked by his increasing awareness that the Jedi needed to adapt if they were to survive, but his growing doubts about the future of the Jedi Order also weighed heavily on him for the clones. The war also had a personal impact. The clones were created for battle, but over time they developed their own personalities and began to question their role in the war. Captain Rex, one of the most trusted clone commanders, found himself struggling with the constant fighting. He had grown close to the Jedi generals and developed a strong sense of loyalty to them. However, as the war continued, Rex and other clones began to question their purpose. They were soldiers, bred for war, but they were not robots. They were individuals with emotions and thoughts. The constant battles, the loss of comrades, and the uncertainty of the future caused many clones to reconsider what they were fighting for. Rex's internal struggle was about loyalty, not just to his Jedi commanders, but also to his fellow clones, who were facing the same hardships. The war had made them question their identities and their purpose in the larger conflict. The personal toll of the war was felt deeply by each of these characters. The pressures of battle, the loss of loved ones, and the internal conflicts they faced made it increasingly difficult for them to maintain their original ideals. Each character was forced to evolve in response to the escalating conflict, but this evolution came at a great cost. As the war raged on, these characters, who had once been sure of their roles, were now questioning their place in a galaxy that seemed to be falling apart. Their personal struggles, mirrored by the larger conflict, showed just how deeply the war affected the entire galaxy. The choices they made during this time would shape not just their futures, but the future of the galaxy itself. As the Clone Wars escalated, the Republic and the Separatists clashed in numerous battles, each one testing the strength of both sides. But it was not until the first truly devastating loss that the war took on an entirely different tone. This loss did not just affect the outcome of one battle, it shifted the very course of the conflict and had a profound impact on the characters involved, both emotionally and strategically. It was a moment that revealed just how fragile the Republic was and how easily things could go wrong in the heat of war. The Battle of Kamino was a pivotal moment for the Republic. Kamino, the oceanic planet that was home to the clones, had always been a place of great significance. It was the birthplace of the Grand Army of the Republic, and without it, the Republic's military strength would have been greatly diminished. The Separatists understood this and launched a surprise attack, hoping to destroy Kamino's cloning facilities and deal a blow to the Republic's war effort. The battle was fierce, and despite the Republic's best efforts to protect the planet, the Separatists were able to breach its defenses. The clones had always been seen as tools of war, created for the sole purpose of fighting. But over time, they had become more than just soldiers. They had developed personalities, bonds with each other, and a sense of loyalty to the Jedi and the Republic. They fought not just for duty, but for each other. The loss of Kamino was devastating, not only because of its strategic importance, but because it struck at the heart of what the clones represented. For many of them, Kamino was home. The loss of their birthplace felt like a loss of their very identity. They had been created there, trained there, and it was where they had first learned the meaning of loyalty and duty. The attack on Kamino was a personal blow to the clones, and many of them felt the emotional weight of the loss deeply. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker, who had both fought alongside the clones for years, were devastated by the attack. Obi-Wan, ever the calm and collected Jedi, found himself struggling with the realization that the Republic was vulnerable. He had always believed in the strength of the Republic and the Jedi Order, but the loss of Kamino revealed just how fragile everything had become. It was a blow not just to the Republic's military power, but to the Jedi's sense of purpose. Obi-Wan had always been a guardian of peace, but now he was a general in a war, leading his troops into battle time and time again. Each loss, each death, took a toll on him. He questioned whether the Jedi's involvement in the war had been worth it, especially if it meant losing so much. His bond with the clones, particularly Captain Rex, made the loss of Kamino feel even more personal. Obi-Wan's sense of duty to the Republic and his duty to the clones became increasingly difficult to reconcile. For Anakin Skywalker, the emotional toll of the loss was even greater. Anakin had always been driven by his emotions, and the war had only intensified his feelings of frustration, anger, and fear. The loss of Kamino was a blow to the Republic's future, but it also reminded Anakin of his own growing fears. He had always struggled with the fear of losing those he loved, and Kamino was a reminder of how easily everything could be taken away. Anakin had spent years fighting alongside the clones, and many of them had become like brothers to him. Loss of Kamino forced him to confront the reality that the Republic was not invincible, and the war was far from over. Anakin's fear of losing his loved ones, particularly Padme Amidala, intensified with every loss. This fear pushed him closer to the temptation of the dark side, as he began to believe that only through power could he prevent further losses. The strategic consequences of the loss of Kamino were enormous. Kamino had been the key to the Republic's success in the war. Without the cloning facilities, the Republic's ability to produce clones at such a rapid rate was severely hindered. This loss gave the Separatists an edge, and it made the Republic's war effort even more difficult. Count Dooku, the leader of the Separatists, knew that the loss of Kamino would have long-term effects on the Republic's ability to continue the war. The Separatists saw this as a major victory and a sign that the Republic was weakening. For the first time in the war, the Republic seemed vulnerable, and the Separatists were quick to capitalize on this. Padme Amidala, who had long been an advocate for peace, found herself questioning the Republic's strategy. The loss of Kamino, combined with the increasing power of Chancellor Palpatine, made her realize that the Republic's direction was changing in ways she didn't agree with. The war had pushed Palpatine into a position of unchecked power, and Padme feared that he would use the war to justify his rise to complete control. Her concerns about the future of the Republic grew stronger, and she found herself more isolated within the Senate. The Republic, which she had once believed in, seemed to be on the verge of becoming something darker, and the loss of Kamino symbolized the tipping point for her. She was now more determined than ever to find a peaceful solution to the war, but her efforts seemed increasingly hopeless. In the aftermath of the loss, the Jedi Council convened to discuss the situation. Yoda, the wise Jedi Master, was deeply troubled by the loss of Kamino and the ongoing war. He could feel the growing darkness in the galaxy and the toll the war was taking on the Jedi. The Republic's loss of Kamino meant that the Jedi had lost a crucial asset in the war, and their continued involvement in the conflict was starting to raise difficult questions. Yoda's sense of the Force, which had always guided him, now seemed clouded by the growing darkness. The Jedi had been drawn into the war, but Yoda was starting to doubt whether they had made the right decision. He began to question whether the Jedi should have intervened at all, and whether their participation in the war was contributing to the galaxy's downfall. The emotional aftermath of the loss of Kamino was felt by everyone involved in the war. The clones, though bred for battle, were beginning to understand the cost of war. They had been created for one purpose, but the loss of Kamino made them question their role in the larger conflict. The bonds they had formed with the Jedi and with each other were becoming increasingly important as the clones began to see themselves as more than just soldiers. The loss of Kamino pushed them to confront the true nature of their existence and the morality of the war they were fighting. For Palpatine, the loss of Kamino was a bittersweet victory. The Separatists had gained a significant advantage, but Palpatine had his own plans for the future. He used the war to strengthen his own grip on power, and the loss of Kamino gave him a reason to push for even greater control over the Republic's military forces. For Palpatine, every loss was an opportunity to move closer to his ultimate goal, creating a galactic empire with him at its head. The war, which had once been a means to an end, was now his tool to reshape the galaxy as he saw fit. The loss of Kamino marked a turning point in the Clone Wars. It was not just a military defeat. It was a symbolic loss that shook the foundations of the Republic. The emotional and strategic consequences of this loss were felt by everyone, from the Jedi to the clones to the people of the galaxy. The war had reached a new level of intensity, and the stakes were higher than ever as the conflict continued. The characters who had once fought for justice now found themselves grappling with the darker sides of their beliefs and their motivations. The loss of Kamino was just the beginning of the struggles to come. The choices made in its aftermath would shape the future of the galaxy. As the Clone Wars wore on, the Republic and the Separatists engaged in battle after battle, each one trying to gain the upper hand. For a long time, it seemed as though the Republic was on the defensive, struggling to keep up with the Separatists' advancements. However, in the middle of the ongoing conflict, there came a moment that marked a shift in the balance of power. The tide began to turn as key figures made bold decisions that started to change the direction of the war. This moment of change did not come from one battle or a single action. It was a combination of growing awareness, strategic decisions, and personal growth that shifted the momentum in favor of the Republic. One of the key turning points was Anakin Skywalker's growing role in the war. Throughout the conflict, Anakin had always been a fierce warrior, but he was also a Jedi torn between his loyalty to the Jedi Order and his personal desires. As the war progressed, Anakin's powers in the Force grew stronger, and he began to develop a reputation as one of the Republic's most skilled commanders. His victories in battle started to make a real impact. However, it was his increasing frustration with the Jedi Order and his personal struggles that would eventually lead to a major shift. Anakin's desire to protect those he loved, especially Padma Amidala, led him to seek out ways to gain more power. He began to grow more confident in his own abilities and more disillusioned with the Jedi's leadership. He felt that they were holding him back, that their strict rules on attachment and emotion were preventing him from truly fulfilling his potential. This shift in his mindset started to show in his leadership. He began to make more aggressive decisions, pushing his troops and allies to take risks that would have previously been considered too dangerous. His actions were beginning to turn the tide on the battlefield, as his bold tactics and growing power allowed the Republic to take the offensive in ways they hadn't before. At the same time, Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had been leading the Republic's forces for much of the war, began to see that the Republic's military efforts were starting to make an impact. Obi-Wan had always believed in the importance of careful strategy and patience, but as the war progressed, he realized that the key to defeating the Separatists would require more than just defensive tactics. The Republic needed to make bold moves, and Obi-Wan had to trust in his own leadership. The Jedi, who had once been peacekeepers, were now generals at the forefront of the war effort. Obi-Wan's growth as a military leader helped him take the fight to the Separatists, and he began to push them back in significant ways. Padma Amidala, though not a military leader, played a key role in shifting the momentum of the war. From the start of the conflict, Padma had been a strong advocate for peace and diplomacy. But as the war dragged on and the Republic's leadership became more authoritarian, Padmé found herself questioning her role in the Senate. She saw Chancellor Palpatine growing stronger, and his power over the Republic was increasing. Though she had always been a defender of democracy, Padmé could see that the Republic was moving further from the ideals she had fought for. She became one of the first to challenge Palpatine's growing control. Padmé began to speak out against the Senate's blind support of the war and the rising influence of the Chancellor. She wasn't just focused on the immediate military victories, but on the long-term future of the galaxy. She called for more transparency and accountability in the Senate. And though her voice was often drowned out, her actions began to inspire others to speak up as well. Yoda, the Jedi Master, also began to realize that the tides of the war were shifting. As the conflict raged on, Yoda felt the growing darkness in the Force, a feeling that only intensified as the war spread. The Jedi had always believed in the importance of balance, but Yoda knew that the galaxy was tipping toward chaos. Yoda's struggle was not only one of leadership, but also of faith. He had long believed that the Jedi were the guardians of peace, but now they were generals, fighting a war that seemed endless. However, as the war progressed, Yoda began to see that the Jedi could still play a crucial role in turning the tide of the war, but they had to be careful not to lose their way. He began to encourage the Jedi to focus on finding a solution that would bring true peace to the galaxy, not just a military victory. Despite the Republic's gains, the Separatists were far from defeated, and their own efforts to shift the balance of power did not stop. Count Dooku, the leader of the Separatists, continued to push for greater influence and control. He was a skilled politician and strategist, and though the Republic had made progress, Dooku was still able to orchestrate key battles and influence systems that had yet to choose a side in the conflict. Dooku's growing alliance with the Sith Lord Darth Sidious was becoming more evident as they continued to manipulate events behind the scenes. But the battle for control of the galaxy was far from over. The rise of General Grievous, the Separatist military leader, also shifted the balance of power. Grievous was a ruthless and skilled warrior who had been specifically designed to challenge the Republic's greatest heroes. With his mechanical enhancements, he became a symbol of the Separatists' military might, striking fear into the hearts of the Republic forces. His leadership on the battlefield allowed the Separatists to regain some of the ground they had lost. In previous battles, Grievous's ability to lead his droid army effectively created a new set of challenges for the Republic, forcing them to adapt their tactics and leadership styles to counter the new threat he posed. Despite Grievous's influence, the growing efforts of the Republic and its leaders began to shift the war in their favor. The clones, too, were changing. They had been created for battle, but as the war continued, many of the clones began to question their purpose and their loyalty. Some, like Captain Rex, began to show true leadership qualities, guiding their troops not just as soldiers, but as individuals with their own feelings and experiences. Rex, and others like him, were no longer simply following orders. They were beginning to think for themselves, and their ability to adapt and lead helped the Republic gain crucial victories. The rising momentum on the Republic's side was mirrored by the growing dissatisfaction within the Separatist leadership, the cracks that had appeared earlier. Due to Dooku's relationship with Sidious, and the Separatists' internal divisions began to widen. Count Dooku, once the clear leader of the Separatist movement, was beginning to question his role in the AE galaxy's future. His growing disillusionment with Sidious and the Separatists' reliance on droid armies made him more vulnerable. The Separatists were facing a dilemma. Despite their military victories, they were not winning the hearts and minds of the people they claimed to fight for. Their alliances were unstable, and their leadership was under pressure from both inside and outside their ranks. The war's turning point was not just defined by military victories. It was also shaped by the choices of key characters. Anakin, Obi-Wan, Padmé, Yoda, and the clones each made decisions that would influence the direction of the war. The war was no longer just about armies and tactics. It was about leadership, loyalty, and the moral choices each leader made. Emotional stakes of the conflict had risen, and the tide began to shift in favor of the Republic, but it was clear that the war was far from over. The characters had begun to turn the tide in their favor, but each victory came with its own sacrifices and challenges. The balance of power was in constant flux, and the future of the galaxy depended on how these leaders navigated the ever-changing tides of war. The Clone Wars had already taken a heavy toll on the galaxy, but there was still one betrayal, or unexpected alliance that would drastically change the course of the conflict. This moment was not just a shift in military power, but a deep emotional and ideological upheaval that shocked everyone involved. It was a betrayal that came from within, and it would force the characters to face difficult truths about themselves and the galaxy. This twist changed not just the direction of the war, but also the very foundation of trust between the Republic's leaders and the Jedi. Pushing them further into darkness, Anakin Skywalker had always been one of the Republic's greatest heroes. His loyalty to the Jedi and the Republic was unquestionable, and he had earned the respect of both his fellow Jedi and the clone soldiers who fought alongside him. However, as the war progressed, Anakin's personal struggles grew more intense. His fears of losing Padma Amidala, his wife, consumed him. He had already lost his mother and feared that he might lose Padma too. This fear made him vulnerable, and it was this vulnerability that ultimately led to one of the most shocking betrayals in the history of the galaxy. Throughout the war, Anakin had developed a close relationship with Chancellor Palpatine. Palpatine, who had been manipulating the war from behind the scenes, took advantage of Anakin's emotional struggles. He promised Anakin the power to save Padme from certain death, something that Anakin desperately wanted. Palpatine's influence over Anakin deepened as the Jedi Council began to question his loyalty. They feared that Anakin's growing attachment to Palpatine could lead him down a dangerous path, and they started to treat him with more suspicion. Feeling increasingly isolated from the Jedi, Anakin began to see them as the enemy, and Palpatine's promises seemed like the only way forward. The betrayal came when Anakin, overwhelmed by his fear and his desire for power, decided to side with Palpatine. This marked his shift to the dark side of the Force. In a shocking move, Anakin turned against the Jedi and joined the Sith, taking the name Darth Vader. His decision to betray the Jedi Order was not just a betrayal of his friends, but of everything he had ever stood for. It was a betrayal of the very ideals that he had once vowed to protect. For Anakin, it was a tragic moment, driven by his overwhelming fear and confusion. His loyalty to the Jedi, to Obi-Wan Kenobi, and to the Republic that he had sworn to protect were all cast aside. Anakin's fall to the dark side was a moment of deep personal loss, not only for him but for everyone who had placed their trust in him. His betrayal shook the Jedi Order to its core. It had far-reaching consequences for the entire galaxy. Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had trained Anakin and watched him grow from a promising apprentice into a skilled Jedi Knight, was devastated by this betrayal. Obi-Wan had always believed in Anakin's potential and had trusted him as a brother. To see Anakin fall to the dark side, to witness his complete transformation into Darth Vader, was more than just a personal loss. It was the breaking of a bond that had been forged through years of friendship and training. Obi-Wan's response to the betrayal was filled with sadness and anger. He had always tried to guide Anakin, but now he realized that he could not save him. This betrayal not only shattered Obi-Wan's faith in Anakin, but also made him question the Jedi Order's ability to preserve peace in a galaxy that was slipping into chaos. The emotional toll of losing Anakin was immense, and it left Obi-Wan with a deep sense of guilt and responsibility for his former apprentices. Padma Amidala, who had been deeply in love with Anakin, was devastated by his turn to the dark side. She had always feared that the war would change him, but she never imagined that he would betray everything he believed in. For Padme, Anakin's betrayal was a personal loss, one that shook her sense of hope for the future. She had believed that Anakin could be the one to bring balance to the Force, but now she saw him as the very thing she had been fighting against. Padme's heartbreak was compounded by her growing realization that the war had torn apart everything she had fought for. The Republic was no longer the democratic institution she had worked so hard to protect. It was now under the control of Palpatine, who had become an emperor in all but name. Padme's grief over Anakin's betrayal was also tied to the loss of the Republic she had once believed in. And she knew that the galaxy's future was now in great peril. the emotional and ideological repercussions of Anakin's betrayal extended far beyond his personal relationships. The Jedi Order was shattered by the loss of one of their own. Anakin had been seen as the chosen one, the Jedi who was destined to bring balance to the Force, but his fall to the dark side was a sign that the Jedi had failed in their duty. Many Jedi, including Yoda, struggled to understand how Anakin, who had once been so full of promise, could have turned so completely to the dark side. The Jedi were left questioning their role in the galaxy and their ability to protect it. Yoda, in particular, was deeply troubled by Anakin's betrayal, and it led him to question whether the Jedi had made a mistake in becoming involved in the war. The rise of the Sith and the fall of Anakin represented a major shift in the Force itself, and the Jedi were left to face the consequences of their actions. Palpatine, or Darth Sidious, the Sith Lord who had orchestrated the war from behind the scenes, had achieved his ultimate goal. Anakin's turn to the dark side marked the final piece of Palpatine's plan to bring about the rise of the Galactic Empire. With the Republic now under his control, and with Anakin as his new apprentice, Palpatine's power was nearly absolute. His betrayal of the Republic and the Jedi Order had been methodical and ruthless, and with the fall of Anakin, he had secured his rule over the galaxy. For Palpatine, Anakin's betrayal was a victory, a confirmation of his ability to manipulate events to his advantage. He had used Anakin's fears and desires to turn him against everything he had once stood for, and now, with his new apprentice by his side, Palpatine was poised to create an empire that would last for generations. The Separatists, though they had been fighting against the Republic, were also affected by the consequences of Anakin's betrayal. Count Dooku, the leader of the Separatists, had always been a pawn in the Sith's larger plan. But Anakin's turn to the dark side pushed the galaxy closer to the Sith's ultimate goal. Dooku, who had once been a Jedi, began to see that his own role in the war was becoming less and less significant. The Sith were now fully in control of the galaxy, and Dooku's loyalty to the dark side was being tested. His own betrayal of the Jedi seemed insignificant in comparison to Anakin's, and Dooku was beginning to realize that the Sith had no use for him anymore. Anakin's betrayal marked a turning point in the war and in the history of the galaxy. His fall to the dark side, though devastating for those who loved him, was a victory for the Sith and a signal that the Republic's downfall was imminent. The emotional toll of his betrayal was felt by everyone involved, and the ideological shift it caused was felt across the galaxy. Anakin's decision to align himself with Palpatine, to embrace the dark side, was the first major step in the creation of the Empire. The consequences of his betrayal would not only affect the characters personally, but also change the course of galactic history. The war was no longer just a battle for control. It was a battle for the very soul of the galaxy itself. In times of great conflict, moments arise that force individuals to face their greatest challenges. For some, these moments reveal deep inner struggles that test their strength, courage, and convictions. The pressures they experience are not only physical, but psychological and emotional as they are pushed to their limits. Such is the case for several key characters in the Clone Wars. As the war escalates, each of them faces a moment of truth, a moment when their beliefs are questioned. Their relationships are tested, and their futures are uncertain. One of the most profound moments of testing occurs for Anakin Skywalker. Anakin had always been a passionate and skilled Jedi, known for his bravery and fierce loyalty. However, as the war continued, his inner turmoil grew stronger. His attachment to Padme Amidala, his fear of losing her, and his increasing frustration with the Jedi Order created a storm of emotions that clouded his judgment. Despite his deep bond with the Jedi, Anakin began to feel that they were holding him back. He believed that their teachings on detachment and peace were preventing him from truly protecting the people he loved and fulfilling his potential. Anakin's ultimate test came when he had to make a choice between his loyalty to the Jedi Order and his desire for power. This decision was not only about choosing sides in the war, but about choosing his own path in life. Chancellor Palpatine, who had secretly been manipulating Anakin for years, promised him the power to save Padme from the death he had foreseen in a vision. The fear of losing Hergis, as he had lost his mother, was a powerful motivator for Anakin. Palpatine's offers seemed like the only way to prevent the pain he had suffered before. This fear, combined with Anakin's growing resentment toward the Jedi, led him to betray everything he had once stood for. Anakin's decision to align himself with Darth Sidious, the Sith Lord behind the war, was the moment when he truly faced his greatest challenge. It was not just a battle between the Republic and the Separatists anymore. It became a battle for Anakin's soul. His choice to join the Sith marked the beginning of his transformation into Darth Vader, a name that would forever represent his fall from grace. Emotionally, Anakin struggled with guilt and self-doubt, but his fear of loss pushed him to embrace the dark side. This moment of choice was more than a simple betrayal. It was the moment when Anakin's deepest fears and desires overtook his better judgment, and he gave in to the darkness within him. This choice would not only change his life, but would also alter the fate of the galaxy forever for Obi-Wan Kenobi. The emotional and psychological pressure was just as great. Obi-Wan had always been a steady and calm presence, loyal to the Jedi Code and the Republic. But as the war intensified and Anakin's transformation became more evident, Obi-Wan's greatest test was his failure to save his former apprentice. Obi-Wan had always believed in Anakin's potential, but he could not prevent Anakin's descent into darkness. The sense of failure weighed heavily on Obi-Wan. As a mentor and a friend, he had spent years trying to guide Anakin, but in the end, he could not stop him from making the choices that would lead to his downfall. The emotional toll of seeing Anakin turn to the dark side and knowing that he had played a role in his fall was deeply painful for Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan's ultimate test came when he had to confront Anakin in battle. The emotional conflict in this fight was unlike any other. Obi-Wan had to fight the person he once considered a brother, someone he loved and trusted. This confrontation was not just about survival. It was about facing the painful reality that the young man he had trained and cared for had become a completely different person. Obi-Wan's inner struggle was not just about defeating Anakin, but about accepting that his student had chosen a path that led to betrayal and darkness. The emotional weight of this moment was immense, and Obi-Wan's sense of duty as a Jedi and his deep love for Anakin collided. He had to face the heartbreaking truth that, despite everything he had done, he could not save Anakin from his own choices. This was a test of Obi-Wan's faith, his loyalty, and his ability to hold on to hope. Even in the face of such overwhelming loss, Padme Amidala, too, faced her own ultimate test as the war reached its climax. Padme had always been a strong advocate for peace, diplomacy, and the protection of democracy. As the Republic fell into the hands of Palpatine and the war grew darker, Padme found herself in a position where she had to decide whether to continue fighting for peace or to accept the reality of the galaxy's shift. Her test was one of idealism versus reality. She could no longer deny that the Republic she had fought for was being replaced by a dictatorship under Palpatine's rule. Her relationship with Anakin, once filled with love and hope, had become strained as he drifted further into the influence of the Sith. The emotional pressure Padme faced was enormous. She was caught between her love for Anakin and her commitment to the ideals of democracy. The more she tried to reach out to Anakin, the more she saw him slipping away. Her test was not just about political struggle, it was about personal sacrifice. Padme's heartbreak over Anakin's fall was immense, and she struggled with her fear for the future of the galaxy and for the people she loved. In the end, her emotional strength was tested to its limits. She had to confront the reality that the war was not just about military power, but about the soul of the galaxy itself. She fought for peace until the very end, even as everything around her seemed to collapse. Padme's ultimate test was the loss of hope and the acceptance that she could not save the Republic or the man she loved. Yoda, the ancient Jedi Master, also faced his own test during this time. Yoda had always been a beacon of wisdom and strength. For the Jedi Order, however, as the war wore on and the dark side of the Force grew stronger, Yoda's faith in the Jedi's mission began to waver. His test was a spiritual one. He sensed that the Jedi were losing their way, becoming more involved in the politics and violence of the galaxy than ever before. The war had forced them into roles they were never meant to play, and Yoda could feel the corruption creeping into the Jedi's once pure purpose. His test was to confront the reality that the Jedi Order had failed in its mission to protect peace, and that the galaxy was slipping beyond their reach. Yoda's inner conflict reached its peak when he realized that the Sith, who had been thought to be extinct, were now stronger than ever. The Jedi Council had failed to see the signs of the Sith's return, and Yoda had to accept that the Jedi's inability to stop them had contributed to the galaxy's downfall. Yoda's ultimate test was to come to terms with the failure of the Jedi Order and to find a way to preserve what was left of their teachings. Despite his wisdom and power, Yoda could not prevent the rise of the Sith. The emotional and spiritual toll of this realization pushed Yoda to retreat into self-exile. As he prepared for the final, desperate struggle to restore balance to the Force, the ultimate test for each of these characters, Anakin, Obi-Wan, Padma, and Yoda, was not just about facing their external enemies, but about confronting their own fears, doubts, and failures. The war forced them to make difficult decisions that tested their core beliefs and values. For Anakin, the test was one of loyalty and love, leading him down a path that ultimately led to his fall. For Obi-Wan, it was a test of faith. As he struggled to reconcile his love for Anakin with his duty to the Jedi, for Padma, it was a test of hope and idealism, as she fought to protect the ideals of peace while watching the galaxy slip into tyranny. For Yoda, it was a test of wisdom and humility. As he faced the failure of the Jedi and the overwhelming darkness that was overtaking the galaxy, each character in their own way was forced to face their greatest challenge. The choices they made during these tests would define their futures and shape the fate of the galaxy. The Clone Wars had been raging for some time, and it seemed like the galaxy was locked in an endless cycle of conflict. Each side, the Republic and the Separatists, fought fiercely for control, each believing that they were in the right. As the war progressed, the Republic's grip on the galaxy seemed to weaken, while the Separatists, under the leadership of Count Dooku and his powerful army, gained ground. However, just when it seemed that the Republic was on the brink of collapse, an unexpected intervention occurred. One that would shift the course of the entire war and change the fate of the galaxy. This unexpected intervention came from none other than Mace Windu, one of the most powerful Jedi Masters. Mace Windu had always been a steady and wise figure within the Jedi Order, but as the war progressed, he grew increasingly concerned about the Republic's leadership, particularly the rising power of Chancellor Palpatine. The Jedi Council, though dedicated to the Republic, had been feeling more and more that their role in the war was corrupting their true purpose. They were supposed to protect peace, but instead they were forced to lead armies into battle, something that weighed heavily on them. Mace Windu in particular felt that something had gone terribly wrong. He began to question the true nature of the conflict and, more importantly, Palpatine's role in it. Windu's intervention came when he made the decision to confront Palpatine directly. Over time, Mace had grown suspicious of Palpatine's motives, and he started to see the signs of something darker beneath the surface. Palpatine's increasing control over the Republic and his ability to manipulate the Senate alarmed the Jedi. Mace Windu knew that Palpatine was not just a political leader, he was something much more dangerous. The Jedi Master's growing fears were confirmed when he learned that Palpatine had secretly been manipulating both sides of the war, fueling the conflict to increase his own power. Mace Windu understood that Palpatine's ultimate goal was not to end the war, but to use it to destroy the Jedi and seize control of the galaxy. In a bold move, Mace Windu decided that Palpatine needed to be stopped. He called for an emergency meeting of the Jedi Council and revealed his findings. He explained that Palpatine had become too powerful and needed to be removed from office. However, this decision would come at a great cost. Windu knew that confronting the Supreme Chancellor would be a dangerous mission, but he was prepared to take the risk. The stakes were high if the Jedi failed to act. Palpatine would continue to consolidate his power. The Republic would be lost. Windu's intervention shifted the direction of the war and the galaxy in a way no one could have predicted. When Windu attempted to arrest Palpatine, he was met with fierce resistance. Palpatine, who had been secretly grooming Anakin Skywalker as his future apprentice, turned the situation into a personal test for Anakin. When Anakin arrived at the scene, he was torn between his loyalty to the Jedi and his growing bond with Palpatine. Palpatine, sensing Anakin's inner conflict, manipulated him, offering him the power to save Padma Amidala, Anakin's wife, from a fate he had foreseen in a vision. The fear of losing Palpam, combined with Palpatine's promises of power, pushed Anakin to make the ultimate decision to betray the Jedi and side with the Sith. Anakin's intervention, which was unexpected and shocking, ultimately sealed the fate of the Republic. By siding with Palpatine, Anakin not only turned against the Jedi, but also helped Palpatine take control of the galaxy. Mace Windu, despite his best efforts, was struck down by Anakin, and the Republic's last hope of defeating Palpatine was extinguished. His intervention, fueled by Anakin's fear and emotional struggles, marked the beginning of the Galactic Empire and the end of the Jedi Order as a power in the galaxy. The emotional consequences of this intervention were profound. Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had once been like a brother to Anakin, was devastated by his betrayal. Obi-Wan had always trusted Anakin and had believed that he could help bring balance to the Force. But now, Obi-Wan was faced with the harsh reality that his former apprentice had turned against him and the Republic. The emotional toll on Obi-Wan was immense. I had failed Anakin, and the guilt he felt over this failure would haunt him for the rest of his life. Obi-Wan's intervention in the battle against Anakin was not just a fight for survival, but a fight to save what remained of his own beliefs. He had to confront the painful truth that Anakin had chosen a path that would lead to his downfall. Padma Amidala was also deeply affected by Anakin's decision to join Palpatine and the Sith. Her fear of losing Anakin had been one of the driving forces behind her own actions throughout the war, and now that fear had come true. Padme had always believed in the ideals of the Republic and had fought for peace, but seeing Anakin fall to the dark side crushed her. She no longer recognized the man she had once loved, and the emotional toll of losing him was unbearable. She struggled with the realization that the galaxy was slipping into darkness and that she had no power to stop it. Her own political efforts seemed pointless in the face of Palpatine's growing power. Padme's personal loss was mirrored by the growing loss of hope for the future of the galaxy. The intervention of Anakin, turning to the Sith, marked the end of her dreams of peace. For Yoda, the unexpected turn of events was a heavy blow. The Jedi had long believed in the balance of the Force, but Palpatine's rise to power, combined with Anakin's fall, shattered that belief. Yoda had sensed the growing darkness, but he had not fully anticipated how deep the corruption had run. Anakin's betrayal was a personal failure for Yoda, as he had always believed that the Chosen One would restore balance to the Force. Now, Yoda saw that the Sith had won, and the Jedi were on the brink of extinction. His intervention, in attempting to face Palpatine directly, showed just how far the galaxy had fallen. Yoda, once the embodiment of wisdom and peace, was now facing the reality that the Jedi Order was near its end. His internal struggle was one of defeat and a desperate search for hope in a galaxy that had seemingly fallen into darkness. The Republic itself was not spared from the consequences of this intervention. With Palpatine in full control and Anakin as his apprentice, the Galactic Empire began to take shape. The Senate, once a symbol of democracy, was now under Palpatine's complete control. The Republic had been transformed into an authoritarian regime, with the Jedi eliminated and the Sith rising to power. The galaxy, which had once been filled with hope for peace and prosperity, was now under the iron fist of the Empire. The consequences of Anakin's intervention were far-reaching, and the people of the galaxy began to realize the full impact of what had happened. This unexpected intervention not only shifted the direction of the war, but also shaped the future of the galaxy. The rise of the Sith and the fall of the Jedi marked the end of an era. The emotional and psychological toll on the characters involved was immense, and their decisions would have lasting consequences for generations to come. The war had gone beyond military conflict. It had become a battle for the very soul of the galaxy. The intervention of Anakin, driven by his fears and desires, changed the course of history in a way that no one had expected. The galaxy was now on the path to a dark future, and the characters who had once fought for peace now had to face the aftermath of their choices. The Clone Wars had built up over time, with battles, betrayals, and shifting alliances shaping the destiny of the galaxy. But everything had led to this point, the ultimate confrontation. The galaxy, once filled with hope and promise, was now teetering on the edge of destruction, and the final battle to decide its future had begun. The personal stakes were higher than ever as key characters, who had once fought side by side, now found themselves on opposite sides of a war that would shape everything they knew. The ultimate confrontation would not just determine the fate of the Republic and the Separatists, but it would force characters to face their own inner demons and decide what they were truly fighting for. Anakin Skywalker, once the hero of the Republic, now stood as a dark force in the galaxy. His fall to the Sith, becoming Darth Vader, had been the turning point in the war. Anakin, driven by fear and a desire for control, had abandoned the Jedi Order and joined Palpatine in his quest for ultimate power. But Anakin's personal struggle wasn't over. The emotional toll of his choices, the betrayal of the Jedi, his separation from Pab, and the darkness he had embraced had created a deep conflict within him. The desire for power that had once driven him to the Sith was now battling with the remnants of the man he had once been. It had become a tool for Palpatine. But the question of whether he could ever truly be at peace with his choices remained unanswered. For Obi-Wan Kenobi, the stakes of the final confrontation were personal. Obi-Wan had watched Anakin grow from a hopeful young Jedi into a man consumed by anger and fear. He had tried to guide Anakin to be a mentor, but now Obi-Wan had to face the painful truth. Anakin was lost. Obi-Wan had always believed in Anakin's potential, and the betrayal felt like a crushing blow. Now, Obi-Wan had to make the difficult decision to confront his former apprentice. The emotional weight of this battle was immense. Obi-Wan was not just fighting to save the galaxy. He was fighting to save the person he had once considered his brother. This confrontation was not just about the conflict between the Republic and the Separatist. It was about the broken relationship between two people who had once been so close. Obi-Wan's duty as a Jedi had led him to this moment, but his personal feelings made it a struggle that would haunt him forever. The Jedi, too, faced their own personal stakes in the confrontation. Yoda, the wise Jedi Master, had always been a symbol of hope for the galaxy, but now he found himself questioning the role of the Jedi in the war. The Jedi had become generals, soldiers in a conflict they never wanted to fight. Yoda understood that the future of the Jedi Order depended on the outcome of this final confrontation. His own personal struggle was to maintain hope and belief in the Jedi teachings, even when everything seemed lost. Yoda knew that if the Jedi could not stop Palpatine and the Sith, the galaxy would fall into darkness for generations. This confrontation was not just a physical battle, it was a battle for the very soul of the Jedi. For Padma Amidala, the stakes were deeply personal as well. She had spent the war fighting for peace and justice, but now she was faced with the harsh reality that the Republic she had once believed in was being replaced by the Galactic Empire, under the control of Palpatine. Padme's greatest fear had always been the loss of the man she loved, Anakin, and now that fear had come true. She was torn between her love for him and her commitment to the galaxy's future. Padma had always fought for democracy and peace, but with Anakin's fall to the dark side, she realized that the war was no longer about just the Republic versus the Separatist. It was about the very foundation of the galaxy's future. This confrontation would mark the end of one era and the beginning of another, and Padma knew that her role in it was now uncertain. The Republic's fate hung in the balance, as Palpatine had successfully manipulated the galaxy into war and now had used that war to cement his control. Palpatine, who had once been seen as a necessary leader to protect the Republic, had now become a tyrant. His rise to power was complete, but the moment of truth had arrived. The Jedi and their allies were finally preparing to confront him. For Palpatine, the stakes were not just about military victory, they were about securing his hold on the galaxy. For all time, his power was absolute, and he had no intention of relinquishing it. The final confrontation would be a battle for control of the galaxy. But it was also a battle for the legacy of the Sith. Palpatine's plan had been in motion for years, and now it was all coming to a head. The Separatists, under Dooku and Grievous, had seen many victories, but their unity was fragile. The growing influence of Palpatine and the increasing control of the Jedi were slowly breaking the Separatists' power. Dooku, who had long been working for Sidious, realized that his position was becoming less important as the war reached its final stages. Grievous, the Separatist military leader, knew that his forces were losing momentum. Though they continued to fight, the Separatists were becoming more desperate. Their attempts to maintain control were now largely futile as the Republic, under the influence of Palpatine, began to take back territory and push the Separatists to the brink of collapse. For the clones, the final confrontation had become a moment of reckoning. The clones had been created for war, and for many of them that war had defined their existence. However, as the battle reached its peak, the clones began to see the consequences of their role in the conflict. Captain Rex and other clones had developed their own personalities. The emotional weight of fighting for a cause that no longer felt just weighed heavily on them. They had fought for the Republic, but now that the Republic was being transformed into an empire, many of the clones began to question their loyalty. The final confrontation forced the clones to face the reality of their existence, and for some, was the end of an era. The intensity of the moment was felt by everyone involved. As the final confrontation began, there was a sense of urgency. This battle would determine the fate of the galaxy. Anakin, now Darth Vader, was at the heart of it. His choices in this moment would decide whether the Republic could survive or whether the Sith would take control. His internal struggle between the light and dark sides of the Force reached its peak. He had already betrayed the Jedi, but could he truly embrace the dark side, or was there still a part of him that longed for the light? The emotional stakes for Anakin were immense. His love for Padme, his loyalty to Palpatine, his deep-rooted connection to the Jedi were all pulling him in different directions. For Obi-Wan, the battle was no less personal. He had once been Anakin's teacher and friend, and now he was facing the heartbreaking truth that his former apprentice had chosen a path of destruction. Obi-Wan knew that he had to stop Anakin, but the emotional toll of the confrontation would stay with him forever. For Padme, this moment marked the end of everything she had fought for. She had believed in Anakin, in the power of peace and democracy. But now she was witnessing the galaxy slip into darkness. The confrontation marked the end of her dreams of peace and the beginning of a new era of fear and oppression. Her heartbreak over Anakin's fall was something she could not escape, and it marked a turning point in her own journey. The Republic was crumbling under the weight of Palpatine's power. His ultimate victory was within reach, and the final confrontation would be the moment when the galaxy's future was sealed. The Jedi Order had failed to protect the galaxy, and now the Sith were ready to rise. This confrontation was not just the end of a war, it was the beginning of a new, dark chapter in galactic history. The stakes were higher than ever, and the personal costs of the decisions made in these final moments would echo through the galaxy for generations to come, as the Clone Wars reached its climax. The final decisions of the key characters would not only define the outcome of the conflict, but also change the future of the galaxy. These characters, once firm in their beliefs, were now faced with momentous choices that forced them to confront their inner struggles, their fears, and their loyalties. The intensity of the battle weighed heavily on each of them, and the stakes were higher than ever before. Their decisions were not just about winning or losing, they were about choosing their paths, values, and ultimately their roles. In a galaxy that was rapidly changing, Anakin Skywalker was at the heart of the galaxy's fate. His transformation from a heroic Jedi Knight into Darth Vader was one of the most tragic and defining moments of the war. Anakin's decision to turn to the dark side was a culmination of his internal struggle. He had always been passionate and driven by emotion, especially his fear of losing those he loved. His relationship with Padme Amidala, his love for her, and his deep-rooted fear of loss had pushed him toward dangerous choices. As the war escalated, Anakin became increasingly disillusioned with the Jedi, feeling that their teachings on detachment were holding him back. He wanted more power, power to protect those he loved. And he believed that Palpatine's promises of saving Pab were the only way to achieve that, and had loved him like a brother. But as the war reached its final stages, Obi-Wan was faced with Anakin's internal conflict was intense. On one hand, he still believed in the Jedi's ideals. He wanted to be a protector of peace. On the other hand, the fear of losing Pab, coupled with the growing influence of Chancellor Palpatine, made him increasingly vulnerable. Palpatine manipulated Anakin, making him believe that the Jedi were the true enemies, and that only through power could he save Padme from the fate he had seen in a vision. Anakin's final decision to betray the Jedi and join Palpatine was the moment when he fully embraced the dark side. His fear of losing his loved ones, combined with his growing resentment toward the Jedi, ultimately pushed him to make the fateful decision to become Darth Vader. This choice marked the point of no return for Anakin, and though he gained the power he sought, it came at the cost of everything he once held dear. For Obi-Wan Kenobi, the stakes were deeply personal. He had trained Anakin, watched him grow, and believed in his potential to bring balance to the Force. But Obi-Wan's final decision came when he was forced to confront Anakin, now Darth Vader, in a battle that would ultimately decide the fate of the galaxy. Obi-Wan's internal conflict was agonizing. He loved Anakin like a brother, and the pain of seeing his former apprentice fall to the dark side was almost too much to bear. Obi-Wan had spent years trying to teach Anakin the ways of the Jedi, but now he realized that he could no longer save him. His decision to fight Anakin was not made lightly. Obi-Wan had always believed in peace, in understanding, and in protecting others. But in this moment, he had to accept the painful truth that the Republic and the Jedi Order were lost, and the galaxy's future rested on stopping Anakin. Obi-Wan's final decision was one of duty versus love. He knew that Anakin's fall could not go unchallenged, that the future of the galaxy depended on his willingness to stop him. The fight against Anakin was not just a physical battle, it was an emotional one. Obi-Wan had to put aside his personal feelings of betrayal and loss to do what he believed was right. He had to stop Anakin, even if it meant losing his closest friend forever. Obi-Wan's decision was a heartbreaking one, but it was also a necessary one. He understood that the galaxy could not survive if Anakin, now Darth Vader, was allowed to continue down his dark path. This decision would haunt Obi-Wan for the rest of his life. But in that moment, he knew there was no other choice. Padme Amidala was also faced with a difficult decision as the war reached its peak. Padme had always fought for peace, for diplomacy, and for a republic that represented justice and democracy. But the rise of Palpatine and the fall of the Jedi left Padme feeling helpless. She had always believed that the Republic could be saved, but now, she saw it slipping into dictatorship under Palpatine's rule. Her internal conflict was deep. She loved Anakin, and she couldn't bear to see him lost to the dark side. At the same time, she knew that the galaxy was at a crossroads. The Republic she had worked so hard to protect was dying, and the galaxy's future was uncertain. Padme's final decision was to act, even if it meant standing alone. She began to speak out against Palpatine's increasing power, hoping to rally others in the Senate to take action against him. But despite her efforts, Padme found herself alone in her fight, and she knew that the battle for the soul of the galaxy was beyond her. Padme's decision to confront Palpatine and her growing realization that the Republic was lost marked the end of her ideals of peace and diplomacy. She had spent her life fighting for justice, but now she was forced to face the harsh reality that the galaxy was changing in ways she could not stop. Her love for Anakin and her hope for the Republic collided in painful ways, and her decision was ultimately one of acceptance. She could no longer fight for the ideals she once held dear, and the loss of Anakin, both emotionally and ideologically, was a crushing blow. Padme's decision, like Obi-Wan's, was shaped by the events around her, and in the end, she realized that the Republic she had once believed in was beyond saving. For Yoda, the decision was one of survival and adaptation. As the war reached its peak, Yoda had already realized that the Jedi Order was at a crossroads. The war had forced the Jedi into roles they were never meant to play, and Yoda's internal struggle had been one of questioning their purpose. He had always believed in the balance of the Force, but with the rise of the Sith and the fall of the Jedi, he began to understand that the galaxy's fate was no longer in the Jedi's hands. Yoda's final decision was one of retreat. He knew that the Jedi could not survive if they continued to fight directly against Palpatine and the Sith. His decision to go into exile on Dagobah was a painful one. But it was also a strategic choice. Yoda understood that the Jedi had to preserve themselves, wait for a time when they could return to restore balance to the Force. This decision was not one of surrender, but of survival. Yoda's choice to step away from the battle was a difficult one, as it meant accepting the defeat of the Jedi Order and the rise of the Sith. The clones, too, faced critical decisions. As soldiers bred for war, they had followed orders without question, but as the conflict intensified, some began to question their place in the larger picture. Captain Rex and his fellow clones had fought side by side with the Jedi, but as the war came to an end, the clones were forced to confront the reality of their existence. Rex, who had always been a loyal soldier, began to understand the complexities of his role in the war. The final decision for the clones was whether to continue following orders or to think for themselves and choose their own path. The Order 66 command, which called for the execution of the Jedi, was a pivotal moment for the clones. Rex, who had grown close to the Jedi, struggled with this command, and his decision to ultimately defy the Order was a key turning point for him personally. The final decisions made by each of these characters, Anakin, Obi-Wan, Padmé, Yoda, and the clones, were shaped by the emotional, moral, and psychological pressures of the war. The choices they made were not just about the outcome of the conflict, but about their personal beliefs, their loyalties, and their relationships. These decisions would forever alter their lives and the fate of the galaxy. The stakes were higher than ever, and each character was forced to confront their own darkest fears and desires. The galaxy was changing, and the final decisions made by these key characters marked the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. As the Clone Wars reached their peak, the characters involved were faced with more than just physical battles. They were asked to make personal sacrifices that tested their beliefs, their loyalty, and their strength. The heat of the conflict brought moments when the characters had to choose between their duty to others and their own personal desires. These sacrifices were not just about winning or losing. They were about the emotional weight of decisions that would shape their futures. The losses that followed these sacrifices had lasting consequences, both for the individuals involved and for the galaxy at large. Anakin Skywalker made the ultimate sacrifice, though it was one driven by his personal fears and desires. Anakin had always been someone driven by emotion, but as the war wore on, his emotions became more difficult to control. His love for Padmé Amidala was his greatest motivation, but it also became his greatest weakness. He feared losing her, just as he had lost his mother, and that fear led him to make decisions that would change the galaxy forever. Anakin's willingness to embrace the dark side in exchange for the power to save Padmé was his way of attempting to protect her. But it was also a sacrifice of his own soul. By choosing to ally himself with Chancellor Palpatine, and later becoming Darth Vader, Anakin lost everything he had once believed in. The Jedi, his friends, and his own sense of self were all sacrificed for the promise of power. His emotional struggle, however, never fully faded, and the weight of the sacrifices he made would haunt him for the rest of his life. For Obi-Wan Kenobi, the emotional weight of the war was immense. Obi-Wan had always been the calm and wise Jedi, one who put duty above personal desire. His greatest sacrifice came when he was forced to confront Anakin, his former apprentice, who had turned to the dark side. Obi-Wan's internal struggle was heartbreaking. He had trained Anakin, believed in him. The truth that Anakin was lost to the Sith, Obi-Wan's decision to confront Anakin, even though it meant fighting someone he cared about deeply, was one of the most painful moments of his life. The emotional weight of this sacrifice was heavy. He knew that by fighting Anakin, he was risking not only his own life, but also the future of the galaxy. If Anakin remained in the hands of the Sith, there would be no hope for the Republic. Obi-Wan's sacrifice, both personal and ideological, was the price he had to pay to ensure the survival of the galaxy. Amidala, who had always been a symbol of hope and diplomacy, faced a different kind of sacrifice. As the war continued, Padme saw the Republic slipping further into Palpatine's control. Despite her personal love for Anakin, she began to see the growing danger that Palpatine posed to the galaxy. Her loyalty to the ideals of peace and democracy clashed with the reality of the Republic's downfall. Padme's sacrifice was not just in the personal sense. She'd already lost the man she loved to the dark side, but in her dedication to what remained of the Republic. Even as the Senate became more corrupt, Padme continued to fight for the ideals she believed in, even though she knew that her efforts might not be enough. Her personal loss of Anakin, combined with her growing realization that the galaxy was slipping into tyranny, was a sacrifice that weighed heavily on her. Padme fought for peace, even when she could no longer see a way to achieve it. This emotional toll would leave her feeling isolated, as she saw everything she had worked for crumble before her eyes. Yoda, the wise and ancient Jedi Master, also made sacrifices throughout the war. Yoda had long been a symbol of wisdom and guidance for the Jedi Order. But as the war continued, he began to realize that the Jedi had become too involved in the conflict, losing sight of their original purpose. The sacrifice that Yoda faced was not one of physical loss, but of spiritual loss. He saw the fall of the Jedi as a failure on his part. The Order had been responsible for training Anakin, the Chosen One, and Yoda understood that their inability to guide him correctly had led to the galaxy's downfall. The emotional weight of this failure was immense for Yoda, and it caused him to question his own role in the galaxy's history. After the fall of the Jedi, Yoda chose to go into exile on Dagobah, hoping to preserve the teachings of the Jedi for a time when they could return and restore balance to the Force. Yoda's sacrifice was one of retreat and humility. He understood that the Jedi's place in the galaxy was lost for now, but he believed that there might still be hope for the future. For the clones, the war itself was a constant sacrifice. The clones were bred for battle and trained to fight without question. But as the war continued, many of the clones began to question their role in the conflict. They had been created for one purpose, to serve the Republic. But as the war dragged on, and the Jedi Order was all but destroyed, the clones realized that they, too, were caught in a system that cared little for their well-being. Many clones, like Captain Rex, had developed their own personalities and bonds with the Jedi. Their loyalty to the Republic had been unquestioned. But as the Order 66 command came down to execute the Jedi, the clones were forced to choose between loyalty to their Jedi comrades and obedience to the new Empire. Captain Rex, in particular, struggled with this order. He had fought alongside the Jedi, and the thought of turning against them was a painful one. His internal struggle led him to disobey the Order and try to save the Jedi, even though it meant going against everything he had been trained to do. The Sith, particularly Darth Sidious, did not make sacrifices in the traditional sense. Sidious, who had spent years manipulating the galaxy, saw others as mere tools to achieve his own goals. His emotional detachment allowed him to make decisions without personal feelings getting in the way. However, Sidious's greatest sacrifice was the very essence of his humanity. He had given himself completely to the dark side of the Force, forsaking any sense of compassion or connection to others. His obsession with power and control left him isolated, without true allies. The sacrifices Sidious made were not for personal loss, but for the pursuit of ultimate control over the galaxy. The Republic as a whole, too, faced its own sacrifice. The ideals of democracy, freedom, and peace had been central to the Republic's existence for thousands of years. But as the war intensified, the Republic's values were eroded. The rise of Palpatine and the formation of the Galactic Empire marked the Republic's greatest loss. The sacrifice of the Republic was not just in its political structure, but in the ideals it had once represented. The shift from a democratic government to an authoritarian regime meant the loss of freedom for the galaxy's inhabitants. This political sacrifice affected not just the leaders of the Republic, but the entire galaxy. The sacrifices made during the war, whether personal, ideological, or political, had lasting effects on the future of the galaxy. The emotional weight of these sacrifices could be seen across the galaxy. The characters who had once been driven by hope and a desire for peace were now faced with the devastating consequences of their actions. Anakin's decision to embrace the dark side had destroyed his own humanity, and Obi-Wan's sacrifice of his friend had left him broken. Pad's loss of her ideals and her beloved Anakin led to her physical and emotional decline. Retreat into exile symbolized the death of the Jedi, and the clones' loyalty to their comrades had been tested beyond their limits. As the Clone Wars ended and the Empire rose, the personal and collective sacrifices made by these characters continued to echo throughout the galaxy. The decisions made in the heat of battle, the choices driven by fear, love, and duty, had far-reaching consequences. The galaxy was forever changed, and the emotional toll of these sacrifices would continue to be felt for generations to come. The losses were not just about military defeats, they were about the loss of ideals, of friendships, and of the hope that once defined the galaxy. The characters and the galaxy they lived in would never be the same again. As the Clone Wars came to a head, the galaxy was divided. Both sides prepared for the final confrontation that would determine its fate. The battle was no longer just about soldiers and military strategies. It was a battle for the very soul of the galaxy. The Republic, once a beacon of democracy, was now in the hands of Chancellor Palpatine, who had secretly turned the galaxy into an empire. The Jedi, defenders of peace, had been almost entirely wiped out, and their once dominant role was now reduced to that of exiles. The Separatists, led by Count Dooku and General Grievous, had been fighting for independence, but were losing ground. With each passing day, with Anakin Skywalker now fully aligned with the Sith, the final battle became inevitable. It was a moment when all the struggles, sacrifices, and decisions came to a head. This was the battle that would decide the future of the galaxy. With each side's fate hanging in the balance, the final battle began with a sense of urgency and desperation on both sides. The Republic, now under the control of Palpatine and his apprentice Darth Vader, formerly Anakin Skywalker, was quickly moving to solidify its hold on the galaxy. The Republic's clone army had suffered numerous losses over the course of the war, but they were still a powerful force. However, the Separatists were not easily defeated. Led by General Grievous, who was known for his ruthless tactics and command of droid armies, the Separatists had one final chance to turn the tide. Grievous had ordered his forces to launch a major offensive against the Republic's last strongholds. The battle was intense, with the fate of entire star systems hanging in the balance. The turning point of the battle came when Darth Sidious, the true mastermind behind the war, made his final move to eliminate the Jedi once and for all. Sidious had been pulling the strings from the very beginning, creating the war to weaken both the Republic and the Jedi Order. By now, he had become the Emperor of the galaxy, with almost absolute power. His manipulation of Anakin was his greatest. Success in Anakin's transition into Darth Vader was the catalyst for the final stage of the war. The Jedi, weakened and outnumbered, made their last stand against the Sith and the clones who had turned against them. Obi-Wan Kenobi, one of the last Jedi Masters, faced his former apprentice, Anakin, in a climactic duel. Obi-Wan's emotional struggle was immense, as he had loved Anakin like a brother, and now he had to fight him. Anakin's internal conflict was palpable as he faced Obi-Wan. Deep down, Anakin knew that he had made the wrong choice, but he had gone too far to turn back now. His fear of loss, his anger, and his desire for control had led him down a path from which there seemed to be no return. As the battle progressed, Anakin's power and skill became evident. But so did the emotional pain of having to fight his former mentor. Obi-Wan, though emotionally devastated, fought with precision and strength, knowing that this battle was not just about saving the galaxy, but about protecting what remained of Anakin's soul. The turning point in their fight came when Obi-Wan, in a moment of sorrow and resolve, finally overpowered Anakin, leaving him gravely wounded. Anakin's fall, physically and emotionally, was the end of any hope for redemption. Meanwhile, Padma, Amidala, who had been fighting for peace and democracy, found herself at a crossroads. Her heartbreak over Anakin's fall and the transformation of the Republic into an empire was overwhelming. She had spent her life fighting for the ideals that the Republic had once stood for. But now, it was clear that the Republic she had known was gone. In the final moments of the battle, Padme made the painful decision to confront Palpatine in the Senate, knowing that the Republic was lost. However, her attempts to stop Palpatine were in vain, as the Sith had already won. Her decision to stand up for what she believed in, despite the overwhelming odds, was a final act of defiance. Even as the Republic crumbled around her, the clones, once loyal soldiers of the Republic, were also at a turning point. Throughout the war, the clones had been bred for battle and trained to follow orders without question. But as the final battle unfolded, many clones began to realize the cost of their loyalty. The infamous Order 66, which called for the execution of the Jedi, had been executed flawlessly by the clones, but the emotional toll it took on them was immense. Captain Rex, one of the most trusted clone commanders, was torn between his duty and his growing awareness of the consequences of his actions. Rex, along with others, began to question the morality of blindly following orders, especially when those orders led to the destruction of the Jedi, the very allies they had fought alongside for years. The final resolution for the clones was a difficult one. They had fought for the Republic, but now they found themselves forced into service under the Empire. The galaxy had changed, and the clones were caught in a system that no longer valued their individuality. As the battle raged on, as the Sith moved closer to their ultimate goal. With Palpatine now fully in control, the Galactic Empire was established, and the Jedi were all but destroyed. Sidious had succeeded in his manipulation, and the Sith's grip on the galaxy was now complete. For Palpatine, this final battle was the culmination of years of careful planning and deceit. He had orchestrated the war from the beginning, using the Republic and the Separatists as pawns in his quest for ultimate power. With Anakin now by his side as Darth Vader, Palpatine had secured his rule. The final resolution was the rise of the Empire. The Jedi defeated, and the galaxy plunged into an era of darkness, the Jedi Order. Once the guardians of peace and balance in the galaxy was nearly wiped out in the final stages of the war, the consequences of their involvement in the war were now painfully clear. The Jedi had failed in their mission to protect the galaxy, and their attempts to resist Palpatine were too late. The loss of their stronghold, their teachings, and their leadership in the galaxy was a devastating blow. The Jedi were no longer a powerful force for good, but had been reduced to fugitives, hunted by the Empire. The few Jedi who survived, including Obi-Wan and Yoda, would go into hiding, waiting for a time when they could once again challenge the Sith. The final battle, with its emotional and ideological stakes, marked the end of the Republic and the beginning of the Empire. The Emperor's victory was complete, but it came at a high cost. While Palpatine had achieved his goal of becoming the supreme ruler of the galaxy, the destruction of the Jedi Order and the betrayal of Anakin Skywalker had left the galaxy in a state of turmoil. The emotional toll of the battle was felt by everyone involved. Obi-Wan had lost his brother in Anakin. Padme had lost her hope for the galaxy, and the clones had lost their sense of purpose. The personal stakes of the battle had become intertwined with the fate of the galaxy, and the ultimate resolution was a bitter one. This climactic battle was not just about military victory. It was about the choices made by key individuals that determined the future of the galaxy. Anakin's fall, Obi-Wan's loss, Padme's defiance, the clones' internal conflict, and Palpatine's rise all contributed to the galaxy's shifting future. The final resolution was one of darkness. As the Galactic Empire rose to power, leaving the Republic behind, the characters who had once fought for peace now faced the consequences of their actions and choices. The galaxy had changed, and there would be no going back. The emotional weight of the final battle and its aftermath would resonate throughout the galaxy for years to come, as the Republic faded into the Empire and hope seemed lost. The battle that marked the end of the Clone Wars and the rise of the Galactic Empire had far-reaching consequences not only for the galaxy, but for every character involved. The decisions made in those final moments shifted the power dynamics and altered the emotional states of everyone involved. The galaxy that had once been filled with hope and potential was now under the iron fist of Palpatine and the Republic. That had stood for thousands of years was no more. The Jedi Order, once the guardians of peace and justice, had been nearly wiped out, and the galaxy was now ruled by an empire led by Palpatine and his Sith apprentice, Darth Vader, formerly Anakin Skywalker. The emotional aftermath of these events was immense, and the consequences of the climax would be felt for generations. Anakin Skywalker, once the hero of the Republic, had become Darth Vader, a Sith Lord under the control of Palpatine. His fall to the dark side, driven by fear and a desire for power, had cost him everything he once held dear. His relationship with Padme Amidala was shattered, and the Republic he had fought to protect had fallen. Anakin's transformation into Vader was complete, but it came at a tremendous emotional cost. He had sacrificed his humanity and his connection to the Jedi in exchange for power, but now as Vader, he found himself more isolated than ever before. His fear of losing Padme, which had driven him to make the fateful decision to join the Sith, now seemed pointless, as Padme was gone and the galaxy had plunged into darkness. Anakin's internal conflict continued, even though he outwardly served the Emperor. His emotions were a constant battle between the man he had been and the monster he had become. The consequences of his decisions weighed heavily on him, but he had no way to escape the path he had chosen. Obi-Wan Kenobi was left with a deep sense of loss and guilt. He had been forced to fight his former apprentice, and the pain of that confrontation would stay with him forever. Obi-Wan had always believed in Anakin's potential, and to see him fall to the dark side was a crushing blow. The emotional toll of losing Anakin was immense. Obi-Wan had loved him like a brother, and now he had to live with the fact that he could not save him. The loss of the Jedi Order, the defeat of the Republic, and the rise of the Empire were all consequences of Anakin's choices, and Obi-Wan felt personally responsible. After the battle, he retreated into exile, hiding on Tatooine, watching over Luke Skywalker, the son of Anakin, in the hope that one day Luke would be the one to bring balance to the Force. Obi-Wan's emotional state was one of quiet grief and regret. He'd once been a proud member of the Jedi Order, but now all that was left was the quiet hope that the galaxy would one day be free from the Empire's rule. Amidala's fate was just as tragic. After witnessing the fall of the Republic and the loss of Anakin to the dark side, she lost the will to continue the fight. Her love for Anakin had been the driving force behind much of her actions, and with his transformation into Darth Vader, she could no longer find hope in the galaxy. Though she remained politically active for a time, her emotional state was one of deep sadness and despair. Padme had always believed in the power of democracy and diplomacy, but the events of the war had shown her that the Republic was no longer the institution it once was. The emotional toll of losing Anakin, the man she loved, and the Republic, which she had fought so hard to protect, was too much for her to bear. Palm died not long after the birth of her twin children, Luke and Leia, but her death symbolized the end of an era. Her passing was a quiet one, reflecting the loss of hope for the future of the galaxy. For the clones, the aftermath of the battle was just as emotionally charged. The clones had been bred to fight, to follow orders without question, but the events of the war had made them question their place in the galaxy. Many clones, especially those like Captain Rex, had formed deep bonds with the Jedi and had fought alongside them as comrades. The Order 66 command, which called for the extermination of the Jedi, was a devastating moment for the clones. The emotional conflict of following an order that would lead to the deaths of their friends and allies was too much for some of them. Captain Rex, in particular, struggled with his loyalty to his Jedi commander Ahsoka Tano and the growing realization that the Republic he had fought for was no longer the same. The loss of the Jedi and the shift to the Empire left the clones in a state of confusion and grief. They had been soldiers, created for war, but now they had to live with the consequences of that war. Many clones, like Rex, found themselves questioning their role in the galaxy, realizing that they were nothing more than tools for a regime that cared little for their lives. Yoda, the wise Jedi Master, also faced the painful aftermath of the Clone Wars. The war had forced the Jedi to abandon their role as peacekeepers and become soldiers. Yoda had always believed in the balance of the Force, but now he saw that the galaxy had fallen into darkness. The Jedi Order had failed to prevent the rise of the Sith, and the Republic had been replaced by the Empire. Yoda's decision to go into exile on Dagobah was a result of this deep sense of failure. He had once been the leader of the Jedi, but now he was just one of the last remaining survivors, waiting for the day when the Force would guide him to a new hope. Yoda's emotional state was one of sadness and resignation, but also of hope. He knew that the future of the galaxy rested with the next generation, and that one day, the Jedi would return to restore balance to the Force. Yoda's sacrifices were great, but his belief in the Force never wavered. He waited, knowing that the galaxy would need a new hope, and that hope lay in the children of Anakin Skywalker. The Sith, led by Palpatine, had achieved their goal of dominating the galaxy. The Galactic Empire was established, and Palpatine became its emperor, with Darth Vader at his side. However, the emotional consequences of their victory were not as satisfying as they might have hoped. Palpatine, who had spent years manipulating the galaxy into war, found himself ruling over an empire built on fear and control. Though he had achieved ultimate power, there was a sense of emptiness in his rule. The cost of the war, the loss of countless lives, and the betrayal of his own apprentice, Anakin, had left Palpatine in a situation where he was unable to trust anyone, not even his most trusted allies. His rule was now absolute, but the emotional toll of the war and the loss of the Jedi left him isolated in his own power. The power dynamics of the galaxy had shifted completely. The Republic had been destroyed, and the Galactic Empire now ruled. With an iron fist, the Jedi, once the guardians of peace, were all but extinct, and the Sith had taken control. For the galaxy, this was the beginning of a new era, defined by fear, oppression, and the loss of freedom. The Rebel Alliance would rise in time, but for now, the galaxy was under the rule of the Sith, with Palpatine and Vader holding all the power. The consequences of the Clone Wars, both personal and political, were profound, and the loss of the ideals the galaxy had once stood for left, many wondering if peace and democracy could ever be restored. The emotional and psychological aftermath of the climax was felt across the galaxy. Characters like Obi-Wan, Padma, the clones, were left to pick up the pieces of their shattered lives. While the galaxy struggled to move forward under the Empire's rule, the Republic was gone, and the Jedi were nearly extinct. The consequences of these events would shape the future of the galaxy for generations, as the Sith continued to rule with no real opposition. The sacrifices made during the war, the losses suffered, and the emotional toll of the final decisions were not something that could be easily forgotten. The resolution of the Clone Wars, while leading to the rise of the Empire, also set the stage for the eventual rebellion and the return of hope to the galaxy. The Clone Wars, after years of intense battles and personal struggles, finally came to an end, but not without significant consequences for the galaxy and the characters involved. The outcome of the conflict left each character to process their feelings and deal with the emotional and psychological impact of the choices they had made. The galaxy was forever changed, and so were the characters who had been at the center of this epic struggle. Some found themselves lost in grief, while others grappled with feelings of guilt, failure, and confusion. Each of them had to come to terms with what had happened and figure out how to move forward in a galaxy that no longer resembled the one they had once known. Anakin Skywalker, now fully transformed into Darth Vader, faced the most significant personal reaction to the outcome of the war. His internal conflict had been a constant throughout the entire conflict, torn between his loyalty to the Jedi and his deep fear of losing the people he loved, especially Padme Amidala. His decision to join the Sith and betray everything he once believed in was the result of his fear, anger, and desire for control. But in the aftermath of his actions, Darth Vader was left to live with the consequences of his choices. He had helped Palpatine destroy the Republic, turned against his friends, and killed the Jedi, including his mentor Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yet the victory of the Sith felt hollow to him. Despite his newfound power, he was haunted by the loss of and the knowledge that he had lost himself in the process. Vader's future, while marked by power, was also filled with guilt, regret, and the knowledge that he had sacrificed everything he once held dear. Obi-Wan Kenobi was deeply affected by the outcome of the war and the personal loss he had suffered. Obi-Wan had trained Anakin, believed in him, and loved him like a brother. But seeing Anakin fall to the dark side, becoming Darth Vader, was a betrayal that cut him to the core. Obi-Wan had failed to save his friend, and that feeling of failure weighed heavily on him. After their final confrontation, Obi-Wan went into exile on Tatooine, carrying the weight of Anakin's transformation with him. He could no longer be the Jedi he once was, and his faith in the Jedi Order was shaken. Obi-Wan's personal reaction to the outcome was a deep sense of loss, not just for Anakin, but for the galaxy. The Republic had fallen, and with it, the Jedi Order? Obi-Wan understood that the Jedi could not continue in the way they had before, and he had to adapt to this new reality. Despite the pain, Obi-Wan's future held a glimmer of hope, as he knew that Anakin's son, Luke Skywalker, held the key to the galaxy's redemption. Obi-Wan's journey from mentor to exile was one of self-reflection, acceptance, and ultimately, the hope that the Jedi could be restored through future generations. Padme Amidala, who had fought for peace and democracy throughout the war, was devastated by the outcome. Her love for Anakin had been her greatest motivation, and seeing him fall to the dark side was a loss she could not overcome. The Republic that she had worked so hard to protect had fallen, replaced by an empire under Palpatine's control. Reaction to the outcome was one of deep sorrow and despair. She had always believed in the power of diplomacy and the goodness of the Republic, but now she realized that her ideals had been crushed. The emotional toll of losing Anakin, combined with the fall of the Republic, left Padme heartbroken. She felt alone, as though everything she had fought for had been for nothing. Her personal grief, however, gave way to a resolve to protect the future, even if she could not stop the Empire from taking over. Padme's final decision to give birth to Luke and Leia was her last act of hope for the galaxy. Though she did not live to see their impact, her legacy lived on in her children, who would one day challenge the Empire. Padme's future was tragically short, but she remained a symbol of resistance and hope. Yoda, the wise Jedi Master, also faced profound emotional consequences. Throughout the war, Yoda had struggled with the Jedi's role in the conflict and the growing darkness that he sensed in the Force. The Jedi had once been protectors of peace, but they had become generals in a war that led to their downfall. Yoda's reaction to the outcome of the war was a mixture of sorrow and self-reflection. He had failed in his responsibility to protect the galaxy and guide Anakin. Yoda's failure was not just the fall of the Jedi Order, but also the rise of the Sith and the darkness that had consumed Anakin. In the aftermath, Yoda retreated to Dagobah, choosing to live in isolation. He understood that the Jedi could no longer fight openly against the Empire, but he remained hopeful that one day the Force would bring balance again. Yoda's future was one of waiting, knowing that he could not restore the Jedi Order alone. He placed his hope in Luke Skywalker, the son of Anakin, and in time, Luke would be the one to bring about the redemption of the galaxy. The clones, who had fought alongside the Jedi and had been an integral part of the Republic's military, were also left to process the outcome of the war. Captain Rex, one of the most loyal and skilled clone commanders, found himself deeply conflicted after the execution of Order 66, which called for the death of the Jedi. The clones had been bred to follow orders without question, but Rex and many of his fellow clones began to see the consequences of their actions. They had fought alongside the Jedi, trusted them as allies, and yet, in a moment of betrayal, they had turned against them. The emotional toll of Order 66 was immense for Rex, who had formed close bonds with the Jedi, particularly with Ahsoka Tano. Rex's future was uncertain, as the clones had no true purpose under the Empire. They were soldiers without a cause, caught in a system that saw them as tools rather than individuals. Rex, like the others, was forced to accept a new reality, one in which the Empire controlled their lives. The Empire. of Darth Sidious and his apprentice Darth Vader, the Sith, though triumphant, faced their own emotional consequences. Palpatine, having achieved his goal of becoming Emperor, found that his victory was not as satisfying as he had imagined. He had used Anakin to destroy the Jedi, but he had also lost the trust of his apprentice. Darth Vader was now a powerful Sith Lord, but his internal conflict remained unresolved. Despite his loyalty to Palpatine, he was haunted by the loss of Pagnum and the knowledge that he had betrayed everything he once stood for. The Sith had won, but the emotional cost was immense. Palpatine ruled with fear, but he could never escape. The knowledge that his power was fragile, it's built on lies and manipulation. For the galaxy, the consequences of the Clone Wars were devastating. The Republic was gone, replaced by the Empire, and the galaxy was now under the rule of an oppressive regime. The loss of freedom, democracy, and hope weighed heavily on the people of the galaxy. Planets that had once been part of the Republic were now under Imperial control, and the people who had once fought for peace and justice now had to live under the Empire's reign. The emotional state of the galaxy was one of fear, uncertainty, and loss. The ideals that had once defined the galaxy, the hope for a peaceful, democratic future, were now distant memories, placed by the harsh reality of Imperial rule. In the aftermath of the conflict, the characters who had once fought for peace and justice now had to deal with the consequences of their decisions. The emotional toll of the Clone Wars was felt by the fallen Jedi, by the clones who had fought without understanding the full cost of their actions, and by the galaxy that had lost its way. But in the midst of the pain and loss there was still hope. The children of Anakin Skywalker, Luke and Leia, held the key to the galaxy's future. The legacy of the past would guide them. Their actions would eventually restore balance to the Force. The emotional journey of the characters. In the aftermath of the war was not just about processing loss, it was about finding hope in the face of overwhelming darkness. Their futures were uncertain, but the hope for a better galaxy would continue through the next generation. The outcome of the Clone Wars led to profound changes in the political and social landscape of the galaxy. What had once been a thriving republic, founded on the principles of democracy and justice, was now replaced by an authoritarian regime, the Galactic Empire. Under the control of Chancellor Palpatine, now Emperor Palpatine, was firmly established, and the shift from a republic to an empire had far-reaching consequences for every part of society. The political systems that had once guaranteed freedom and representation were now gone, replaced by a dictatorial regime that controlled the galaxy with fear and oppression. The most immediate change was the end of the Republic. The Senate, once the heart of the Republic, had been gradually stripped of its power under Palpatine's rule. In the final days of the war, Palpatine had used the fear generated by the Clone Wars to justify his own emergency powers. These powers were supposed to be temporary, but were extended indefinitely as the war continued, effectively giving Palpatine total control over the galaxy. With the formation of the Empire, the Senate was no longer an active political body, and its ability to make decisions was completely dissolved. Palpatine now ruled without checks on his power, using his position as Emperor to further consolidate his control. Transition from a republic that valued freedom and representation to an empire that ruled by decree was swift and brutal, and the consequences for the galaxy were severe. The Jedi Order, which had long served as peacekeepers and defenders of the Republic, was also effectively destroyed in the aftermath of the Clone Wars. The Jedi had been attacked by Palpatine's command. In Order 66, which called for the extermination of the Jedi, left almost all of them dead. The few survivors like Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi went into hiding, their influence and authority shattered. The Jedi had been the moral backbone of the Republic. But now, with the Empire in control, the Force was increasingly dominated by the Sith. The removal of the Jedi Order is not just a physical loss, but a blow to the very ideals of peace and balance that the Jedi had represented. The galaxy, once protected by the Jedi, now faced a future without their guidance. And this shift in power had a lasting impact on the political stability of the galaxy. With the rise of the Empire, the Sith assumed control of the galaxy's future. Emperor Palpatine, aided by his apprentice Darth Vader, now ruled with absolute power. Palpatine's empire was built on fear and oppression. He eliminated any form of resistance, making sure that his rule went uncontested. The Emperor had no use for diplomacy or compromise. His decisions were final, and his word was law. The Sith's focus was on absolute control and the suppression of any threats to their power. And the galaxy quickly became a place of fear, where those who opposed the Empire were silenced or destroyed. The Imperial forces were spread across the galaxy, enforcing Palpatine's rule and ensuring that the people lived in constant fear of reprisal. The political landscape was now dominated by a regime that sought to crush any form of dissent and maintain a tight grip on power. The clones, who had once fought to defend the Republic, found themselves in a new, difficult situation under the Empire. Though the clones had been created and trained for one purpose, to fight in the war, they had developed a sense of identity and loyalty. After the war ended and the Republic was replaced by the Empire, the clones were no longer seen as heroes but as soldiers under the command of the Empire. Their role in the galaxy became one of enforcers, carrying out the Emperor's orders without question. However, many clones, like Captain Rex, began to question the morality of their actions. Having fought alongside the Jedi, the clones saw the destruction of the Jedi Order as a betrayal, and they struggled with the guilt of carrying out the order to kill their former allies. For the clones, the long-term implications of the war were not just about loyalty to the Empire, but about their sense of self. The war had shaped them, but now they had to face the reality of being part of a regime they did not fully understand or support. The clones, as individuals, were left to come to terms with their role in the Empire and the conflict they had been bred to fight, the people of the galaxy. Once citizens of the Republic, were now subjects of the Empire. The transition from a democratic government to an authoritarian regime had a dramatic effect on the people of the galaxy. Under the Republic, many citizens had been able to voice their opinions and participate in the political process through their elected representatives. However, with the rise of the Empire, that freedom was stripped away. The Empire used propaganda and fear to maintain control over the population. Those who resisted, whether in small ways or large, were quickly silenced. Palpatine used his power to manipulate the people, painting himself as the protector of peace and order, even as he tightened his grip on their freedoms. In the Empire, the citizens had little say in their own future, and the consequences of defying the Emperor were dire. The social structure of the galaxy became one of obedience, with the people of the galaxy forced to live in a world where dissent was not tolerated. The rebels, though small in number at first, began to form in secret, driven by the need to restore freedom and democracy to the galaxy. The rise of the Empire created a resistance movement, as many could not accept the loss of their republic. The rebellion was composed of those who had once fought for the Republic, and those who had seen the horrors of the Empire's rise. The formation of the Rebel Alliance was an important moment in the galaxy's long-term struggle. The rebellion, though initially weak and scattered, would grow over time into a powerful force that could challenge the Empire's dominance. It was made up of a variety of individuals, including former soldiers, politicians, and everyday citizens, all united by their belief that the Empire's rule was unjust. The implications of the rebellion's formation would not be fully realized for many years, but it laid the groundwork for the eventual return of hope to the galaxy socially. The rise of the Empire marked a shift in how people lived. The Empire promoted a uniform, rigid society where individuality was discouraged. The Empire's propaganda painted a picture of unity and strength, but beneath the surface, it was a system of control and fear. The galaxy's diversity, once celebrated under the Republic, was now suppressed under the Empire. The Emperor sought to impose order by force, using the military and the Imperial fleet to maintain control over the people. The Empire also saw various alien species and marginalized groups as threats, leading to social and political repression. Under Imperial rule, people were classified by their loyalty to the Empire and their usefulness to the regime. The social fabric of the galaxy was fraying. With entire groups being pushed to the margins of society, The long-term implications for the galaxy were vast. The Empire, while powerful, was built on fear and control. It would take years for the rebellion to gain enough strength to challenge the Empire's rule, but over time, the seeds of resistance grew. Palpatine's reign may have initially seemed secure, but his over-reliance on fear and oppression left the galaxy ripe for rebellion. The rise of the Empire also led to a dark period in the galaxy's history where hope seemed lost and the future uncertain. Yet despite the Empire's control, the enduring spirit of the galaxy's citizens, the memory of the Republic, and the hope for a better future were never truly extinguished. The social and political landscape had been forever changed, but the fight for freedom and democracy would continue, even if it had to be fought from the shadows. The rise of the Empire marked the end of one era and the beginning of another, and the long-term effects would continue to shape the galaxy for generations. As the galaxy settled into the new, harsh reality under the Galactic Empire, the journeys of the key characters came to a bittersweet conclusion. The aftermath of the Clone Wars had left its mark on everyone involved, with many characters either embracing their new roles or retreating into solitude. The major character arcs, shaped by deep emotional struggles, choices, and sacrifices, reached their final resolutions, providing some closure, but also leaving lingering questions about the future. Anakin Skywalker, now Darth Vader, had once been the hope of the galaxy, a Jedi destined to bring balance to the Force. But his fall to the dark side and his betrayal of the Jedi and the Republic was the most tragic turn in his story. Anakin's arc had been defined by his internal battle between his love for Pom and his loyalty to the Jedi. His greatest fear, the loss of those he loved, led him to make choices that destroyed everything he held dear. As Darth Vader, he became the instrument of the Sith, working under Palpatine to enforce the Empire's control. However, even as he embraced the dark side, Anakin's inner conflict remained. The love he had for Padme never fully left him, and the memories of his life before his transformation haunted him. His arc closed with his acceptance of his new identity, but it was an identity he could never truly reconcile with the man he once was. He was now the Emperor's enforcer, a symbol of the Empire's power, but also a prisoner of his own choices. The lesson of Anakin's journey was clear. Fear and attachment could lead to destruction. And once a person chooses the dark side, it's difficult to find a way back. Anakin's arc ended with him lost, but it also laid the groundwork for his eventual redemption in the distant future through his son, Luke Skywalker. Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had served as Anakin's mentor and friend, bore the heaviest emotional burden. His arc had always been tied to his belief in Anakin's potential to fulfill the prophecy of the Chosen One. When Anakin turned to the dark side, Obi-Wan was forced to confront the painful truth that he had failed his former apprentice. This failure was the defining moment of Obi-Wan's journey. Though he had survived the battle and the fall of the Jedi Order, his heart was broken. His loss was not just that of a student, but of a brother. In the aftermath of Anakin's fall, Obi-Wan went into exile, carrying the weight of his failure. He chose to watch over Anakin's son, Luke, in the hope that the boy might one day bring balance to the Force and restore peace to the galaxy. Obi-Wan's arc closed with his acceptance of the fact that he could not change the past, but that there was still hope for the future. The lesson of Obi-Wan's journey was one of responsibility and the need to learn from one's mistakes. Even in the face of failure, Obi-Wan chose to fight for the future, waiting for the time when hope would return. Padme Amidala's arc had always been about her unwavering belief in peace, democracy, and justice. Throughout the Clone Wars, she had fought for the Republic, trying to uphold the values she had always believed in. However, the rise of the Empire and Anakin's fall left her feeling helpless. She had once believed that the Republic was a force for good in the galaxy, but now she saw it consumed by corruption and turned into a dictatorship under Palpatine's rule. Padme's emotional arc was shaped by the loss of Anakin to the dark side, and her struggle was to keep hope alive even when everything around her was falling apart. In the end, Padme died after giving birth to twins, Luke and Leia, the children who would one day bring balance to the Force, though Padmé did not live to see the rise of the rebellion. Her legacy lived on in her children. Her arc closed with a sense of tragic resignation, but it also offered a glimmer of hope for the galaxy's future. The lesson of Padmé's journey was the importance of fighting for ideals, even when it seems like the battle is lost. Despite her loss, Palm Spirit remained a symbol of resistance. Yoda, the wise Jedi Master, had seen the rise of the Sith and the fall of the Jedi. His arc had been shaped by his understanding of the Force. But the war and the Jedi's involvement in it had caused him to question his own purpose. Yoda had long believed that the Jedi were protectors of peace, but he saw them become generals in a war that ultimately destroyed them. After the war, Yoda went into exile, retreating to the swampy planet of Dagobah, where he could meditate on the failure of the Jedi Order. Yoda's arc closed with his acceptance of the fact that the Jedi's time had passed, but his hope for the future remained. He knew that there was still a chance for redemption in the galaxy, and he placed his trust in Luke Skywalker, believing that he would be the one to bring balance to the Force and restore peace. The lesson of Yoda's journey was one of humility. Even the wisest of beings could make mistakes, and Yoda learned that sometimes the greatest strength comes from recognizing one's own limitations and adapting to the changes around them. The clones, who had been created for war and trained to follow orders without question, also had to come to terms with the outcome of the war. After the execution of Order 66, the clones found themselves part of the Empire, fighting for the very people who had betrayed the Jedi. Many clones, like Captain Rex, had developed deep bonds with the Jedi and questioned the morality of their actions. In the aftermath of the war, the clones were left to grapple with the consequences of their loyalty to the Republic and their involvement in the Empire's rise. For some, like Rex, there was hope for redemption, as he chose to resist the Empire's control and find a new purpose. Others, however, were forced to continue serving the Empire, living with the knowledge that they had played a part in the destruction of the Jedi and the galaxy's fall into darkness. The clones' arcs were about the struggle for identity and morality in a galaxy that had turned upside down. Their journey ended in confusion and loss, but for some, it also provided a chance for personal growth and the hope that they could change. The Sith, with Palpatine at the helm, had achieved their goal of controlling the galaxy. Palpatine's arc had been about manipulation and power. He had spent years plotting and orchestrating the fall of the Republic, using the war to weaken the Jedi and secure his position as Emperor. However, in the aftermath of his victory, Palpatine's rule was far from secure. He had gained control, but his future was marked by isolation. The Sith, who thrived on fear and control, were left with nothing but their own ambitions. The lesson of Palpatine's journey was that power, when obtained through manipulation and fear, ultimately leaves one vulnerable. Despite his victory, Palpatine's rule was marked by constant internal struggle, as he could never trust anyone around him. The Empire, which had risen from the ashes of the Republic, was now the dominant force in the galaxy. But its future was uncertain. The political and social order had shifted, and many were now living under the Empire's oppressive rule. The Rebel Alliance, which had grown in strength during the Empire's reign, was poised to challenge its rule in the future. The galaxy, now under the control of the Sith, was at a crossroads, and the fate of the Empire depended on its ability to maintain power. The lesson of the Empire's rise was that no regime, no matter how powerful, could survive without the support of the people. Even as Palpatine's empire stood victorious, the seeds of rebellion were being sown, and the future of the galaxy was uncertain. As the story of the Clone Wars and the rise of the Empire came to a close, the characters who had shaped the galaxy were left to live with the consequences of their actions. Some found hope in the future, while others lived with regret and loss. The lessons learned from their journeys were profound. The danger of fear and attachment, the importance of hope and redemption, and the need to fight for what is right, even when the odds are against you. The stories of Anakin, Obi-Wan, Padmé, Yoda, the clones, and the Sith were intertwined. On their journeys offered a window into the complexities of the galaxy's struggle. The outcome of the war may have seemed like the end, but in truth, it was only the beginning of a new chapter. In the galaxy's history, the fight for peace and justice would continue. Driven by the lessons learned from the past, the events of the Clone Wars, and the rise of the Galactic Empire raised deep philosophical questions and themes that resonated not only with the characters involved, but also with the audience. At the heart of the story were themes of power, sacrifice, and loyalty, each one playing a crucial role in shaping the course of events and the fates of the characters. These themes, explored through the journeys of key figures like Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Padme Amidala, and others, highlighted the moral dilemmas that individuals face when confronted with difficult choices. The way these themes evolve throughout the story offers insight into the human experience, and their consequences continue to resonate even long after the events have unfolded. Power was a central theme throughout the Clone Wars and the rise of the Empire. From the very beginning, the struggle for power defined the conflict. The Republic, initially formed on the ideals of freedom and democracy, was eventually overtaken by Chancellor Palpatine, who used the fear created by the war to expand his own control. His rise to power was a prime example of how power can be gained through manipulation and fear. Palpatine's ability to use the war to his advantage showed how power can corrupt even the most well-intentioned individuals. His eventual transformation into an emperor was a direct result of his ability to manipulate people, turning them into pawns in his quest for absolute control. On the other side, Anakin Skywalker's journey also revolved around the theme of power. Anakin's desire for power was rooted in his deep fear of loss, particularly the fear of losing his loved ones, like Padme Amidala. His transformation into Darth Vader was driven by his belief that only through power could he control his destiny and protect the ones he loved. However, as Anakin learned, power gained through fear and manipulation is not only fleeting, but also destructive. His fall to the dark side was a tragic reminder of how the desire for power, when unchecked, can lead to the destruction of one's soul. The story explored how the pursuit of power, particularly for selfish reasons, can lead to the loss of everything one values, including love, identity, and purpose. The theme of sacrifice also played a major role in the characters' journeys. The Clone Wars were filled with moments where characters had to make personal sacrifices for the greater good, often at great personal cost. Obi-Wan Kenobi, for example, sacrificed his bond with Anakin and his sense of duty to the Jedi Order when he faced the painful reality that he could not save his friend. The decision to fight Anakin, even though it tore him apart, was a sacrifice that Obi-Wan had to make for the sake of the galaxy's future. Similarly, Padme Amidala had sacrificed her own happiness and desires for the good of the Republic. Yet in the end, she faced the loss of both her ideals and her love for Anakin. Her sacrifice reflected the painful realization that sometimes, no matter how hard we fight for the things we believe in, we can still lose everything we hold dear. Anakin's sacrifice was, in many ways, the most heartbreaking. His decision to embrace the dark side of the Force was a choice made in the name of sacrifice. He believed that, by giving himself to the Sith, he could save Padme and prevent the pain of loss. However, his ultimate sacrifice was not just the loss of his humanity, but also the destruction of everything he loved. In his attempt to gain control, he lost everything, and the tragic irony of his journey was that the power he sought to protect his loved ones was the very thing that destroyed them. The theme of loyalty also emerged as a key point of conflict throughout the Clone Wars. The loyalty of the clones to the Jedi, their generals, and allies was tested repeatedly throughout the war. The clones had been bred for war, created to be loyal soldiers who followed orders without question. But when Order 66 was issued, calling for the execution of the Jedi, that loyalty was torn apart. Captain Rex, one of the most loyal clones, struggled with the order to kill his Jedi comrades, especially his close friend. Ahsoka Tano, Rex's internal battle between loyalty to his brothers-in-arms and loyalty to the Jedi was a powerful reflection of how loyalty can be challenged when the system in which one operates changes. The clones, who had been so loyal to their commanders, were now forced to question that loyalty, as the very system they served had turned against them. For Anakin, loyalty was tested in the most profound way. His loyalty to the Jedi Order, which had once been unwavering, was shattered when he felt betrayed by the Council's refusal to grant him the rank of Master. His loyalty to Pob, whom he loved deeply, led him down a path where he chose the Sith's promise of power over everything else. In the end, Anakin's loyalty to Palpatine and his quest to save Padme were his undoing. His betrayal of the Jedi, the Republic, and his own values became the ultimate test of loyalty, showing that blind loyalty to a person or cause without consideration for right or wrong can lead to destruction. As these themes unfolded, they had a deep resonance not only for the characters but also for the audience. Power, sacrifice, and loyalty are universal themes that everyone can relate to, no matter their background or beliefs. The Clone Wars, with its grand battles and personal conflicts, acted as a mirror to the real world, where people often face similar challenges in their own lives. The story of Anakin Skywalker, for instance, serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of giving in to fear and the destructive power of unchecked ambition. Obi-Wan's sacrifice reflects the painful reality that sometimes even the best intentions can lead to unintended consequences. Padme's journey shows how idealism can be crushed by the harshness of reality, while the clone's struggle illustrates the human cost of following orders without understanding the larger picture. The deeper philosophical reflections also encourage us to think about the cost of war and the true meaning of loyalty and sacrifice. The events of the Clone Wars serve as a reminder that power gained through fear and manipulation comes at a great cost, not just to those who seek it, but to everyone around them. Anakin's fall to the dark side illustrates how one's desire to control their destiny when driven by fear can lead to the destruction of all they love. In contrast, the sacrifices made by Obi-Wan Pad and others show that even in the face of overwhelming loss, there can be hope for the future if one is willing to fight for what is right. The story of the Clone Wars is, in many ways, a reflection of the human experience. It asks fundamental questions about what it means to be loyal, what we are willing to sacrifice for those we love, and how the pursuit of power can shape our destiny. The themes explored in the story continue to resonate with audiences because they speak to the core of human nature. Through the experiences of the characters, we learn that power can be dangerous, sacrifice can be painful, and loyalty must be earned and questioned. The lessons learned through their journeys offer timeless wisdom about the complexities of life, the choices we make, and the impact those choices have on our future and the world around us. The events of the Clone Wars, and the rise of the Galactic Empire, left a lasting mark on the galaxy. These events shaped the future in ways that would not only affect the people alive at the time, but also echo through generations to come. The legacies of key characters like Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Padme, Amidala, and the clones would influence the galaxy for many years after the rise of the Empire. As the galaxy entered a new era under the Empire's rule, the stories of these characters became the foundation of future struggles, hopes, and rebellions. History, as it unfolded, would remember these moments as defining ones, but how would they be viewed? Would they be seen as tragic failures, or as lessons for the generations that followed? Anakin Skywalker, now known as Darth Vader, left a complex and tragic legacy. His fall to the dark side, driven by fear, anger, and a desire for control, created a ripple effect that shaped the galaxy for generations. While his actions helped establish the Galactic Empire, they also led to the near destruction of the Jedi Order, the loss of the Republic, and the suffering of countless innocent lives. Anakin's ultimate redemption, through his son Luke Skywalker, offered hope for future generations. Luke's journey to redeem his father symbolized the possibility of change, no matter how far someone might have fallen. The legacy of Anakin Skywalker would be remembered as a cautionary tale of how fear and attachment can lead to destructive choices. It was a legacy of loss, but also one of hope, as his redemption reminded future generations that even in the darkest times, there is a chance for light to emerge. For Obi-Wan Kenobi, his legacy was shaped by the painful loss of his former apprentice, Anakin. Obi-Wan's failure to stop Anakin from falling to the dark side haunted him, and he carried the burden of this guilt into his exile on Tatooine. However, Obi-Wan's legacy also included his role in training Luke Skywalker, son of Anakin, and helping guide him toward becoming the Jedi who would eventually bring balance to the Force. Obi-Wan's legacy, in the end, was one of sacrifice and hope. His actions would influence the future by helping to preserve the ideals of the Jedi Order in the next generation. History would view Obi-Wan as a tragic yet noble figure, one who made great sacrifices to protect the galaxy, even if his efforts did not immediately yield the peace he had hoped for. His story would serve as an example of the strength found in facing failure and continuing the fight for what is right, no matter how difficult Padme Amidala's legacy was deeply tied to. Her unwavering belief in democracy, peace, and justice, though she died before she could witness the full effects of her actions. Pab Zim's influence would live on through her children, Luke and Leia Skywalker. Pab Zim's fight for peace, even as the galaxy fell into the Empire's hands, was a symbol of resistance. Her legacy would be remembered by future generations as one of courage and idealism in the face of overwhelming darkness. The Republic she had worked to protect was lost, but the hope she had instilled in her children would grow into the foundation of the Rebel Alliance, the movement that would eventually bring down the Empire. Padme's story would be viewed as a testament to the power of hope and the importance of standing up for what is right, even when victory seems impossible. The clones, who had been created to serve the Republic, found themselves with uncertain futures after the war ended. Many of the clones, especially those like Captain Rex, began to question their purpose after they were forced to turn against the Jedi. Under Order 66, the legacy of the clones would be one of both loyalty and internal conflict. They had been bred for war, but they were also individuals with thoughts, feelings, and relationships. The aftermath of the war left the clones divided. Some would continue to serve the Empire, while others, like Rex, would question their role in the galaxy. The legacy of the clones would be remembered as a tragic one, where they were created and used as soldiers, but never given the opportunity to live freely. Their journey, marked by loyalty, betrayal, and personal growth, would inspire future generations to question the cost of war and the ethics of using people as tools for battle. The clones' legacy would also be shaped by their role in the creation of the rebellion, as some of them, after seeing the horrors of the Empire, would join the fight against it. The Jedi Order itself would have a lasting impact on future generations, despite its near destruction. The rise of the Sith and the fall of the Jedi would become a historical lesson about the dangers of complacency, attachment, and failing to recognize the signs of darkness. The Jedi, once the guardians of peace and balance in the galaxy, would be remembered not only for their mistakes, but also for the wisdom they had imparted to those who would come after. The surviving Jedi, like Yoda and Obi-Wan, became living reminders of the need to learn from past mistakes. Their teachings would live on through Luke Skywalker, who would go on to rebuild the Jedi Order and restore balance to the Force. The Jedi's legacy would be remembered as both a tragedy and a hope. And his followers, the Sith, under Palpatine, left a dark legacy. The Galactic Empire, built on fear, oppression, and manipulation, was a reminder of the dangers of unchecked power. Palpatine's rise to Emperor was a clear example of how absolute control can corrupt and destroy. However, the legacy of the Sith was also one of failure. Though Palpatine had achieved his goal of ruling the galaxy, he had done so through lies and manipulation, and his empire was inherently unstable. The Sith's legacy would eventually be undone by the actions of Luke Skywalker, who defeated Vader and Palpatine. Bringing balance to the Force, the Sith would be remembered as a dark chapter in galactic history. But their defeat would also symbolize the triumph of hope and redemption. The Empire, victorious in the short term, was also destined to fall. Its legacy would be one of tyranny and fear, but also of resistance. The rebellion, which had been born in the shadows, would rise to challenge the Empire's rule and eventually overthrow it. The Empire's collapse would mark the end of an era of oppression, and its defeat would serve as a reminder that no regime, no matter how powerful, could withstand the will of the people forever. Future generations would remember the Empire's reign as a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked authority and the importance of fighting for freedom. The Rebel Alliance that rose from the ashes of the Republic would become a symbol of hope for future generations. The rebellion's legacy would be one of resistance against tyranny, and its success in defeating the Empire would inspire countless others to stand up for freedom. The lessons learned from the struggle against the Empire would carry forward, shaping the future of the galaxy in ways that the characters of the Clone Wars could not have foreseen. The future generations of the galaxy would look back at the events of the Clone Wars and the rise of the Empire as a pivotal moment in history. The lessons learned from the actions of Anakin, Obi-Wan, Padma, Yoda, the clones, and the Sith would be passed down through the ages. The importance of balance, of choosing hope over fear, and of standing up for what is right, even when it seems impossible, would be lessons that would shape the future of the galaxy. History would remember the mistakes made and the sacrifices endured, but it would also celebrate the triumphs of those who fought for peace and justice. The legacy of the Clone Wars would live on in the hearts of those who believed in the possibility of a better future, and the fight for freedom would continue, carried on by those who were inspired by the heroes of the past. The actions of the key characters in the Clone Wars and the rise of the Galactic Empire had lasting effects on the galaxy, shaping its future for generations. The choices these characters made, both good and bad, would echo through the galaxy, influencing the lives of many and determining the direction of the galaxy's future. The legacies of Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Padma Amidala, Yoda, Darth Vader, and others were complex, shaped by their sacrifices, mistakes, and the paths they chose to follow. These legacies, though filled with both light and darkness, set the foundation for the events that would unfold in the galaxy for years to come. Anakin Skywalker, who became Darth Vader, left a legacy that was both tragic and redemptive. His actions throughout the Clone Wars, his betrayal of the Jedi, and his decision to join the Sith had far-reaching consequences. He helped Palpatine bring about the fall of the Republic and the rise of the Empire, which changed the galaxy forever. For many years, Vader was the symbol of the Empire's power, forcing its rule and hunting down the remnants of the Jedi. His legacy, however, was not just one of tyranny. Through his son, Luke Skywalker, Anakin's story came full circle. Luke's belief in the possibility of redemption allowed Anakin to ultimately break free from the dark side and destroy Emperor Palpatine, bringing balance to the Force. Anakin's legacy would therefore be one of both destruction and hope. His fall to the dark side taught future generations about the dangers of fear, attachment, and the pursuit of power. However, his eventual redemption through self-sacrifice also highlighted the power of love, forgiveness, and the possibility of change, no matter how far one might fall. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin's mentor and one of the last surviving Jedi, carried the heavy burden of failure. Obi-Wan's legacy was defined by his deep love for Anakin, his commitment to the Jedi Order, and his eventual decision to go into exile. Despite his role in the fall of Anakin, Obi-Wan remained hopeful that one day the galaxy would be free of the Empire's oppression. His legacy lived on through Luke Skywalker, whom he guided and trained. Obi-Wan's story was one of sacrifice, loyalty, and wisdom. His legacy also emphasized the importance of responsibility and the harsh truth that even the greatest heroes can fail. However, Obi-Wan's willingness to continue fighting for what was right, despite his personal loss and regrets, would inspire future generations to keep hope alive. No matter how dark things seemed, Padma Amidala's legacy was also one of hope and sacrifice. As a fierce advocate for peace and democracy, Padma fought to protect the Republic and its ideals. Her belief in diplomacy and her unwavering commitment to her principles were a shining light in a galaxy filled with conflict. However, the rise of the Empire and the loss of Anakin deeply affected her. Padma's death, after giving birth to her twin children, was a tragic end to her journey, but her legacy lived on through Luke and Leia Skywalker. Palm's fight for peace and justice would serve as an inspiration for future generations who would carry on her ideals of democracy and resistance against tyranny. Her children would become the leaders of the rebellion, challenging the Empire that had taken everything from her. Her legacy reminded the galaxy that even in the face of overwhelming darkness, the ideals of freedom, democracy, and hope could never be fully extinguished. Yoda, one of the wisest Jedi Masters, faced the consequences of the Jedi's involvement. In the Clone Wars, his legacy was shaped by his wisdom, his belief in the Force, and his failure to prevent the rise of the Sith. After the war, Yoda went into exile, but his work was not done. He placed his faith in Luke Skywalker, believing that the young Jedi would one day restore balance to the Force. Yoda's legacy was a mix of regret for the mistakes of the Jedi and hope for the future. Though the Jedi Order was destroyed, Yoda's teachings passed on through Luke helped to restore balance to the Force. His legacy underscored the importance of humility, patience, and trust in the Force. Yoda's story showed that even the greatest of warriors must learn from their failures and embrace hope for the future. Darth Vader, once Anakin Skywalker, left a legacy of fear, but also of redemption. His actions during the Clone Wars and the rise of the Empire had caused untold suffering. He became the symbol of the Empire's power and the terror it unleashed across the galaxy. However, Vader's eventual redemption by sacrificing himself to destroy Palpatine and save his son marked the end of his tragic journey. His legacy was not just one of destruction, but of the possibility of change. Through his son Luke, Darth Vader's redemption was made possible, and he became a symbol of the power of self-sacrifice and love. The lessons learned from his fall and redemption would influence future generations and become a story of hope for those who sought to make a difference in the galaxy. The clones, who had been created for war and were bred to follow orders without question, were left with complex legacies. After the war, many clones, like Captain Rex, found themselves questioning their role in the galaxy. They had been used by the Republic, betrayed by the Jedi, and now were serving the Empire. Their loyalty had been to the Republic, but now they were forced to serve under an oppressive regime. The clones' legacy was one of duty, but also of inner conflict and struggle. Some clones, like Rex, found a way to move beyond the war, searching for new purpose and freedom. Others, however, continued to serve the Empire, their personal struggles overshadowed by their need to obey orders. The clones' story was one of sacrifice and loyalty, but it also highlighted the human cost of war and the toll it takes on those who are used as pawns in a larger conflict. Their legacy served as a reminder of the consequences of blind loyalty and the need for self-reflection. The Sith, particularly Palpatine, and his apprentice Darth Vader, left behind a legacy of fear, oppression, and manipulation. Palpatine's rise to power and his ability to manipulate the galaxy into war would be remembered as a warning about the dangers of unchecked authority. His manipulation of Anakin, his control over the Senate, and his eventual transformation into Emperor showed the dark side of power and how it can corrupt those who seek it. Palpatine's reign would be remembered as a time of darkness, but his downfall at the hands of Luke Skywalker and the final defeat of the Sith would show that tyranny could not last forever. The legacy of the Sith, though one of destruction, was ultimately overcome by the forces of light and hope. Their legacy served as a cautionary tale for future generations about the dangers of power and manipulation. The Empire, while successful in establishing control over the galaxy, ultimately left a legacy of fear, repression, and unrest. Though Palpatine's rule seemed absolute, the Empire was not built to last. Its oppressive tactics and reliance on fear created widespread resistance, particularly from the Rebel Alliance. The legacy of the Empire was one of cruelty, but also of resistance and rebellion. It was through the rebellion, which rose from the ashes of the Republic, that the Empire was ultimately defeated. The Empire's legacy would remind future generations that no matter how powerful an oppressive regime might seem, it could be overthrown through collective action and resistance. As the galaxy moved forward, the legacies of the characters who had shaped the Clone Wars and the rise of the Empire would continue to influence future generations. The choices made by Anakin, Obi-Wan, Padme, Yoda, the clones, the Sith were not just personal decisions. They were decisions that shaped the fate of the galaxy. Their actions, whether born of fear, love, loyalty, or power, had lasting consequences that would affect the future of the galaxy for generations to come. These characters' legacies were a mix of light and darkness, hope and despair, but ultimately their stories offered lessons about the power of redemption, the consequences of unchecked ambition, and the enduring fight for freedom and justice. Their legacies would be remembered by those who would rise to challenge the darkness and bring balance to the galaxy once again. The story of the Clone Wars. The rise of the Galactic Empire and the fall and redemption of Anakin Skywalker offers profound philosophical lessons about the complexities of human nature, the consequences of our choices, and the struggle between light and darkness. At its core, this story is about the battle for the soul of the galaxy. But it is also about the personal struggles that each character faces in deciding what kind of person they will be. The themes of power, sacrifice, loyalty, and redemption run throughout the story and through the journeys of the characters. We are reminded that the choices we make, both big and small, shape not only our own lives, but the world around us. One of the most important lessons from the story is about the nature of power. Throughout the saga, we see how power can corrupt, and how it often comes at a great cost. Palpatine, who rose from being the Chancellor of the Republic to becoming the Emperor of the Galaxy, used manipulation, fear, and war to gain ultimate power. I promised safety and control, but the price was the freedom and democracy that once defined the Republic. The Sith were obsessed with power, believing that control over the galaxy was the only way to bring order. However, the story shows that power obtained through fear and manipulation is always fleeting. Even when Palpatine was at the height of his power, he remained vulnerable, surrounded by betrayal and distrust. Anakin, too, sought power first to protect his loved ones and later to control his fate, but in the end, his pursuit of power led to the destruction of everything he cherished. Anakin's story teaches us that the desire for power can cloud judgment and lead to actions that destroy the very things we are trying to protect. The theme of sacrifice is equally important. Sacrifice is a recurring theme in the story as characters are forced to make difficult decisions that come at a personal cost. Obi-Wan Kenobi, for instance, sacrificed his personal bond with Anakin to do what he believed was right for the galaxy. His decision to confront Anakin was painful, but it was necessary to stop the rise of the Sith. Padme Amidala also made sacrifices for the greater good. But in the end, her sacrifices led to personal loss. Palm sacrificed her ideals, her love, for Anakin, and eventually her life, in an effort to protect the future of the galaxy. Anakin's ultimate sacrifice is redemption through his son. Luke Skywalker was a reminder that even the greatest wrongs can be atoned for through self-sacrifice. The story reminds us that sacrifice is sometimes necessary for growth and change, but it also shows us that not all sacrifices lead to the outcomes we hope for. Sacrifices can be painful, but they often reveal deeper truths about who we are and what we value. Loyalty is another key theme that is explored throughout the story. The loyalty of the clones to the Jedi and the Republic was tested, especially when they were forced to carry out Order 66, which led to the death of their Jedi generals. Many of the clones, like Captain Rex, struggled with their loyalty torn between their duty to their fellow soldiers and their bond with the Jedi. The clones' loyalty to the Republic was also challenged by the rise of the Empire. Their story shows how loyalty to a cause, when blindly followed, can lead to destruction. Anakin's loyalty to Padme and his desire to save her from death drove him to make choices that ultimately led to his own downfall. However, loyalty can also be redemptive. Obi-Wan's loyalty to the Jedi and his duty to protect the galaxy drove his actions, even when he was forced to make difficult decisions. Loyalty, as shown in the story, is complex. It can be a source of strength, but it can also be a source of internal conflict, especially when it conflicts with personal beliefs, or when the cause to which we are loyal is no longer just. The theme of redemption is central to Anakin's story. His journey from the hero of the Republic to Darth Vader and then back to the light symbolizes the possibility of change and redemption, no matter how far one has fallen. Anakin's story shows us that even the darkest paths can lead to redemption. But it requires self-awareness, acceptance of past mistakes, and the willingness to change. His ultimate sacrifice, destroying the Emperor and saving Luke, was the act of redemption that restored balance to the Force and brought an end to the Sith's rule. The story teaches us that no one is beyond redemption, and that it is never too late to make a positive change, no matter how much damage has been done. These themes offer us valuable insights into the nature of humanity. The story of the Clone Wars and the rise of the Empire is not just about a galactic conflict between good and evil. It is about the struggles that we all face in life, the temptation of power, the weight of sacrifice, the complexity of loyalty, and the hope of redemption. The choices we make in the face of these challenges define us. Anakin's downfall and eventual redemption show us that our greatest strengths and weaknesses come from our emotion sphere. Love, anger, and hope, and have opened that those emotions, when guided by wisdom and compassion, can lead to greatness. But when they are left unchecked, they can lead to destruction. The story warns us that the pursuit of power for selfish reasons can ruin everything we love, but it also offers the hope that redemption is possible if we are willing to face our flaws and make the difficult choice to change. On a broader level, the story reflects the cycle of history, showing how corrupt systems can rise and fall, how power can shift from one group to another, and how the actions of a few individuals can have consequences for many. The rise of the Empire mirrors the way that totalitarian regimes often come to power through manipulation, fear, and promises of safety. However, the eventual downfall of the Empire shows that no regime built on fear can endure forever. As the Jedi Order fell and the Empire rose, new hope was brought by the rebellion, showing that resistance to oppression is always possible, even in the darkest times. The story suggests that history is cyclical, but it also teaches us that change, while difficult, is always possible. The future is shaped by the choices made in the present, and those choices can create the conditions for either further suffering or a brighter future. Ultimately, the events of the Clone Wars and the rise of the Empire offer deep philosophical insights into the nature of power, sacrifice, loyalty, and redemption. They remind us that the battle between light and darkness is not just something that happens in a galaxy far, far away. It is something that happens within us all. The story of Anakin, Obi-Wan, Pob, Mayota, and the others serves as a powerful reminder that the choices we make, the sacrifices we make, and the loyalty we show to our beliefs and to others define who we are and what legacy we leave behind. In the end, it is not power nor success that defines us. It is the lessons we learn from our struggles and our ability to choose hope and redemption over fear and hatred. As the story of the Clone Wars and the rise of the Galactic Empire comes to a close, the galaxy stands on the edge of a new era. The conflict that began with hope and the promise of peace has led to immense loss, but also to a moment of great change. The fall of the Republic, the rise of the Empire, and the tragic story of Anakin Skywalker have all converged to bring about the final resolution of a long and painful chapter in galactic history. The galaxy now lies in the grip of the Empire, but there is a sense that the story is not over. For all the pain and sorrow, there is still hope, and this final moment of the story is a time for reflection on how far the characters have come and what they have learned. The death of Emperor Palpatine at the hands of Darth Vader, once Anakin Skywalker, is the ultimate turning point in the story. This moment, though coming at the cost of Anakin's own life, marks the end of the Sith's rule over the galaxy and the restoration of balance to the Force. For Darth Vader, this final act of self-sacrifice is his redemption, a return to the light after years of darkness. His decision to save his son, Luke Skywalker, by destroying Palpatine, is a culmination of his internal struggler, choice to defy the very power that had consumed him for so long. The emotional weight of this decision is profound, as it represents the possibility of redemption, even for someone who has done terrible things. For Anakin, this moment is his ultimate act of sacrifice, and in giving his life, he finally brings peace to the galaxy. Luke Skywalker, who has been at the center of this struggle between the light and dark sides of the Force, experiences the bittersweet victory of seeing his father redeemed. Throughout the saga, Luke has grown from a young farm boy on Tatooine to a Jedi Knight capable of standing against the Sith. His journey has been one of self-discovery, learning to trust in the Force and confronting the fears that held him back. In the end, Luke's belief in the possibility of redemption for his father proves to be true. His decision to confront his father, not with anger, but with hope, leads to the ultimate resolution. Luke's journey has been one of growth, and this final moment shows that the strength of the light side of the Force lies in compassion and love, rather than in power or domination. The rebellion, which had been fighting against the Empire for so long, now finds itself on the brink of victory. The death of Palpatine and the fall of the Empire marked the collapse of the oppressive regime that had ruled the galaxy with fear for so long. The Rebel Alliance, led by heroes like Leia Organa, Han Solo, and Chewbacca, had fought tirelessly to bring about this moment. The victory of the rebellion is not just a military one, but a victory for the values of freedom, democracy, and hope that had been lost with the rise of the Empire. The rebellion's triumph signals the end of an era of tyranny, but also the beginning of a new era, where the galaxy will once again have the chance to rebuild and find peace. However, while the Empire is defeated and the galaxy has been freed, the consequences of the past remain. The Jedi Order, once a proud institution, is all but destroyed. The Jedi have been wiped out, their teachings lost to history. Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi, the last surviving members of the Jedi Council, have done what they could, but they are now exiles, watching over the galaxy from the shadows. The clones, once loyal soldiers of the Republic, now find themselves caught between the remnants of their past loyalties and the new world order of the rebellion. Their story, like the story of the Jedi, is one of lost purpose and a struggle for redemption. The emotional toll of their journey is immense, and even with the Empire's fall, they must now search for a new identity in a galaxy that no longer has a place for them. Padme Amidala, though gone, remains a key part of the resolution. Her sacrifice, her fight for democracy, and her unwavering belief in peace have left an indelible mark on the galaxy. Her legacy lives on through her children, Luke and Leia, who will carry her ideals forward. In the end, Padme's death is not just the loss of one individual, but the symbolic loss of the Republic and everything it once stood for. But her children represent the hope for a future where those ideals can be restored. The lessons Padme taught about standing up for what is right, even when the odds are against you, are carried forward by the next generation. The Sith's defeat represents the end of one era, but it also marks the beginning of a new era in the galaxy. The rise of the Empire was a testament to how power can corrupt, and how the pursuit of control over others leads to destruction. The rebellion's victory over the Empire is proof that even the most oppressive regimes can be overthrown, and that the will of the people, when united, can bring about change. The victory over the Sith does not erase the damage that has been done, but it does offer a glimmer of hope for the future. The galaxy is not perfect, and there will always be challenges to face. But the fall of the Empire shows that the forces of good can triumph in the end. In reflecting on the emotional and thematic closure of the story, it is clear that the Clone Wars and the rise of the Empire were not just about battles and power struggles. They were about the choices made by individuals, and how those choices shaped the fate of the galaxy. Anakin's fall to the dark side, Obi-Wan's loyalty, Padme's sacrifice, and Luke's hope all played crucial roles in shaping the galaxy's future. The central themes of power, sacrifice, and redemption were explored through these characters, offering deep lessons about the nature of the Force, the cost of war, and the importance of hope in the face of darkness. The redemption of Anakin Skywalker was the ultimate theme of the story, showing that no matter how far someone falls, there is always a chance for redemption if they are willing to change. Luke Skywalker's journey was a reflection of that hope, showing that the light side of the Force, rooted in compassion and love, can always find a way to overcome the darkness. The story's resolution showed that, while the galaxy may suffer, through times of darkness, there will always be those willing to fight for what is right. The ultimate victory of the rebellion was not just a military win. It was a victory for the values of freedom, justice, and hope. As the story of the Clone Wars and the rise of the Empire concludes, the galaxy is left with the chance to rebuild, to learn from its mistakes, and to move forward with the hope that a better future is possible. The characters who shaped the galaxy's history through their struggles, sacrifices, and choices leave behind legacies that will be remembered for generations to come. Their journey is a reminder that the fight for good is never over, that there will always be challenges, but also always a chance to make a difference. The galaxy's story may have come to a close, but its future is still unwritten, and the lessons learned from the past will guide the next. It's a chapter of its history, the events that unfolded in the Clone Wars and the rise of the Galactic Empire had far-reaching consequences, not only for the galaxy, but for the characters who were deeply involved in these changes. While the defeat of the Empire and the fall of the Sith seemed like the end of a dark era, they also set the stage for new challenges and unanswered questions that would shape the galaxy's future. Though the immediate effects were clear, the long-term consequences of these events would continue to influence the galaxy for generations to come. The rebellion may have triumphed, but the lessons learned from the rise and fall of the Empire would have lasting effects that future stories could explore. The first major consequence of the Empire's fall was the vacuum of power it left behind. With Emperor Palpatine dead and the Sith defeated, the galaxy found itself without the central figure that had kept it under tight control for so long. The Galactic Empire had ruled through fear and oppression, but once that power was removed, the galaxy was left in turmoil. The Rebel Alliance, which had fought for freedom, now found itself at the forefront of rebuilding the galaxy. However, the rebellion's victory didn't immediately guarantee peace. There was no clear plan for how the galaxy would govern itself. The people had lived under Imperial rule for so long that many didn't know how to move forward. New factions and power struggles were inevitable as different groups tried to fill the power vacuum left by the fall of the Empire. These struggles could lead to further conflicts. And while there was hope for democracy to return, the road to restoring balance would not be easy. The New Republic, as the Rebel Alliance would eventually be known, would face serious challenges in establishing itself as a legitimate governing body in a galaxy that had known only tyranny for so long. The fall of the Jedi Order was another critical consequence of the Empire's rise. The Jedi had been nearly wiped out in the aftermath of Order 66, and the galaxy was left without the Peacekeepers, who had once guided the galaxy with their wisdom and the Force. Though Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi survived, they were in hiding, and the Jedi Order as an institution was all but destroyed. Luke Skywalker, the son of Anakin Skywalker, carried the hope of rebuilding the Jedi Order, but this task would not be simple. The legacy of the Jedi had been tainted by the war, and many people in the galaxy might view the Jedi with suspicion, seeing them as soldiers who had failed in their duty. There were also questions about how the Force itself would be understood in the future. Would the Jedi be able to rebuild their order and regain their place as guardians of peace in the galaxy? Would there be new challenges that tested their beliefs and their ability to live up to their ideals? These questions left the future of the Jedi uncertain, and their legacy would continue to be a subject of exploration. Another major consequence of the Empire's rise and fall was the impact on the clones. The clones had been bred for war, and their loyalty to the Republic was unquestioned. But after the Clone Wars ended, many clones found themselves with no clear purpose. They had been created to fight, but now that the Republic was gone and the Empire had taken control, they were left wondering what role they would play in the galaxy's new order. Some clones, like Captain Rex, began to question their loyalty to the Empire and their place in the galaxy, while others simply continued to follow orders. The clones' future was tied to their ability to adapt to a galaxy that no longer had a place for them. Would they continue to serve under the new regime, or would they find a way to live freely? The emotional and psychological toll of their experiences during the war left many clones grappling with their sense of identity. The long-term effects on the clones' futures, as individuals and as a group, were a complex issue that could lead to further exploration. The defeat of the Sith and the end of the Empire also left behind the question of the balance of the Force. The Sith, led by Palpatine, had been trying to tip the balance of the Force toward the dark side for centuries. Their ultimate goal was to impose control over the galaxy, but with their defeat, the galaxy was left in a state of balance. However, the Force is not static, and there were many who believed that its natural balance was always shifting. With the Sith gone, there was no longer a clear source of darkness, but that did not mean the dark side was eliminated completely. The events of the Clone Wars, the rise of the Empire, and the destruction of the Jedi had all left their marks on the Force, and the galaxy would need time to heal. Future generations might face new challenges related to the Force, as it was unclear whether the dark side would rise again or if the Jedi Order could truly restore balance. The future of Luke Skywalker and his legacy would also be a key issue. As the son of Anakin Skywalker, Luke had already done what seemed impossible by redeeming his father and defeating the Emperor. However, his journey was far from over. As the last of the Jedi, Luke would have to find a way to rebuild the Jedi Order and guide the galaxy into a new era of peace and understanding. Would he be able to succeed where others had failed? Would he be able to bring new teachings to the Jedi, perhaps with a new understanding of the Force, one that took into account the mistakes of the past? Luke's future and the future of the Jedi were tied to the healing of the galaxy, and there were many uncertainties surrounding his path. The galaxy would look to him for guidance, but the lessons he learned from his father's fall and his own experiences would shape his choices moving forward. The return of democracy and the Republic was another future challenge. While the Empire's fall was a victory, the galaxy was still deeply scarred by the years of war and tyranny. The people of the galaxy, once free under the Republic, had now been under imperial rule for so long that their ideas of freedom and democracy had changed. The new Republic, founded by the rebellion, had to restore faith in the government and rebuild the political systems that had been destroyed. This would not be easy, as many citizens had become accustomed to the Empire's rule and may not fully trust the ideals of democracy. The formation of the new Republic would require healing, compromise, and the creation of new systems that could prevent another empire from rising. Would the galaxy be able to restore the principles of the Republic, or would history repeat itself? The potential for future stories in this area is endless as the galaxy faced the challenge of healing from the wounds of war and creating a new future for its citizens. The impact of the Clone Wars and the Empire's rise and fall also raised important questions about the nature of conflict itself. The war between the Republic and the Separatists, fueled by the Sith's manipulation, had cost countless lives. The future generations would have to deal with the emotional, cultural, and political consequences of that war. How would the galaxy rebuild after so much destruction? How would the people come to terms with the trauma caused by the war and the rule of the Empire? These were issues that would affect the next generation of leaders, warriors, and citizens who would inherit the galaxy. The lessons learned from the Clone Wars would likely inform future conflicts. But would they be enough to prevent history from repeating itself? The implications of the war would remain, and future stories could explore how the galaxy dealt with its past and moved forward. In conclusion, while the fall of the Empire and the rise of the rebellion brought an end to the conflict of the clone wars, the future remained uncertain. The galaxy had experienced great loss, but also great triumph. The aftermath of these events set the stage for future stories of rebuilding, redemption, and and the ongoing struggle between good and evil. The unanswered questions about the balance of the Force, the rebuilding of the Jedi Order, and the future of the galaxy's political systems left room for further exploration and deeper reflection on the consequences of these monumental events. The galaxy had been forever changed, and the actions of the characters in this story would continue to shape its future for years to come. The journey through the Clone Wars, the rise of the Galactic Empire, and the eventual fall of the Sith has been one of great struggle, loss, and growth. Throughout the saga, we have witnessed characters face impossible challenges, make difficult decisions, and, ultimately, change the galaxy forever. From the rise of Anakin Skywalker as a heroic Jedi to his tragic fall as Darth Vader, the story has explored themes of power, sacrifice, loyalty, and redemption. The choices made by the characters in these pivotal moments have not only shaped their own fates, but have also had lasting effects on the galaxy as a whole. One of the most important lessons learned throughout the story is the danger of seeking power for the wrong reasons. Anakin's fear of losing his loved ones led him down a dark path, and his desire to control the galaxy ultimately cost him everything. His journey shows us that the pursuit of power, especially when driven by fear or selfishness, can have disastrous consequences. The story serves as a reminder that true strength comes from compassion, not from control. Anakin's eventual redemption through his son, Luke Skywalker, shows that no matter how far one falls, there is always the possibility for change and growth. The theme of sacrifice is also central to this journey. Characters like Obi-Wan Kenobi, Padme Amidala, and even the clones were forced to make sacrifices for the greater good. Obi-Wan's sacrifice of his friendship with Anakin, Padme's sacrifice of her ideals, and the clones' sacrifices on the battlefield all shaped the course of the galaxy. Sacrifice is not always easy, and sometimes it may feel like all hope is lost. But the journey teaches us that even in the darkest moments, sacrifice can lead to new beginnings. Obi-Wan's decision to train Luke, despite the loss of his friend, was a step toward rebuilding the Jedi Order. And Padme's legacy lived on through her children, who would go on to challenge the Empire. These sacrifices laid the foundation for the hope and freedom that would one day return to the galaxy. Loyalty played a key role in the decisions of many characters, especially the clones and Anakin. The clones bred for war and trained to follow orders were forced to question their loyalty when Order 66 called for the execution of their Jedi allies. Many clones, like Captain Rex, struggled with the betrayal, torn between their duty to the Empire and their bond with the Jedi. Anakin's loyalty to Padme and his fear of losing her caused him to make the ultimate sacrifice of his soul, becoming Darth Vader. His loyalty to Palpatine led him down a path of darkness. But it was also his eventual loyalty to his son Luke that redeemed him in the end. The story shows us that loyalty is not blind. Obedience, it requires reflection and questioning. Loyalty is based on values, not just following orders. As the story unfolded, we also saw the growth of the galaxy itself. A beacon of democracy and peace was destroyed, and the Empire took its place. The galaxy was plunged into darkness, and many of its citizens lost hope. But as the story shows, hope was never completely gone. The Rebel Alliance, formed in secret, would eventually rise to challenge the Empire. The New Republic, born from the ashes of the rebellion, would begin the difficult process of rebuilding the galaxy. While the victory over the Empire was not the end of all struggles, it marked the beginning of a new era where the galaxy had a chance to regain its freedom. The journey reminds us that society must evolve, and that even after great loss, it is possible to rebuild and move forward. The growth of the characters themselves is just as important as the growth of the galaxy. Luke Skywalker, who began as a farm boy on Tatooine, grew into a powerful Jedi capable of bringing balance to the Force. His journey was one of learning, facing his fears and making difficult choices. Luke's belief in his father Anakin and his ability to redeem him taught him the true power of compassion and hope. Obi-Wan Kenobi started as a young, eager Jedi, and by the end of the story, he had become a wise mentor, willing to do whatever it took to protect the galaxy's future. Yoda, though he had seen much of the galaxy's history. learned from his mistakes and adapted to the changes brought about by the war. Even the clones who had been bred to fight found ways to grow and question their purpose. Their journeys were about more than just following orders. They were about discovering who they were and what they truly valued. In the end, the lesson of the entire journey is one of hope and resilience. No matter how dark the times may get, there is always the possibility of change and redemption. The galaxy, though torn apart by war and ruled by tyranny, still had the potential to rebuild. The characters, even in their darkest moments, proved that hope, love, and compassion were more powerful than fear and anger. The war, the betrayal, and the rise of the Empire showed us that the cost of conflict is high, but also that the human spirit can endure and fight back. The story teaches us that the choices we make matter. They shape not only our own futures, but the future of those around us. As we reflect on the journey, we see that the key moments in this saga and Anakin's fall, Obi-Wan's sacrifice, Padme's legacy, Luke's redemption, and the rise of the rebellion were not just pivotal to the galaxy's future, but to the growth and evolution of the characters themselves. The lessons learned from these experiences are timeless and will continue to guide future generations both within the galaxy and beyond. The galaxy may have been torn apart, but through the actions of these characters, it was able to begin healing, with the hope that one day peace would truly return. The final resolution of the story is not just the defeat of the Empire, it is the recognition that, even after great loss, the fight for what is good, right, and just continues. The journey may be long, and the path may be difficult, but as long as there is hope, there is always the possibility for a better future. As the dust settles and the galaxy begins to heal, the lessons of the Clone Wars, the rise of the Empire, and the fight for freedom remain. The journey has been one of pain, loss, and sacrifice, but also of hope, redemption, and the power of choice. It reminds us that no matter how dark the times may seem, there is always light. Even in the smallest acts of kindness, hope, and courage, the story of Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Padme Amidala, Luke Skywalker, and all the others is a reflection of the eternal struggle between light and darkness, between fear and love, between power and sacrifice. The greatest lesson we take from this journey is that our choices matter. Every decision we make has consequences, not just for ourselves, but for the world around us. Anakin's fall to the dark side shows us the dangers of fear, of letting our emotions control our actions. Obi-Wan's loyalty and sacrifice remind us that sometimes the greatest strength lies in letting go and choosing what's best for the greater good. Padme's unwavering belief in peace and democracy is a powerful reminder that ideals should never be abandoned, even when the odds are against us. And Luke's faith in his father's redemption teaches us that love and compassion can heal even the deepest wounds. The galaxy may have experienced its darkest days, but in the end, it was the power of hope, the will to fight for what is right, and the strength to forgive that one out. The rebellion's victory over the Empire was not just a military one, but a triumph of the spirit. It showed that even in the face of overwhelming darkness, there is always a chance for light to return. The Empire, built on fear and oppression, ultimately fell because of the resilience of those who dared to believe in something better. As we look back on the journey, we realize that the true strength of the galaxy lies not in its rulers' armies or weapons, but in its people, their capacity for love, their willingness to sacrifice for others, and their ability to rise above adversity. The characters we have followed throughout this story have each shown us the power of these qualities, and in their struggles, we see reflections of our own lives, our own choices, and our own potential. The story of the galaxy of light versus darkness will continue to unfold, but it is the choices we make today, how we treat others, how we fight for what is just, how we choose love over fear, that will shape the future. The legacy of the characters we followed serves as a reminder, no matter how challenging the journey, no matter how great the sacrifice, the future is shaped by the choices we make, and in those choices, we find our true strength in the end. The story teaches us that there is always hope, Even in the darkest of times, hope endures. And as long as hope remains, the light will never fade.